Beyond these stone walls, the whole world was erupting because the ultimate evil was finally dead. Massive crowds had gathered to throw flowers at a golden boy who supposedly saved the day. There wouldn't be any more monster raids, and no more innocent lives would be cut short. Iskard was finally tasting peace after centuries of slaughter, while two kids raced down an alley. The boy yelled at his sister to move faster, or they'd miss the hero's victory parade. This was their one shot at seeing a legend, but then the boy walked into a shadow. A figure in a midnight cloak brushed past him, radiating a chill that froze his very blood. His sister caught up, staring in confusion at her paralyzed brother and the strange, robed man walking away. She couldn't understand why anyone would head away from the party, while her brother prayed for invisibility. He forced her to look away, realizing the man was a practitioner of the forbidden dark arts. They were a vile breed of mages who tapped into the void, though the girl didn't understand. Her brother explained that wearing that black robe meant you were carrying a permanent, walking curse. I ignored them, clutching a stained white sack as I hiked toward the cathedral for my meeting. The saint stood on the balcony, watching her world finally settle into a quiet, peaceful rhythm. I didn't bother waiting for a welcome. I just stood in the doorway, a shadow in her light. Her golden hair screamed of holy power, and her white dress was a symbol of pure divinity. By comparison, my tattered black clothes and cold stare felt like an insult to everything holy. If she was the morning sun, I was the encroaching midnight. My name is Manold. I dumped the contents of the sack the Demon King's severed head, revealing who the real hero was. While some fraud in shiny armor took the applause, I was the one doing the actual killing. She started her rehearsed speech of gratitude, but I cut her off because I only wanted one thing. I'd finished the job they forced on me, and now I wanted her to settle the bill. Her expression soured, but she promised the church would keep its word and fulfill our secret pact. She hesitated, asking if she should address me by my title or by my real name. She called me Kim Jun, the name I had before this world dragged me into its mess. Beneath the goddess's statue, she tried to pull me into a heartfelt, emotional talk about my destiny. She apologized for the burden I'd carried, claiming it wasn't out of spite that she chose me. She said she was forever in my debt, but I told her I hated her guts enough to die. Even after that, she promised to use her influence to fix the reputation of all dark mages. She begged me to stay and help build the future instead of running back home. I didn't care. I told her I'd been used by this world for far too long already. I just wanted to leave in one piece, but she sighed and tried to bribe me again. She promised me wealth and status to make up for all the years I'd been treated like dirt. I told her to quit the acting. I was tired of her playing the merciful saint for me. She insisted she was being sincere, but I told her there was nothing in this world I wanted. Her eyes went wide. As a chosen one, she thought she could offer me the whole world. She asked what could be so valuable that she couldn't give it, so I reminded her I was kidnapped. I was treated like a tool, and now she wanted me to stay and keep being their janitor. What could this backward magical dump possibly offer me in exchange for my life? She argued that if I left, their precious peace would crumble, so she'd grant me any single wish. So I asked for my first wish, some spicy Korean fried chicken, but the saint just stared blankly. I asked for a side of kimchi, and again, she had absolutely no clue what I meant. I told her the food here was garbage and I was sick of eating those dry survival crackers. Why would I stay in a world where I can't even get a decent meal for dinner? Since she couldn't even manage dinner, I asked for a gaming PC and high-speed internet. Obviously, she was clueless. Finally, the saint's knuckles turn white as she realizes she can no longer chain me to this realm. I never belonged here. Bowing her head in defeat, she prepares to initiate the transition ritual immediately. She leads me to the chamber where my nightmare began, and I smile knowing I'll never see it again. Center of the circle. Now, she commands, her voice trembling as the ancient machinery hums for my departure. Violently, luminous geometric patterns ignite beneath my boots, swirling like a vortex of liquid fire. First, I must strip away the saint's blessing, she whispers, her eyes locked onto mine. I peel back my leather glove, exposing the glowing brand etched deep into the flesh of my palm. They call it protection. In reality, it is a magical leash designed to keep a summoned slave in line. Burning it off is a relief. She raises her palms, and holy light dissolves the brand into nothingness. She looks baffled. To her, I am a fool for discarding the godlike sorcery I mastered over the years. She cannot fathom why I would walk away from the mountains of gold and fame waiting for me here. I have had enough of this fantasy garbage. Mind your own business and finish the spell, I snap. Aren't you scared? I ask. Without that leash, I could slaughter you before the ritual even ends. She stares back, unblinking. I know I am the source of every ounce of hatred in your soul. If my death offers you peace, take it. The seal is gone. Kill me if you must. If not, she continues coldly, then let us proceed to the second phase of your erasure. Now comes the part where they strip my magic. She retreats, preparing the spell to make me human again. But this is where her little plan fails, and my dark design takes over. Faster than she can blink, I lash out with coils of shadow, hoisting her screaming into the air. "The gate will kill you if you keep that power," she shrieks. "This is absolute madness." I bled for this power. There is zero chance I am returning to Earth as a helpless nobody. I slam her onto the stone floor and ignite the dimensional rift using my own blackened mana. She gasps for air, terrified that my unholy energy will cause the entire portal to implode and kill me. Her panic is wasted. I am already standing before a stable, shimmering tier in reality, humming with perfection. Regardless, she screams one last warning about the fatal risks of jumping dimensions. As if I haven't prepared for this. I practiced this magic thousands of times. I never understood why you idiots obsessed over light versus dark anyway. Once you reach the summit, you realize all power flows from the same source. I reach into my coat. Actually, I have a parting gift for you before I vanish forever. What is it? I just give her a parting insult and step into the portal, savoring the thought of leaving this hellhole. "Stop! It's collapsing!" she bellows, her voice drowned out by the roar of the unstable gateway. Too late. The entire chamber erupts in a violent, blinding shockwave of violet cosmic radiation. The rift implodes, vanishing instantly. The saint collapses, striking the cold floor in a fit of silent rage. She weeps, stung by my hatred. She truly believes she was just a faithful servant of her duty. She never intended to be a monster or enjoy the hardships she forced me to endure. None of it matters now. I am gone, reappearing in a dusty, forgotten apartment building back on Earth. Violet sparks dance in the air as I materialize on the grimy, familiar carpet. Home. I made it. Despite my bravado, that trip through the void felt like a near-death experience. The nightmare is over. I am standing in the exact same messy bedroom where I vanished years ago. My phone is sitting on the nightstand, still charging. I grab it, craving the familiar weight of plastic. I miss this sensation more than words can say. My favorite game is still there on the screen. As the game loads, a manic laugh escapes my throat. I actually won. I beat the system, but my celebration is cut short. No Wi-Fi, no signal. Outside, a squad of soldiers is hugging the walls like they are in a war zone. "Are we locked on that freak's position?" the CO barks, his voice tight with dread. Our scout gives a sharp nod, confirming we're dead on the coordinates from the radio. I mutter to the corporal, asking why mere grunts are being fed to this nightmare. "Ask Brass," he snaps. "He's clueless. It's do or die now. We have to fight." We suck in one last breath, bracing our nerves for the impending slaughter. On the signal, we storm the corner, guns leveled, but the target is totally surreal. I'm just stomping along, fuming because my signal is dead and everything's closed at noon. The squad freezes, baffled to see a civilian in the red zone, screaming for me. I'm equally stunned, staring down a dozen rifles in the middle of a city street. I figure it's a drill. "Sorry for crashing the party, guys," I call out, waving. Suddenly, they go pale, pointing behind me and shrieking for me to haul ass. I turn around slowly, wondering what could possibly have these professional killers so rattled. It's a nightmare. A massive, mutant wolf is mid-lunge, ready to shred my throat. But the beast isn't actually the thing that's making my jaw drop. I'm shocked they're scared of this runt. I've gutted demons 10 times larger for years. I squeeze my fist to call the void, but my dark mana simply won't spark. The power is just gone. My demonic energy has completely evaporated. Whatever. I just grab the mangy mutt and slam its skull into the hard asphalt. The squad stares, paralyzed, as the beast's fangs shatter like cheap glass against the ground. Being attacked still has me seeing red, so I pop its head like a grape. Even without magic, I'm not about to let some flea-bitten stray take me down. Years of brutal, physical conditioning in the Dark Legion didn't just vanish with my mana. I know these things, but why the hell are they invading my home turf? I have questions, but these grunts are so shaken they can barely find their voices. After a tense talk, they usher me into an armored Humvee to escort me out. The corporal keeps lecturing me about how I almost became lunch in this infested sector. Normally, I'd be arrested, but their CO wants zero drama and ordered my release. He keeps eyeing me, wondering how anyone could be this oblivious to the global collapse. I just lie about living abroad. But honestly, this isn't the soul I remember. The world started falling apart when I was 7, when the first dungeons tore open. Monsters bled into reality. I remember the army fighting them off, just like today. Then the awakened appeared people who suddenly had the juice to strike back. These supers became the elite hunter corps, wiping out threats before they could blink. That was all before that damn saint plucked me from this world. Korea was actually safe back then, but now it looks like the stakes have shifted. I'm sweating now. With all this chaos, are the game servers actually offline for good? If the game is dead, what was the point of coming back? Corporal's getting suspicious. He can't fathom how I'm this clueless, even if I was living in the sticks. But he's seen my hands. He isn't brave enough to ask the questions he wants. That display of raw, physical dominance is enough to keep him from prying. Hey, I say, leaning forward. Did the people get out? You know, the tech guys? Are the game devs okay? Can I still find work? Is the city still standing? Are the server farms intact? I'm obsessing, but I need to know if my game survived. The corporal exhales slowly, finally ready to give me the full bloody history. It started 2 years ago, he mutters, when the dungeons began to evolve. One day, reality cracked wide open. Colossal, nightmarish creatures poured from these rifts, turning our world into a living graveyard that no one saw coming. Consequently, the front lines crumbled, forcing the military to wall off entire cities and leave civilians to rot behind barricades. They're running out of bodies to throw at the problem, a desperate reality that makes my skin crawl. But honestly, I couldn't care less about their collapsing world. My only burning question is whether the servers for Dungeon Power Fighter are still online or if my life is truly over. The sergeant barks a question about my age. I tell him I'm likely 21 this year. He tells me to sign my life away before my youth evaporates into nothingness. I'm just standing there, completely baffled. Service used to be 3 years for grunts. Why on earth would I flush 5 years of my prime down the drain? But things have gone south fast, so now every single soul serves 5 years minimum, no exceptions for anyone anymore. At 21, my draft notice is probably already in the mail. What a massive, soul-crushing disappointment. I clawed my way back home to live life on easy mode in game, not to rot in some muddy trench for 5 years. The fury is boiling over. I haven't even had the chance to log into a single server yet. Then my phone vibrates with a signal. Report to Division X tomorrow for mandatory enlistment. The universe has a sick sense of humor. You couldn't write a more perfectly timed disaster if you tried. I tried to laugh it off as some elaborate prank, but the look on the corporal's face told me this was deadly serious. It's a total shock. Since when does the government skip the medical exam and just snatch you off the street? And how is a 24-hour warning even legal in a civilized society? He just says they're desperate for meat for the grinder. As for the notice, he claims I'm just late to the party. He suggests I head to the nearest internet cafe to verify my grim fate on their official portal. The mention of a PC cafe jolts me awake. After my parents disappeared, those neon-lit rooms were my only sanctuary. I was dragged into the hellscape of Iskard in the 12th grade, leaving behind a life with 0 friends. Now, after surviving literal demons, I've finally found my way back to the only paradise I ever knew, a dark room where the game servers are still humming, and I can finally lose myself in the digital world. I lose track of time in that haven, inhaling every piece of greasy fast food I dreamt about while starving in another dimension. The waitress looks horrified by my appetite, but as the hunger fades, the crushing weight of this new world finally sets in. Every headline confirms the corporal's nightmare. The world is ending, and I'm expected to report for duty by dawn. Just like the text warned, my time is officially up tomorrow morning. If I still wielded the godlike powers I possessed in that other realm, I could wipe these dungeons off the map single-handedly, but my demonic essence has been completely drained from my veins. Don't get it twisted, though I'm far from being a victim. I know I can still dominate these monsters. I stand up in that crowded cafe and roar my defiance for everyone to hear. If I have to burn the world down to save my favorite games, then I'll be the one to end this nightmare myself. At sunrise, I march into the National Defense Center, following the digital shackles of my enlistment orders. I'm stunned by the sheer ocean of people who've been herded here for the exact same grim purpose. People are sobbing into their families' arms, but I find their pathetic, tear-streaked faces almost entertaining to watch. Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the chaos, ordering every new recruit to the auditorium for immediate processing. The army might be a different beast now, but I doubt it'll be half as brutal as the pits of Iskard. Inside, the commanders are screaming blue murder, demanding instant obedience from a crowd that's already broken. They're spitting insults and creating an atmosphere of pure misery, leaving the terrified recruits shaking in their boots. Honestly, their threats are child's play compared to the sadistic masters I survived in that other world. By my standards, these terrifying instructors are acting like absolute saints. Then, the big man himself, the battalion commander, steps up to the mic and demands total silence. He bypasses the usual speech and asks if any of us are brave or stupid enough to volunteer for the elite hunter corps. He promises better pay and special treatment for the front line, but the room stays dead silent. No one wants to die today. The commander told the fresh meat this was all just paperwork for now. No reason to sweat, but he missed a spot. One guy's hand was already up. Naturally, it was me. The boss barked for the volunteer to front and center. Obeying that first order, I kicked off so hard the concrete floor just gave way. I soared way past the crowd, sticking a perfect landing on the stage. He just stared. I introduced myself as Recruit Kim Jun and told him I wanted in the Hunter Corps. Now, look at the frozen, hellish wastes of northern Iskard. It is a jagged, sunless tomb where the air is thick with choking, dead dust. Hardly a soul lives here. That is why they call it the Canyon of the Lost. Deep inside a pitch-black cave, a single point of light fought the shadows. I muttered that this dark mage gig is just one disaster after another. I was right. I was dead certain that being a dark mage was the worst hand I could have been dealt. I sat atop a massive spider's skull, letting its dead weight serve as my throne. Flashy skills are worthless if you run out of demonic fuel. Then, you're just done. It was simple. We rely on demonic energy like it's our own twisted version of mana. It doesn't just grow back on its own like the stuff regular wizards use. I thought of those white wizards who claim mana is just floating in the breeze. Just soak it up, they say. But guys like me don't get that kind of luxury. I only get a refill by butchering monsters and drinking their dark essence. I realized early on that burning power just to find more power was a losing game. Being a dark mage means no friends, no teams. I'm a solo act until the end. If my tank hits empty inside a dungeon, I'm basically a walking corpse. So why the hell was I grinning? Because I had a theory I needed to test. How does a dark mage stay topped off and keep it that way? I asked the fire. There was no reply. Everyone in earshot was already dead and cold. Relax. They weren't even people. 50 massive venomous spiders lay dead around me. I was sitting on one. They'd exploded into green sludge, their carapaces riddled with gaping holes. Suddenly, a massive crack echoed as something heavy pierced the floor behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her, Arachnist, the boss of this hellhole. She was a titan, 5 times larger than her brood. Her glowing red eyes and razor-sharp pincers locked on as she lunged at me. I tried to talk, but she was just a mindless beast with zero self-restraint. She screamed at the sight of her dead young, a sound that didn't rattle me at all. I'm far too seasoned as a dark mage to let a giant bug be the end of my story. In one blur of motion, I sliced through her hide and took her head. Boss down. So, what is the secret to keeping a dark mage's power at its peak? According to me, you just have to crush monsters with maxed out power levels. 645 days before Earth, I took down a whole hive by myself. Flash forward to the present. I'm sipping coffee. Is your name Kim Jun? A voice asks. I just nodded. The uniformed officer told me to wait for the Hunter Corps transport. I thanked him, surprised that the big boss himself had brewed this for me. He sat down, looking me over. You're pretty fired up, he noted. Why join the Hunters? Most gifted people are running back to the regular army. So, what's your angle? Why the Hunter Corps specifically? The old man's digging for answers, but I keep it short. I've got work to do in the pits. Silence hung heavy until he suddenly roared, thinking my dead serious answer was just a punchline. You're a riot, he wheezed. I'll even waive the bill for that auditorium floor you wrecked. I didn't crack a smile. Why was this old fool laughing at my absolute truth? In this country, the military owns the abyss. You don't just walk into a dungeon. The Corps is elite. Only raw, lethal talent determines your rank and your future. I needed that badge. It was my only ticket back into the darkness. If I could solo the depths, I could finally reclaim the strength I'd lost. It was a desperate man's pipe dream. A gamble against a very rigged reality. I imagined hitting 10 stars, clearing every gate within 5 years, and winning big. After that victory lap, I'd retire as a rich, untouchable icon. A perfect speedrun for a broken life. While I was busy building castles in the air, reality walked through the door. Sergeant Lee Yuno marched in, sharp and eager, immediately fixating on my presence. Got the spark? He barked. Prove it. Pull up your status window right now. He pressed for my numbers, his frantic energy grinding against my frayed nerves. Is everyone in this unit this unbearable? I wondered, trying to keep my cool. I summoned the interface. It was familiar tech, even back in Iskard. Simple, just raw data, numerical values that defined exactly what a man was worth. Status, I commanded. But then the screen flickered, and my blood ran cold. Lee kept pestering me for a readout, but the display was a total void. It just blinked. Error. Lee's jaw dropped. He'd never seen the system fail. Meanwhile, across town at the training center, a high-stakes meeting was quietly unfolding. 10 years, the commander mused. A whole decade since our paths last crossed. Sit down, Hunter Son Unio. She remained standing, her gaze cutting through him. I'm no hunter yet, sir, she corrected. Just another recruit in basic boots. Why am I here? And please, don't give me favors because of my father's name. The commander waved off her concerns with a dismissive, knowing grunt. This isn't about the general, he countered, leaning forward with a sharp intensity. No favors here. Getting into the Corps is a meat grinder for every soul. She frowned, still searching for the real reason behind this sudden private summons. You're the top prospect, he smirked. Why wouldn't the training boss notice the star rookie? He just wanted to pep talk his prize pony before the real hell started. Thanks for choosing the front lines over a desk. We need your killer instincts. We're always bleeding talent, he admitted, his voice dropping to a somber tone. Soldiers like you keep us breathing. I'm grateful. As a patriot and a commander. She flushed, offering stiff thanks. Then, something outside caught the commander's eye. A transport truck rumbled into the lot, sparking a thought of that strange kid. You've got a real joker joining your squad, he said. Let's go meet him. We arrived, and the sheer scale of the headquarters nearly stopped my heart. It was a towering glass monolith, reaching toward the sky with arrogant grace. It gleamed like a diamond. I wondered how many billions they'd bled from taxpayers. This place was serious business. I just hoped they had a gaming lounge inside. Don't get cozy, Lee hissed. That error code might still get you booted. Sergeant Lee makes it clear that because I'm an outlier, he'll be handling my evaluation personally. It's obvious the guy has a grudge. He admitted he'd rather ship me to the MPs than train me. He just keeps on ranting. Once these tests prove you're a total fraud, you better be ready for an immediate military police escort. I can practically smell the envy coming off Lee, which honestly makes me wonder what his deal is. The guy is being incredibly petty. I ask about the task, and he points toward a massive, glowing crimson crystal. This red stone is a nasty byproduct of the dungeon's dense, jagged, and supposedly indestructible. It's a mountain of dead weight that no ordinary recruit could ever hope to budge. Luckily, I'm not your average grunt. Lee's challenge is simple. Move that rock 1 inch or fail. A smirk creeps across my face. That's it? I ask. This is almost too easy. Lee's expression shifts instantly. He realizes I'm not nearly as clueless as I look. There is no other way to verify a candidate's status window manually. The Corps is always full of fakes trying to bluff their way in, and that system error is suspicious. Even after seeing me leap 5 meters onto the stage, he's convinced I'm just a talented liar. Up on the balcony overlooking the hall, the commander brings Hunter's son to watch my evaluation. Word is, this kid pulled off some freakish physical stunts back at the initial training camp. Yet for some reason, his system readout is nothing but a wall of glitches. The veteran officer admits he's never seen a case like this and has high hopes for my potential. I walk up to the red stone and rest my palm against its cold surface. I recognize this heavy trash from the Iskard pits. A pebble this size won't slow me down. I lean in, winding up a strike heavy enough to send this boulder flying. For all I know, there might be some dark energy hidden inside to make things interesting. Lee and Son are staring intently, probably trying to predict what I'm about to do. I throw a swift punch, and the stone doesn't just slide, it explodes. Dust clears to reveal a massive crater. All 3 spectators are frozen in place, their mouths hanging open in total disbelief. Turns out there was no dark magic inside. I had simply obliterated the unbreakable rock with raw force. Honestly, my own strength caught me off guard. I really am a total freak of nature. Lee just stood there, his mind completely short-circuiting as he witnessed my terrifying power. Day 1 of training kicks off, and the other recruits are already drowning in sweat on the stairs. Hayek's mind is spinning from pure exhaustion. He can tell something is very wrong here. I knew the Hunter Corps wouldn't be a walk in the park, but this is insane. He grits his teeth, fighting muscle failure while tackling the legendary 6,000-step climb. Since we're shipping out to real battles immediately, it's 4 weeks of absolute, non-stop carnage. They strap heavy sandbags to us on day 1 and force us up those 6,000 stairs. The sergeant breathes down our necks, mocking our times just like the predictable drill instructor he is. That's Devil Instructor Lee for you. Hayek realized that even after this brutal, crude grind, you barely bump your stats before they toss your green ass right into the meat grinder. He figured he just had to suck it up because he was a new recruit. That was the plan until he saw me. Are we the problem? He wondered. Meanwhile, I'm having a blast. I feel light on my feet and I'm cruising through the drills. With my full dark power, I'd be flying. This is preschool compared to the nightmare pits I've survived. Forget those Iskard rags. This crisp military uniform is a massive upgrade for my look. I'm actually digging the vibe here, especially the top-tier fuel they serve in the mess hall. The schedule is a total grind. 6 in the morning wake-up calls, then breakfast by 8:30. We train from sunrise all the way until the dinner bell rings at dusk. Midnight gaming was my fix. I stayed consistent. I owned my nights. Cash, pixels, my ultimate dream. I blurred past, stunning them. Lee heard my thunderous ascent. Who am I? Most crawl? Finished? Lee stared. I shrugged. I cornered Sarge about promises. The 30-minute pass, did I win? Lee shoved the pass over. The sergeant checked the clock. 21-minute record. Pass earned. Instincts matter more than stats. Lee sensed my inner monster. The spotlight fixed on me. Recruits feared this permanent hell. In Hayek cheered 1 stat point. Everyone checked their status windows. 1 point? I scoffed. Seriously? Iskard beatings gave 10 daily. That pass. What's your move? In Hayek prodded. I stayed silent. Envy boiled. Rumors began spreading. Sarge has never issued one. Shock. Effortless climbing. Gym freak? Acceptance, this feeling was new, treated humanely, not like mage. In Iskard, my voice sinned. No eye contact. Connection instead. Lounges open. You in? Others bailed. I exploded energy. Gaming lounge! I'm already gone! Total contentment. My gaming rig. 9 p.m., my countdown began. 2 hours sleep, pure luxury. Gaming until exhaustion. Pure bliss. They judged my retro game. The brutal grind continued tomorrow. Lee drove them through exhaustion. Maintain pace, don't break. 40 kilometers or starve. Gliding. Maxed 10 characters yesterday. Sweating? This is just walking. Gaming for weeks? You serious? You some kind of freak? None just smirks back. The worst kind. Brought water for my favorite brothers. Guess nobody's thirsty, he says, dumping it in the dirt. They swarm the puddle like starving birds, desperate for every single drop. Look at these little chicks, Mune mutters just as Sergeant Lee stomps into view. Listen up, he roars. The lieutenant is disgusted by your weakness. He starts shredding us for being soft. 1 week left and half of you losers can't even hit the bare minimum. You're the worst squad yet. Meanwhile, Mune wonders why this guy refers to himself in the third person. He gets this deathly serious look, like he's about to drop a bomb on our heads. Once you're deployed, 50% of you will be body bags in 30 days. Think you can handle the final gauntlet with that pathetic attitude? It's called the dungeon adaptation, the last hurdle before you're officially part of the Hunter Corps. Usually, when you clear the monsters, the dungeon just vanishes into thin air. But sometimes a glitch happens and the place stays, warping into a shifting training ground. The layout cycles constantly, like a living, breathing, randomly generated nightmare. It's the perfect meat grinder to see how rookies handle every kind of hell. They call it the adaptation. And it's famous for breaking new recruits before they even start. They're already shaking in their boots, exactly like the lieutenant wanted. He loves keeping the tension high. It's how he stays in control. He treats us like high-strung racehorses that need a bit of the whip. Lash 'em, then feed 'em. He dangles a tiny reward like we're starving dogs. He shouts that the top performer gets a 3-day, 2-night leave pass. He waits for the cheers, expecting us to lose our minds with joy, but we're blank-faced. He repeats it, louder, like we didn't hear him. 3 days of freedom, he screams, trying to sell us on the dream. No matter the hype, nobody cares about a pass when their lives are on the line. Except us. For me and my guys, 72 hours of peace sounds like heaven. Then the hellish training begins. We stand before a gate so massive it dwarfs us all. Half the guys are still staring at their boots, wondering why they're here. Suddenly, a truck slams on the brakes right in front of us, choking everyone with dust. Through the grit, we see what it brought. 2 dark questions haunt us. What were those glowing eyes in the cage? And what slaughter have they planned? Those eyes track us through the bars with growls that freeze your soul. I squint as my vision clears, looking into the dark crate. We see fangs and matted fur. Hounds. But not the normal kind. These are bloodthirsty killers, pure and terrifying. Panic hits. 2 guys hide behind Mune while another just hits the dirt. But Mune isn't scared. He actually finds the whole thing kind of funny. To him, they're just puppies. The lieutenant screams, asking if we're terrified yet. He tells us these are our dance partners for the shifting maze. That sends the panic into overdrive. He orders us into 4-man teams. Kill 1 monster and find your way out to prove you're worth something to the Corps. He shouts a quick pep talk about fighting through the pain, and they believe him. Then he tells us to suit up for some high-tech armor. An instructor tells us to line up for our official Mark II safety suits. I'm strapped into a silver steel chassis that feels more like a cage than armor. Its sole purpose is keeping my vitals stable inside this heavy metal coffin. The whole thing is clunky, rigid, and weighs a literal ton. The other guys are complaining, wishing for gear that isn't complete garbage. I hate it. This suit is filthy, soaked in the sweat of 1,000 dead recruits. Hard to believe they spent 50 million won to produce this heavy junk. I ask the lieutenant for permission to ditch the suit once I gut these hounds. He just barks at us for being arrogant, not even bothering to see who spoke. Once he realizes it's me, his ego softens and he just nods. Then he reminds me this is a team drill. I have to keep these losers alive. I've always known my squad mates couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag. So, I decide to give them a quick crash course in monster slaying. Listen, I say. When they leap, grab their legs and snap their spines. And if the bastards are still breathing after that, fold them backwards and rip them in half. I can't help but grin. They just stare back, looking completely exhausted by my supposed ego. The lieutenant bellows for the release, and the instructor throws the cage open. The hounds explode out, galloping with a savage speed these kids have never seen. Growling and foaming, their glowing white eyes are absolutely blinding. They bolt straight through the massive dungeon doors and vanish into the dark. My team is baffled, wondering why the beasts didn't just tear us apart. I explain the truth. They're just homesick captives running back to their dens. They get it, but now they're wondering how I know so much about monster biology. I wish I could tell them about the hell I faced in Iskard. I was a dark mage back then, but that's a secret I have to keep buried. The lieutenant cuts us off, screaming about disrespect on these holy grounds. He's annoyed, so he decides we're the lucky ones going in first. Just like that, my squad is the designated point team for this nightmare. The sergeant waves his red light wand, signaling us to enter the abyss. 4 of us march in, 1 ready, 2 terrified, and me just wanting to start. I just want this over so I can peel off this toxic, heavy chest plate. The only thing we have in common is that we all have oversized ears. The lieutenant clicks his radio, calling the internal monitors. There's a backup crew hiding inside just in case we get slaughtered. An observer radios back from the crystal walls we're officially on camera. And of course, the devil instructor is the one watching our every move. He spots me and freezes, clearly shaken by my sudden growth in power. My scores have been perfect throughout the last 4 weeks of training, but being a star in practice doesn't mean you'll survive a real dungeon. I know that's the only question burning in the instructor's mind. Hungry eyes watch us from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to kill. The wolves are ready to pounce, but I can already hear them breathing. I could honestly end them all with a few simple finger flicks. But if I do all the work, these guys won't get any experience points. This is a group effort, even if I have to carry them. Heads up, I growled, sensing the pack closing in. Terror hit them first, quickly followed by the raw sound of screaming. I barked to trust the gear, but they were statues. I stepped out first. A beast lunged. I pivoted and drove a fist through its skull instantly. Then, a wet snap his teeth found a recruit's arm in the dark. The hound locked eyes with me while the kid begged for a savior. I charged, sending that creature flying into a wall with 1 lethal kick. I hauled him up, realizing we were sinking into a total nightmare here. Fight or die, I spat. If they smell your fear, you're just dog food. They want easy prey. We have the numbers. Use them to crush them. In the real world, I roared, you would all be corpses by now. I drove them forward, forcing all 3 to strike as 1 single weapon. From the shadows, the instructors watched the slaughter in a stunned, heavy silence. My lethal poise left those hardened veterans looking completely baffled and wide-eyed. The squad finally swarmed the last beast, tearing it down like a tide. They whispered conspiracies. Was I some secret agent or a high-level instructor plant? When the tally came in, my name sat at the absolute top spot. I didn't just show strength. I showed them how to lead through hell. I dragged those cowards through the fire until they finally stood up tall. The rest of the squad barely cleared the bar with average passing marks. They cheered, gasping for air as if they had cheated death itself this time. The pros emerged. Good work. Now, just follow us back to the exit. I pressed them about my score and that promised leave. I wanted out. You guys talk tough, I joked, but you are just worried mothers, aren't you? Then, the floor buckled. A violent, bone-deep tremor rattled the entire dungeon. Just the dungeon shifting its skin, I said, trying to mask my doubt. But something felt horribly wrong. Panic flared as the exit began to shrink, vanishing into the solid stone. They hammered their radios, screaming for the lieutenant to answer their call. Nothing but static. The shift was too fast. Our lifeline was officially severed. This was not supposed to happen for 1 month. The clock had just shattered. Find cover, they barked, their voices thin with a mounting sense of dread. They tried to talk the recruits off the ledge as they trembled nearby. Wait 60 minutes, they lied. The manual says the door will reset itself. Do not panic, they repeated. Everything is under control. We are safe here. They promised a rescue, swearing the Hunter Corps was already on its way. I saw through the act. You do not bring kids into a tomb like this. I saw the truth. A sealed door in a place like this is just a pre-dug grave. If this went enclosed, we were trapped in a cage with a demon. Still, as long as I breathed, I would make sure everyone made it out. The instructors pulled away, their faces turning ashen in the flickering light. In the private shadows, the real truth finally slipped out between them. It is enclosed, one gasped. The other looked ready to collapse right there. He began to describe the nightmare we were now officially locked inside of. This shifting labyrinth seals shut only once an interloper steps inside. Our arrival triggered the lockdown. Now, the exit remains barred until every last beast here lies dead. We're trapped in a tangled hellscape, cut off from any rescue, forced to carve through a literal army. As the leads break the news, the air thickens with raw, suffocating panic. 6 of us, 4 rookies, 2 pros must purge this void blind, facing unknown horrors alone. Worse yet, our supposed mentors aren't even geared for a total lockdown scenario. Thus, we must improvise with what we've got and push deeper into the dark. The lead knows a single goblin spells doom, taking him 10 minutes just to drop one. His sole desperate gambit involves weaponizing the specialized gear strapped to the rookies. He weighs using us as human shields, banking on our armor while he strikes from behind. But guilt gnaws at him. He can't betray the souls he personally forged through fire. Honor forbids such cowardice. Despite their trembling hands, the students march forward, clinging to their guides. Suddenly, a foul chill hits me. I glance back at our trailing mentor. Sensing my sudden unease, the captain demands to know what I've spotted. We pivot to find the second officer clawing at his neck, gasping for non-existent air. He collapses, bile bubbling at his lips, before the captain hits the stone right beside him. Their mouths froth uncontrollably as consciousness slips away, leaving them both completely senseless. I rush over, checking their vitals before lying to the others that it's mere exhaustion. That scent, I know it. I hoist the bodies and hurl them toward the terrified students. I dump the dead weight on them and bark a command to stay put. Guard the gate, I snap. Do not move a single inch from this spot. Their frantic pleas fade as I break into a full sprint, vanishing into the abyss. Adrenaline surges through me. Finally, I understand exactly what's poisoning this air. Infernal miasma floored them, a dark residue I never imagined I'd find on this planet. Even elite protectors require shielding against this rot. For ordinary men, it's pure, instant lethality. Yet here it is, serving as a high-voltage battery for a necromancer like myself. Plunging further, the hazy origin of this concentrated corruption finally bleeds into view. My heart hammers with anticipation. I'm dying to witness the magnitude of this lurking threat. But as I reach the epicenter of the rot, total stillness. Only the violet hum of crystals greets me within this suffocating, silent tomb. Not a single beast leaves a footprint in this eerie, hollowed-out cavern. Then I tilt my head. The stench points directly to the shadow looming above. At last, a real challenger emerges, radiating waves of pure, unadulterated hellfire. A massive alpha hound clings there, its bloated frame throbbing with violent purple essence. 4 glowing eyes track me, framed by jagged fangs and talons honed for slaughter. This is the carnage I've thirsted for since the moment I returned. Stumbling upon a shadow stalker here is a gift I never dared to expect. Believe me, these nightmarish curs share nothing with your common backyard mutt. I first crossed paths with this breed a year into my nightmare in Iskard. Back then, I was a green novice, paralyzed by the sheer terror of such power. It nearly gutted me then. But I am no longer that pathetic, wide-eyed rookie. Now, I'm the monster in the dark. I welcome this reunion with a grin. Armed with forbidden sorcery, I know crushing this filth will be child's play. The beast drops from the rafters, a blur of shadow and teeth aimed at my throat. I cocked my fist back, that same white-knuckled grip I used on the training stones before I signed my life away to the core. My smirk was pure poison to the beast. It didn't hesitate, throwing its entire mass at me the second it saw an opening. "Thanks for the meal," I whispered, throwing a strike so lethal that the thing was airborne before it even felt my knuckles hit fur. It died instantly, and the massive flood of dark essence locked inside its monstrous body began to hemorrhage out. I didn't waste a second, pulling every scrap of that raw power into my own veins like a starving man at a banquet. The air still reeked of its copper-heavy blood, a stench that triggered every bad memory I had of this hellhole. The black sludge coating my skin was pure, unadulterated toxin. Most hunters die from the splash zone. 1 drop of darkhound blood usually turns human flesh into a rotting mess in seconds. I stared at my gore-covered palm, knowing the rules were different for me. Being a dark mage means mortality doesn't really apply. Their venomous blood is a joke to someone like me. That poison is just more fuel. I sucked every last drop of essence out of that nightmare until it was a husk. It was the best meal I'd had in years, but a cold realization was starting to settle in my gut. I couldn't stop thinking about how a beast like that, something meant to stay in the pits of Iskard, ended up in a low-level Earth dungeon. Since the instructors were caught totally off guard, I was certain this was the first time the breach had ever been crossed like this. There wasn't a single word about dark essence in the training manuals or the monster guides they fed us at center. There is no way a brainless mutt like a dark hound hopped between dimensions on its own. My mind was racing, but I had a hunch. Only someone with my level of dark mastery could pull that off. Maybe a saint with divine backup could do it, but for anyone else, it is a total impossibility. Then again, I wondered if I was just being paranoid, trying to convince myself this was some weird one-off fluke. I grabbed the dead weight of the beast, ready to present my prize to the superiors and see their reaction. The lead instructor finally came to, jarred awake by the frantic shouting of the new recruits. He blinked, the sheer terror in their voices cutting through his grogginess as the kids started to settle down. Then, he let out a guttural scream, looking like a man who had just escaped the worst nightmare imaginable. The recruits jumped out of their skins, half expecting a zombie attack, but the instructors were just checking if everyone was okay. The kids managed to stammer out that they were fine, but the second they mentioned I had headed deeper into the shadows alone, the instructors looked like they had seen a ghost. As the details spilled out, the teachers' faces turned from pale white to a furious, shaking disbelief at my actions. My lead instructor was vibrating with shock, unable to process the sheer audacity of my move. He was probably already drafting the paperwork to have me expelled from the academy on the spot, but he knew he didn't have a leg to stand on, not after he had passed out while we were under his protection. He was just about to go on a rescue mission when one of the recruits pointed toward the back of the cave. There I was, stepping out of the dark with that massive dead beast slung over my shoulders like a trophy. Their jaws hit the floor again. Honestly, it was getting predictable at that point. They noticed the beast looked warped. I slammed the carcass down and told them to get a good look at it. They started poking at the remains, slowly realizing this was the exact thing that had knocked them cold. The other trainees were whispering, trying to wrap their heads around how a guy like me took down a titan. I ignored them, glancing toward the entrance just as the blue light of the portal gate flickered back to life. The instructor gripped my shoulder, his voice shaking as he asked if I really handled that thing solo. I did not say a word, just gave him a slow nod. I could see the sweat beading on his forehead. He barked an order for the other staff to get the kids out while he stayed to talk to me. The second the cave cleared out, he knew he finally had his chance to get the truth. Standing before the humming blue portal, the sergeant demands a full debrief on the carnage that just unfolded inside. I nod, telling him I have it handled. He wants total transparency, even if it means exposing how the instructors completely folded when things got lethal. Most guys would bury their mistakes, but this soldier is dangerously honest about his own failures. He hides his face, admitting they passed out instead of protecting the recruits, leaving us wide open for slaughter. He finishes by thanking me for keeping everyone alive, looking genuinely relieved that I stepped up. I feel the heat rise in my cheeks, awkward under the praise. He pulls his cap low to save face, muttering that a real man must own his wrongs. Then he signals that it is time to move. While he frets over explaining his blackout, I am just riding the high of actually surviving this hellish cave. Everyone is patting me on the back, and for once, life feels actually decent. But as I step through the portal, a digital ping informs me the system error is finally resolved. My heart sinks. What kind of cosmic joke is this system playing now? I curse this glitchy reality, but the screen just flickers, revealing my pathetic and diminished new status window. I have 60 points in strength, agility, and stamina, 10 demonic energy points, and 1 failing grade skill. I stare at the screen, hoping it is a prank because these numbers are straight up insulting. Then I see it the title, Leader of the Lumi Nuna Fan Club, burned right into my profile. My face burns seeing that cringy past life highlight in my profile. It takes me back to the dumbest mistake of my entire existence. I started that fake cult as a joke back in Iskard just because I liked a video game girl. It was supposed to be a shield against the weirdos who would not leave me alone. Those freaks were always breathing down my neck, begging me to help them conquer the entire world. I thought a weird hobby would scare them off, but it only made them more obsessed with me. Looking at these stats, the reality hits that I am a weakling compared to my former self. I knew returning to Earth would cost me, but this dimensional tax is absolutely brutal. Out of my 1,000 legendary powers, only 1 low-level scrap remains in my arsenal. I can feel the veins in my neck bulging as pure, unadulterated annoyance washes over me. It feels like I am trapped in some bargain bin novel where the hero gets reset to level 1. The cliché makes me sick, but I have to find a way to make this work. I reached the top once in a hellscape. I can definitely climb back up here on Earth. The path ahead is now blindingly obvious. I need my power back fast before these spawning monsters ruin the game world I actually enjoy. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to believe that I can actually pull this off. Compared to the nightmare of Iskard, this training center drama should be a total walk in the park. But the base is a madhouse because the gate failed while a rookie took down a literal nightmare. I single-handedly deleted an apex predator that should not even exist in this realm. All this went down while the pros were snoring. Normally, we would be getting our ranks and heading out for some well-deserved drinks and freedom. Instead, we are all shoved into the barracks like prisoners. The guys are losing their minds, bored and pissed off because they cannot even watch the news. One kid corners my buddy, asking if I really killed that massive beast without any help. My friend confirms it, but the others doubt I will hit sergeant within 2 years given the impossible exams. I get called to the big office and snap a sharp salute to the man in charge. The commander acknowledges me, while the lieutenant grovels on the floor in a pathetic, twisted heap. The boss kicks the lieutenant out, leaving just the 2 of us in the heavy, silent room. The commander chuckles, mocking the lieutenant for failing to secure the prison cells correctly. The general settles into his chair, dismissing the formalities as he gestures for me to take a seat. I stare in disbelief as the commander indicates that the games are finally over. He explains that my record-breaking scores have earned me a very dangerous, exclusive proposition. He asks if I want to be the lone eagle among a flock of chickens. It is an old saying for someone who is light years ahead of their peers. He sits there, eyeing me like a high-stakes gambler who just found a winning card. He is relieved to find real talent in a sea of mediocre recruits. I have outclassed everyone so completely that they have become invisible to him. He knows that putting me in a regular squad would be a total waste. He has a specific, high-risk group in mind that needs someone with my edge. He acknowledges my ambition but mentions the mandatory 1-year wait for any promotion. Then, he offers to break every rule in the book just for me. My heart races at the thought, and he lets out a booming, predatory laugh. If I join the Chioran Hunters, he will use his clout to promote me instantly. He tells me I can seize this shortcut or rot in the infantry for a year. I let the silence settle between us as I weigh the price of this opportunity. He watches me closely, wondering if even I am afraid of the Chwin unit. My mind drifts to the terrifying rumors surrounding the Chioran front lines. That is where the 104th Squad lives, a place most soldiers call a graveyard. It is a frozen hellscape where monsters materialize out of the thin, freezing air. It is the most brutal war zone imaginable, and he is waiting for my move. I think it sounds perfect. I do not care where I go, as long as I climb. Besides, that promotion exception is the only thing that matters to me. A meat grinder full of dungeons is the perfect place for me to truly evolve. I have to advance at any cost to make my long-term plans a reality. I look him dead in the eye and accept the deal with total conviction. He is visibly shocked by my resolve, seeing nothing but cold ambition on my face. Outside the training facility gates, the new privates are huddled with their bags, looking like children in over their heads. Rocker is a total wreck, sobbing and begging me to stay in touch through the window. The other guys are just cringing at his pathetic, over-the-top goodbye. He asks why I would volunteer for hell. I tell him his mind could not handle my goals. The sunset bleeds across the horizon as we say our final goodbyes. He asks if my goal is to hit level 100 or something equally insane. I tell him I have done it 30 times already. He thinks I am completely mad. I leave him behind, his heart breaking as I walk toward a different fate. Once the noise dies down, the silence is deafening. I am the only one left. A massive military truck screeches to a violent halt right at my feet. A mountain of a man steps out, his eyes hidden behind thick, dark sunglasses. The name tag on his chest reads Kim Yi. He grunts at me, complaining that the heavy snow delayed his arrival. I wonder how it is already snowing as I stare at the massive soldier. Miji turns on his heel and barks an order, leading me into the cold. My commander barked the order to move out, so I climbed into the truck's bed, bracing for the chaos ahead. I stared at the receding horizon, strangely relieved that my life as a grunt was finally beginning. Brutal drills and bloodthirsty beasts didn't scare me. I was built for the grind and the gore, but a cold knot twisted in my gut whenever I thought about the locker room rituals and systematic bullying. I had zero tolerance for mindless pranks or being some veteran's punchline. My fuse was already dangerously short. Logic told me to keep my head down and just take the hits until I climbed the ladder. As the wheels hummed, a dark thought surfaced. One snap of my temper against a superior meant a life sentence. The landscape outside was a deceptive masterpiece of quiet hills and sharp, clean architecture. I drifted off, waking only when the air turned frigid and white flakes began dusting the glass. Chioran was a frozen wasteland. I followed Mi through the iron halls of the Hunter Corps, heart hammering. Mi threw open a heavy door with his massive scarred hands, announcing my arrival to the pack of wolves. I scanned the room of tired recruits as Miji barked at them to get me fed and squared away. Their eyes lit up with a predatory hunger the second they realized fresh meat had just walked in. They swarmed me, whispering my name and trading rumors about that hellhound I'd supposedly gutted single-handedly. One guy snatched my gear, hurling it at a scrawny kid while demanding my bunk be made immediately. I sized up the room's self-appointed kings, but I caught a shift in the air that they didn't. Those idiots were grinning at me like I was a shiny new toy they couldn't wait to break. They cornered me, asking why a straight-A student would throw his life away in a dump like this. I told them the front lines were the only place to truly evolve, leaving them blinking in stunned silence. Their sneers shifted into twisted respect, as if they'd realized I was just as unhinged as they were. After the interrogation about my dating life hit a dead end, they demanded I prove I wasn't a fraud. I figured a quick demonstration might actually get these vultures off my back for 5 minutes. I held up a single digit, proposing one-finger push-ups, which only made one guy bark out in insulted rage. But the ringleader just leaned back, crossing his arms and daring me to actually go through with it. The room went deathly silent as I flipped vertical, supporting my entire weight on just my index finger. Their jaws hit the floor. They expected a parlor trick, not a feat of impossible gravity-defying strength. They started whispering about the only other freak in the unit who could pull off a stunt like that. Just as the tension peaked, the door creaked open and a shadow fell across the threshold of our barracks. The officer marched straight to me while I was still inverted and told me to get lost. That voice triggered a core memory. I knew exactly who was standing over me, Sergeant Leho himself. My heart skipped. Seeing my old drill instructor in this cramped room felt like a cruel joke from fate. The veterans didn't care. They started heckling him, mocking the fact that he'd been demoted to teaching grunts. They pestered him about his discharge date, poking the bear until his face turned a dangerous shade of red. Finally, he snapped, screaming that he only had 4 days left in this hellhole before storming off. The guys just laughed, flipped him the bird, and went back to their own business like nothing happened. Liho was fuming but powerless, and I was just relieved the spotlight had shifted away from me. He collapsed onto a bunk, ignoring the world to watch some footage of a lethal volcanic dungeon raid. It was jarring how a few square feet could contain such a massive, invisible wall of military hierarchy. The sergeant barked at a private named Dongjun to show the new kid how things worked around here. I doubted this guy was my superior, but he offered to talk over some snacks at the post exchange. We hit the shop, and Dongjun told me to grab whatever my heart desired, his treat. I loaded up, thinking I'd finally found the one decent human being in this entire godforsaken camp. The bill hit 300,001 credits, and I saw Dongjun's hands trembling as he swiped his card. While I inhaled the food, I asked why the hell we were usually banned from coming here. He explained that the hierarchy was absolute. Low-level grunts only got these privileges on the weekends, if ever. PFCs get gym rights, corporals get the web. The news made him nearly choke on dinner. Rank-based PC access is madness, yet we're stuck. I asked about changing the rules, surprising him. Only a sergeant can even try, he sighed. No gaming meant no escape. I was crushed. Promotions here are a brutal, uphill suicide mission. 3 years a private, he was living proof. I'll rise fast and pull him up too. Keep faith, I said, as a predator appeared. A corporal loomed. Dongjun offered him our meal. The parasite sat, inhaling our food and drinks. I watched that creep with pure, silent loathing. Live fire tomorrow, he spat. Attend or die. Dongjun tried explaining the local drills to me. The corporal mocked him, turning dinner into hell. He apologized, but the bullying only intensified further. I reached my limit. I wouldn't just watch. I channeled rot into his meal from below. He froze, face numb, unable to swallow corruption. Something's off, he wheezed, checking the food's date. Sweating, he limped away, clutching his stolen dignity. My dark skill bit deep. I grinned back. I asked him about the specialized firearms training. They use rounds that dwarf standard monster-killing ammo. The kickback was enough to shatter a man. Standard rounds are ponies. These are wild stallions. The recoil ruins even a master gunslinger's precision. We need the power. The metaphor fit perfectly. I recalled the heavy iron used in Iskard. Compared to those elephants, these stallions were nothing. Training day arrived. We marched into the thunder. Gunfire roared through the cold concrete facility range. Muzzle flashes lit the room. I was firing. 19 bullseyes, 1 stray. I felt like failure. Roommates stood frozen. Dongjun looked at a god. They whispered cyborg as I held my weapon. The brass watched from above, completely mesmerized. How? They barked. I just followed the manual. A giant named Kim Yi offered grim approval. He's watching the special training. I felt intrigued. The alphas whined about favoritism, their egos bruised. Helmets on, he barked, silencing their petty complaints. The room cheered. I asked about the nightmare. He didn't know much, but his fear showed. We're paired up in this meat grinder, hunting freaks while racing toward the extraction point. These things aren't top-tier threats, but they move fast and they bite back. Cardboard civilians pop up everywhere. 1 stray bullet and you're disqualified instantly. Dongjun claims it's a controlled cage match with eyes on us the whole time, but he doesn't know me. Nothing beats the rush of a real hunt. I'm dying to see what monsters they've got next. Will I dominate the field, or is everything about to go sideways? We hit the mess hall after the range for a massive, hard-earned victory feast. Dongjin nearly choked when I notched 19 hits. I told him 13 wasn't half bad. He mumbled something about having a little trigger time in his past. Still, he's convinced Sergeant Lee is the only true natural killer in the unit. Lee usually pins 17 targets, making him the squad's undisputed top gun. Shoveling food, I realized if the average is 10, Lee is definitely elite. Except, strictly speaking, I just took his crown. Dongjun gave me a supportive pat, betting I'd smoke the upcoming live fire exercise. I asked why he sounded like he wouldn't be my wingman for the drill. He explained that the high-ranking brass handles all the team pairings. It's a total coin toss, so I asked how they actually decide who goes where. He'd heard a rumor they use a ladder lottery system to settle the brackets. Basically, it's just a glorified, high-stakes raffle for soldiers. It forces random synergy between strangers. Next thing I know, we're standing at the range. Sergeant Menji, a literal wall of a man, stood there barking out orders. "Vests on! Stand by! 5 minutes until we go live!" he roared. The room was buzzing with nervous chatter about the hell we were walking into. I tried to stay focused, but peace and quiet never last long for me. Some loudmouth starts yelling. Turns out I'm paired with that hazing-obsessed prick of a corporal. He swaggered over, bragging that a lowly private couldn't possibly touch his level of expertise. My heart sank. Of all the people here, why did I get the office bully? One look at him, and I knew the guy hadn't learned a single lesson. He barked that the average finish is 3 minutes, and I'd better beat it. With a wicked grin, he warned that I'd regret it if I fell behind. I just stared right through him, stone-faced, which clearly ticked him off. He started badgering me, claiming my 19-shot streak was just a total fluke. Inside, I was just exhausted. The guy is a complete and utter lost cause. I gave him a dry, I'll try my best just to shut his mouth. He didn't care. He just threatened to end me if I finished after him. He jerked a thumb toward the first team and told me to watch and learn. Mongi and Hanong hit their separate elevators, while the sergeant called out the ready check. They dropped into the dark. This training was a different animal entirely. Partners are split into separate lifts and plunged into a subterranean kill zone. It's meant for search and destroy, but today, the vibe felt way more aggressive. It turned into a cutthroat race to see who's the fastest, cleanest killer. The only goal is to punch the clock at the finish before your partner. I scanned the scoreboard, confused by why the monster icons varied in size. Scale indicates threat, the corporal spat. The bigger the icon, the deadlier the freak. He starts breaking down the rules of this twisted gauntlet for me. Each path hides 2 beasts, but which ones you face is pure luck. Total blind luck. You never know what's lurking until it's lunging at your throat. Right now, some poor soul is staring down a massive, lethal rake toad. That tongue lashes out like a whip. Looks like the kid drew the short straw today. The monitors show him struggling against a beast way above his pay grade. I realize speed won't save me from bad luck. My rival is definitely going to catch up. Predictably, the other guy gets an easy kill, turning a giant rodent into Swiss cheese. He struts off smugly, until a massive, towering earthworm surges from the dirt to humble him. Back in the other lane, the first guy just got served a second helping of hell. He's fuming, having burned through a whole magazine just to put that second one down. He figures he's lost for sure, but the finish line is eerily quiet. No one's there yet. A grin spreads across his face as he slams the buzzer to claim victory. The siren wails at 2 minutes and 24 seconds as the crowd buzzes about the sand room. The winner gloats while the loser blames fate, now owing a debt at the local shop. Heading back, they realize speed wasn't the only problem today. He clipped a civilian, meaning he's disqualified. The corporal watches them bicker over their petty wager. The mention of a gamble sparks something in me. I'm suddenly very interested. I catch the corporal off guard, proposing a bet where the winner gets one absolute wish. He laughs in my face, but his arrogance makes him agree to humor my little game. He claims a private has nothing he wants, yet his eyes say he's got something planned. If I lose, I'm handing over 3 months of my hard-earned pay to him. Chasing money is so predictably petty, but I agree. He's already counting the cash in his head. Dongjun watches our exchange, his face tightening with worry for my sake. Miji calls the next heat. The corporal and I board our lifts, steeling ourselves for the descent. Asked for any final words, we both stay silent, eyes locked forward. The descent begins. I'm sinking into the darkness, drowned in my own heavy thoughts. I let him bait me. Now I've got eyes on me I never wanted. Call me immature, but I've never been the type to just take a hit lying down. The doors slide back, and my darker instincts scream the monsters are close. Upstairs, the peanut gallery is glued to the screens, waiting for the bloodbath. They're whispering about our bet, baffled that a private would dare challenge a corporal. A violent tremor suddenly rips through the floor, nearly knocking everyone sideways. Terror takes hold as the ground bucks like a wild animal. Was that an earthquake? They stammer. Dongjun shakes his head. He knows that wasn't a natural shift. On screen, a beast stalks its own kind while I step out, questioning that violent tremor. My pupils blow wide as my gut warns me something is seriously wrong. A cyclopean nightmare with massive talons is busy shredding a giant rat for lunch. This is it, the most dangerous thing I've ever faced on this planet. I force my heart to slow, though the cannibalism in front of me is unsettling. It spots me. I stare right back into that singular hideous orb. The beast roars, hurls its half-eaten prey at me, but I dodge the flying carcass. As my boots hit the concrete, a single, absurd thought strikes me. I'm wondering if it's fried chicken night at the mess hall. I need to finish this fast. A bystander target is in the way, no wild spraying. The Titan lunges at me. I channel the dark power into my fist, wondering why this thing is so damn angry. This brute tried swiping at me with those massive hooks, but I met its fury with a fist packed with pure shadow energy. My strike sliced straight through its limb, 3 clean surgical cuts. The thing shrieked as its hand fell away in pieces. I just watched and smirked. I was ready to end it. But then the impossible happened. The stump started knitting itself back together right there. And get this, it wasn't just growing flesh back. A massive blade sprouted where its hand used to be. Back at HQ, the guys were watching this nightmare unfold on their monitors. They were losing their minds, wondering where the other freak went. Then it clicked for me. One missing beast meant the other had to be a cyclops, a devouring demon. These things are batteries. They eat energy to fuel their healing and power. Ninji was confused, though. These monsters don't usually flip out unless they're cornered. He couldn't figure out why it snapped, escaped its cage, and cannibalized its partner. The trigger was me, my dark aura, and the twisted smile I wore. I was dancing around the Cyclops' wild swings, taking our fight high into the air. I could have ripped it apart with my bare hands, but hey, this was firearms training, so I decided to play along. I opened up on its face, lead shredding its central eye until it roared in pure pain. I hit the dirt as it thrashed. Its eye was healing slow, plenty of time to wrap this up. Suddenly, the monster locked onto me. I charged in for the kill, but it caught me off guard with a vicious swing of that sword arm. Somehow the blind bastard still knew exactly where I was. I barely pulled a total Matrix move under the blade. It didn't miss a beat, using its free hand to slam me face first into the concrete. It looked like game over, but I caught its fist. As I held back tons of pressure, I realized how weird this was. No way a standard training sim would throw a killer this aggressive at us. Even with its eye blown out, it tracked my every move with terrifying precision. That's when the light bulb went off. Was it hunting my energy signature? Cut to. The elevator chimes open. Menji burst into the second lane, clutching his heavy machine gun, terrified for my life. He was eating himself alive with guilt. A powered-up Cyclops is a death sentence for a low-level private. He sprinted down the hallway, praying he wouldn't find my corpse. Meanwhile, that arrogant corporal was feeling himself. He'd clocked 2 minutes and 30 seconds and figured I was toast. He was already mentally spending my paycheck. Dreaming of a tropical vacation, he neared the finish line only to have his heart drop through his shoes. I was already there, casually leaning against the finish button. I gave him a dead-eyed stare, let a slow, wicked grin spread across my face, and slammed the button home. The corporal looked like his entire world just imploded. Menji finally reached the scene of the carnage. He stared at the carcass, trying to reconcile gun training with the absolute massacre in front of him. The thing's upper half was a total gore fest. When the corporal and I exited the lift, the room erupted. Everyone was losing it, cheering because I'd actually taken down a fed Cyclops. Dongjun ran up, checking me for holes. I told him I was fine, not even a scratch. When he asked how I pulled it off, I just told him I followed his lead. The corporal, though? He was turning purple with rage. Someone pointed out I'd won the bet. The corporal just smacked the guy. He started barking that the whole thing was rigged and the bet was off. He started babbling excuses about how he couldn't have predicted this. He argued the test was for 2 monsters, which he killed, whereas I only took out 1. He pointed fingers, screaming about fairness, and tried to bully Dongjun into backing him up. Poor Dongjun just stood there, shrinking under the pressure of the corporal's glare. The corporal kept barking orders, and I just stood there wondering how one person could be such a pathetic loser. Bare-knuckle killing that beast left a bitter taste. I'd have walked away, but he wouldn't stop. Boots crunched on gravel as the crowd parted. Scared of a rookie, the corporal turned pale. The stranger called Cyclopes harmless usually, until they snap. The kid faced a massacre. Then we saw him, Sergeant Lee Yunho. His timing was perfect. The corporal withered. He tried to talk back. Lee crushed him. Just a joke. Lee didn't blink. Losing isn't a punchline, Corporal. Rank humbles idiots. I took notes. He was fuming, drowning in his shame. Pure justice. You felt that too, right? Lee stared. Got something to say? No, sir. He folded instantly. He stood there, small and pathetic. Sunset cleaning chores. We talked double promotions. Lee was a genius. Broke every record. That path is dead now. One screw-up ruined it for everyone. Shortcuts? Only saving a life. Or battlefield miracles. Totally subjective. Forget it, Dongjun warned. It is over. Subjective meant the brass had to watch. I was starving for that rank. I needed chaos. The border was silent. 2 days in. Already itching for blood. Then, the sirens tore the night open. Middle bats at the fuel reserve. Emergency. Shields up. Move or die. Child-sized swarms. A tide of teeth. 1 is nothing. 1,000 is death. They spit fire. Near oil, we are ash. The guards were frozen, staring at death. Don't shoot! One hissed, slamming the gun. Provoke them, and this whole base vaporizes. We just sit here and pray? Wait for the shields. Hold position. They were counting seconds against eternity. What if they hit the tanks? I saw the explosion. A white-hot end. Terror took hold of the line. I will draw them off, I said, stepping out. I walked toward the swarm. They screamed. I viewed those winged freaks as nothing more than golden tickets to a fast promotion. Not only would I be the hero of the base, but I would soak up a mountain of experience. I marched toward them, letting my dark energy flare. My mind flashed back to the Cyclops. These things are drawn to my power like moths to a flame. The swarm caught my scent and closed in. I grinned, ready to tear through my prey. A frantic squad scrambled toward the oil tanks, lugging a massive equipment crate. Suddenly, the whole unit froze in their tracks. Sergeant Lee barked at the cowards to get the perimeter shield up immediately. They just stood there, mouths hanging open, unable to find their words. Finally, they blurted it out. Private Kim Jun was taking on the entire swarm alone without any gear. Lee did not give a damn about the heroics and screamed for them to deploy the shields. Meanwhile, I was busy ripping wings apart. It felt too slow. I needed something with more bite. Sergeant Lee's voice cut through the chaos behind me, ordering me to pull back. I tuned him out. I was not leaving until every last drop of experience was mine. Then I saw the shock baton on Lee's belt. I sent a pulse of dark energy straight into his gut. Lee doubled over, thinking his breakfast was finally catching up to him. I rushed over, faking concern. I snatched the baton before he could blink, promising to return it in a second. My grin widened. Now, the real party was starting. I dived back into the fray, swinging that electric rod like a madman. I was dropping multiple targets with every strike, loving every second of the slaughter. Lee just stood there, his face a mask of total, unadulterated shock. He watched as I systematically dismantled the swarm, realizing I was playing a different game entirely. Two grunts, lugging gear, spotted a stray bat hovering right above them. The creature looked demonic, eyeing the oil reserves with burning eyes and a mouth full of fire. Lee ordered the men to open fire, swearing he would take the heat for the command. They leveled their rifles, but then froze, staring up in utter confusion. Right behind the beast, I appeared out of thin air, baton raised and a smirk on my face. One heavy swing and it was over. Electricity danced across the sky as I crushed the monster's skull. Below me, the squad was left scratching their heads, wondering how I had even reached that height. The troops finally got the shield humming. They huddled inside, tossing 30 charred bat carcasses into a pile. A voice barked for Lee. He snapped a salute to Captain Junchik, the operations officer. Junchik offered a nod of approval before asking how those bats slipped past the radar undetected. The captain caught the scent of burnt meat and asked who turned the monsters into a barbecue. Lee reported 30 kills while scanning the area for the battalion commander. He informed the captain that the big boss would be arriving shortly. Internally, Lee fumed over the captain's convenient disappearance during the actual crisis. He figured the guy was just hiding in the control room. The captain cut him off, asking if he was the one who fried them. Lee shook his head, knowing only an expert with a shock baton could leave those marks. The captain demanded to know the identity of the soldier. Lee told him one man took down all 30 and to report it exactly like that. The captain's jaw dropped. He could not wrap his head around one person wiping out a whole swarm solo. I strolled up behind them right then, telling Lee I was back to return his gear. I handed him a mangled mess of wires. Hope this was not pricey, because it is total junk now. After that stunt, the cat was out of the bag. I had shown too much, and now everyone was watching. Later, in the commander's office, Lee looked me dead in the eye and asked if I was some undercover veteran. Why we were in the big office, I had no clue, but the vibe was heavy. I played dumb, even when he asked if I had traveled back in time. He told me to never pull a stunt like that again. Then he warned me that my luck was bound to run out eventually. My luck was a finite resource, and I knew it. I kept my mouth shut while Lee misread my survival instincts for mere fortune. Sergeant Lee started preaching again, painting the Hunter Corps as some elite, untouchable brotherhood of warriors. We were lean and lethal 4 small battalions with far fewer boots on the ground than the regular army. There was a darker reason for those thin ranks. The awakened usually died or deserted. I didn't say a word. Drawing attention to myself in this place was a death sentence I wasn't ready to sign. Lee turned into a walking recruitment poster, asking if I truly grasped the gravity of our situation. I gave him my best blank stare, playing the role of a confused rookie who didn't know left from right. His voice dropped to a reverent growl. Every single soul in this unit possessed a supernatural spark. Not everyone was a killer, though. Many were just pencil pushers, gearheads, or theorists studying the abyss. I faked a gasp of surprise. I'd spent my life thinking the Corps was strictly for the frontline slaughter. Lee set me straight quickly. It didn't matter if you were a clerk or a commando. Results were the only currency that mattered, and you needed that gift just to get in the door. I stared at the towering sergeant, wondering why I was getting a philosophy lecture before sunrise. He promised me that if I wanted excitement, I was about to get a face full of it. My pulse quickened. What kind of hell did this magnificent bastard have in store for me? A black sedan sliced through the morning mist, rolling toward headquarters like a shark in shallow water. The plates bore 2 golden stars. The 104th Battalion's local celebrity had finally arrived. The man with the highest kill count sat in the back, chauffeured around by a high-ranking colonel. The engine cut out as the car stopped dead in the center of the yard. A wall of a man stepped out. This predator was here to teach us, and I felt the air grow cold. Colonel Junium snapped a salute so hard his arm vibrated, shouting a greeting that shook the windows. The rest of the brass fell into line immediately, their spines stiff with fear. Captains were sweating bullets as the living legend approached and shook hands with Sergeant Liho. Liho looked rattled, struggling to keep his military bearing while being acknowledged by a god of war. I watched from the sidelines. This guy looked far too energetic for someone who hunted monsters for breakfast. A 2-star rank in the Corps wasn't just a title, it meant he was something more than human. He walked straight to me, calling my name. I took his hand, masking my complete lack of interest. His grip felt like a closing vice. He wasn't just shaking hands, he was weighing my soul. He slapped my back with enough force to shatter bone, then barked at everyone to stand down. He demanded the gate's location. The commander pointed to a hill 1.2 kilometers north of us. They'd already locked the area down and were trying to gauge the severity of the threat. The general ordered a direct line to the division commander once the gate's rank was confirmed. He grilled them about the radar. Those bat demons were on our doorstep before the alarm even tripped. The captain stammered about equipment checks and blind spots, desperate to avoid the blame. The veteran just nodded. He'd seen this disaster movie before. He blamed the sheer volume of the swarm and ordered 2 more radar units installed immediately. The captain barked his agreement, showing total submission to the 2-star legend. I just stood there, enjoying the show, watching the tough guys turn into quivering piles of nerves. Then he faced me, praising my guts but calling me an idiot for fighting without proper gear. I apologized out loud while thinking that waiting for gear would have left this base in ashes. But then his stern face broke into a grin. He was messing with me. He was actually impressed I'd taken down the swarm and saved the fuel depot. The captains looked like they'd been slapped, unable to process the praise I was receiving. They wanted a piece of that glory, but cowards don't get invited to the winner's circle. He pinned a new rank to my chest, a reward that felt more like a target painted on my back. Kid, this isn't standard protocol, the general muttered, pinning the new rank on my chest. But legends don't wait for paperwork. You earned this promotion the hard way. Just like that, I was Private First Class Kim Jun. I felt a surge of pride. He handed me a 3-day, 2-night pass, a reward that left my head spinning with disbelief. Finally, some real freedom. I could practically hear the neon hum of the local gaming cafe. Military life was finally dealing me a winning hand, and the stakes were rising. As I walked out with Captain Kim, he couldn't stop singing my praises in that hallway. He was riding my coattails, clearly thrilled that my performance made him look like a genius. I played it cool, thanking him while he asked what a guy like me does for fun. It would be my first time seeing the world outside those gates since enlisting. The city hit me like a fever dream, blinding lights, roaring traffic, and a sea of strangers. I moved through the crowds with a new confidence, my boots clicking against the pavement. My mission was simple: find a terminal and get back into the digital world. I needed a fix of Dungeon Power Fighter. Going home wasn't an option. It felt like a cage. Besides, that place was a dead zone. No signal, no connection, no escape from reality. My entire 3-day leave would be spent in a glowing booth, far from any responsibilities. I was almost inside when a heated argument broke out between 2 guys nearby. One pressed the other, asking if he'd been foolish enough to return to that forbidden cave. The guy in the cap complained about getting blocked while picking mushrooms, despite paying the owner. He looked parched, practically begging his friend for a drink to wash down the frustration. His buddy just scoffed, mentioning a toxic, sickening stench that had completely ruined the mountain air. He warned that whoever went in there came out with a splitting headache for days afterward. The mushroom hunter muttered about wearing a mask, but I had already heard enough. I stepped in, asking for directions. They froze, looking at my uniform with wide, nervous eyes. They traded a look of pure uncertainty before finally deciding to lead me to the source. Instead of pointing the way, they offered me a ride, sensing I wasn't taking no for an answer. They dropped me off at a dusty roadside on the outskirts of a place called Huetan. Restricted zone, the big guy said, his voice trembling as he asked if I could fix it. I met his gaze with a cold, unwavering stare that told him everything he needed to know. The ban lifts tomorrow, I promised, my PFC stripes catching the sunlight as they stared in awe. They didn't say another word, just peeled away, leaving me alone with the mountain's shadow. They weren't looking for trouble, but I was. I could feel the dark energy pulsing within. I traded my gaming chair for a trek into the unknown, drawn to a different kind of power. The air carried a familiar, sharp, metallic scent that I knew better than my own name. I saw it thick, violet mists of demonic rot. It was beautiful. I wanted it all for myself. Armed guards stood like statues at the mouth of the cavern, blocking my path. They were masked up to survive the atmosphere. I watched from the brush, calculating my move. Security was tight, but I hadn't come this far just to turn around and go home. I didn't want a scene. I flicked my wrist, releasing a subtle wave of my own darkness. It drifted like a ghost, invisible and silent, until it was deep inside their lungs. Within seconds, they were doubling over, clutching their stomachs as the illness took hold. They tried to maintain their posts, but the internal agony was a war they couldn't win. Assuming no one was around to see, they broke formation to find a place to retch. The threshold was clear. No guards, no witnesses, just the open mouth of the abyss. I stepped into the shadows, the cavern shimmering with a toxic glow that felt like home. But a major snag hit me. My palms pressed into the dirt, searching for a pulse, yet the silence in that cavern was absolute. I wondered why the air felt like thick, dark static if the place was empty, but I forged ahead anyway. I just needed that fix of wicked energy, so I started drawing every drop of it into my soul. The darkness surged through my hands, fueling the hunger for power while my stats began to climb. The numbers ticked upward steadily until a flashing alert confirmed I had finally crossed the forbidden threshold. Just like that, my talent for corruption evolved into something far more potent. I also unlocked a fresh skill called Nightwalker, and honestly, I was over the moon about this windfall. This was a total win for me, upgrading an old trick while scoring a lethal new one. Looking at my status screen, I realized how much pure luck it took to bag this for free. My physical attributes were locked at 60, while my dark energy pool finally hit 15 points. I stared at my hand, feeling the unearned power buzzing through me like a high-voltage current. It was a massive victory. I could now pull a literal shadow assassin out of thin air. I remembered this trick well from my brutal days spent in the trenches of Iskard. This ghost excelled at silent takedowns from the safety of the void, though every gift has a price. To keep him tethered to this world, I had to feed him my own dark essence constantly. I raised my arms, beckoning the void, and ordered my new phantom to step into the light. He looked deceptively harmless, but I knew he was more dangerous than anyone could possibly imagine. When he finally emerged, I was floored by how tiny he was. Was this some cosmic travel tax? I wondered if he was shrunken because my dark reserves were still too shallow to sustain him. This was a total mess. I expected a towering behemoth, not some pint-sized disappointment. I worried the sun would just swallow this weakling whole until the real strategy finally clicked. His small stature meant he could vanish into any crack. He wasn't weak. He was the ultimate hidden blade. Beneath that cute exterior lived a cold-blooded killer, and soon enough, my 3-day leave was over. Back at headquarters, I threw a sharp salute and told the squad I was back from vacation. My fellow soldiers swarmed me the second I stepped into the barracks. They'd heard I was the fastest riser in history, bagging a commander's favor and a 2-stars badge. I looked past the crowd and saw my buddy Dongjun, for whom I'd actually brought back a souvenir. I handed him some moisturizer, a weird gift for soldiers who usually prefer the grit of the field. Dongjun just nodded his thanks, looking genuinely touched. He held the bottle like a prize just as the unit's resident loudmouth decided to start trouble. This jerk, whom I'd crushed in training, started mocking us and demanding his special magazines. But all I brought back for him were some instant coffee packets that shared the same brand name. He snatched the coffee, looking completely deflated and annoyed as he slunk away into the shadows. We were joking about me making corporal when the redhead and his pet snake crashed the party. The lackey sneered that the test application window had slammed shut before I even arrived at base. I hadn't even been enlisted for a full year, which technically made me ineligible for any promotion. Red figured the division commander must have pulled some major strings to get me in the door. The guys traded glances, finally showing me some real respect now that I was a private first class. They stood there with bated breath, waiting for me to explain how I'd skipped the line. I told them the training commander himself had pulled me aside with a special proposition. He'd sent me here on a personal whim because he was obsessed with seeing how far I'd climb. I gave them the full, unvarnished story and then waited for the inevitable explosion of envy. Their faces were masks of pure bewilderment. They couldn't wrap their heads around my sudden ascent. Red just shook his head, calling me a total maniac for trying to conquer the ranks so fast. My sergeant praised my guts for this. He noted that as a private first class, acing this exam meant an immediate promotion. The guys were all whispering that if I actually pulled it off, I'd be the most feared recruit in the 104th Battalion, while the current corporal was already drinking away his sorrows. My buddy mentioned the orientation was first, followed by some high-stakes specialty weapons training that sounded like a total nightmare. They warned me I'd be suffering for the entire week. Leaving the room, they joked about why 2 sergeants like them weren't the ones taking the advancement exams right now. I fixated on the specialty weapons part, wondering if it differed much from the usual firearms drills I'd mastered. Fast forward to the hunter exam orientation. The instructor was already barking orders about the brutal schedule we were about to face. I sat there as he tore into the cocky kids who thought they already knew everything about the testing process. I stayed sharp while the corporal beside me drifted off. He explained the 2-phase hell, a written test followed by a grueling practical application. The written portion was a joke, basic stuff designed to be cleared without breaking a sweat. I walked out feeling untouchable, knowing the practical was where the real blood would be spilled. It was a raw test of stats, blade proficiency, and how well you handled actual monsters. I knew I'd pass, but I wondered what kind of bonus I'd get for another perfect score. Walking down the corridor, I decided to stop playing around and get serious about this whole examination. Dawn broke, and it was time for close quarters combat. We're talking blades, daggers, maces, the messy stuff for when things go south. The instructor loomed over us like a predator, ready to show us how to actually get things done. He snapped that all low-level privates were restricted to swords, no fancy toys allowed today. The academics cheered. He then banished the corporals to go train elsewhere, threatening to bury anyone caught slacking off. He told us rookies we'd be learning the standard-issue swordsmanship from the Hunter Corps handbook. But then came the warning. Following the guidelines to the letter would just get us killed. He demanded we use the basics as a skeleton to build our own lethal, adaptable fighting styles. "Understand," he roared, his voice rattling my teeth. Every rookie shouted back in agreement. We didn't have a choice. He told us to watch his every move and ignore everything else in the world. Even if a goddess stood there naked, our eyes had to stay locked on his blade. He unsheathed his steel and became a blur. It was pure liquid violence, jumping, slashing, and dancing through the air. The man had clearly mastered the lethal art of the blade. As the dust settled, I watched him closely, realizing this wasn't just another boring military drill. This was the real specialty training, and I was itching to finally cut loose and show off my moves. You can't shoot your way out of every corner. Eventually, you need a cold piece of steel in your hand. The other rookies were flailing around, their footwork as graceful as a bunch of newborn giraffes. I, however, let the blade lead, making the air scream as I channeled the weapon's true, hidden potential. I understood the flow perfectly, while everyone else was drowning in their own lack of skill. My steel bit into the wind, though I still missed Iskard. I launched upward, slicing the atmosphere, leaving visible trails in the air that left the other rookies staring in absolute silence. Technical perfection was everything. I made sure every single witness saw exactly what a master looked like. The instructor suddenly barked a halt and gestured for me to step up to the podium. I acknowledged him and headed up, racking my brain for whatever rule I might have broken this time. I approached the stage slowly, sword gripped tight, my mind racing as I faced the crowd. He told the class their forms were trash and that they needed to mirror my every move. I was floored. I knew I was talented, but getting a public shout-out from this hard-ass was something I didn't see coming. He raised his pointer and commanded them to copy me exactly. I stepped forward and unleashed my skills again. My strikes were a symphony of violence compared to the clumsy hacking of the other recruits. The instructor just kept nodding, using me as the target for everyone's envy and my own future downfall. My blade whistled, carving through the stagnant air before I collapsed onto both knees. The others stood frozen. They couldn't even dream of matching that level of skill. I sat there exhausted, playing instructor to green recruits all day. Suddenly, a heavy presence loomed directly behind me. The instructor praised my form while slipping a secret item into my palm. "Eat this alone," he whispered. I worried about the hidden cost, but the tension in the air felt more like a warning. I gripped the small packet, wondering why a man of his rank carried contraband in the field. I prepared to tear it open when a sudden shadow broke my concentration. It was Dong Jun, begging for a technique critique during the break. I shoved the gift away, heart hammering. He claimed the sword was his soul, his only chance at surviving the front lines. But the monsters were winning. He needed my guidance, desperate for any edge to stay alive. I lacked the words, but he was my brother. I agreed to help him find his strength. I watched him drill while leaning against the stone wall, secretly fueling up on the mystery snack. The chocolate hit my tongue. He had clearly been grinding for months, his body bearing the scars. His technique wasn't the flaw. He lacked a soul-deep fire that no amount of training could provide. My friend was drowning in a crisis of confidence, a silent killer in our profession. I recognized that fear immediately. It was the same ghost that nearly broke me back in Iskard. Today wasn't the moment to fix him, but a day of transformation was coming under my watch. I would forge him into a lethal hunter, a warrior defined by pure, unshakable self-assurance. The waiting game finally ended as the promotion boards arrived, signaling the start of our trial. Headquarters hummed with a nervous energy as soldiers tried to distract themselves from the looming pressure. Some lost themselves in pop music and idols, while others blew off steam on the basketball court. Sports were our only escape until the public address system screamed to life, shattering the peace. Every candidate for the advancement exams was ordered to report to the training grounds immediately. Panic rippled through the ranks, but I stood like a statue, ready for whatever hell awaited me. My pulse steadied with one thought. Today, I would finally earn my stripes as a corporal. Sunlight bleached the gravel as we lined up, our faces tight with a mix of hope and terror. Lieutenant Kim stepped forward, his reputation as a legendary hardass preceding him as he surveyed the line. He declared himself our shepherd through this gauntlet, though his eyes promised nothing but pain. Silence fell as he began a meticulous head count, ensuring every single unit was present and accounted for. A transport bus screeched to a halt. We were heading to the 105th Division. We boarded in a cold, orderly fashion while the officer explained the remote site for the final evaluation. The engine roared as we were told to study our materials one last time during the transit. Tension inside the bus was suffocating, so I focused on the hushed whispers coming from the back row. They were buzzing about the 4th Battalion joining the mix at the testing grounds. It meant the female units would be present, a rare distraction in this isolated military grind. One guy was already bragging about showing off his skills just to get their phone numbers later. I just stared out the window, a bitter smirk tugging at my lips as they laughed. Their arrogance was just noise. The scenic mountain views were far more interesting than their delusions. The landscape shifted into a fortress of razor wire and steel gates as we crossed the perimeter. I found myself in testing room 7, the air heavy with the scent of nervous sweat. The pens dropped and the silence grew thick as the results were finally tallied by the staff. The proctor stood up and announced that the entire room had cleared the bar, except for one man. It was the same loudmouth from the bus. Now, he was the room's absolute laughingstock. His face drained of all color as reality set in. His journey ended right here, in humiliation. Outside, the mockery was brutal, his peers comparing his failure to failing a simple driving test. I was completely zoned out, lost in my own private world of bliss. We marched in a rigid line for the physicals when a familiar face appeared. The girl with sapphire hair stood there, watching every recruit march past her. Within the grand walls of the 105th headquarters, a speech echoed. Soldiers packed the hall while the commander praised our progress through the meat grinder. Lieutenant Colonel Lee took the podium, just another faceless cog in the military machine. He ran the advancement trials, looking for more than just warm bodies for promotion. This was a televised rivalry, a bloodless war between 3 competing divisions. I fought back a yawn, desperate for the real action to finally begin. Then Lee mentioned the outliers, the few here on special merit alone. He called my name, followed by Sun Yunio, the girl with the blue hair. We were the exceptional hunters who had proven our lethality in just 1 year. Finding another freak of nature in this crowd actually made me smile. Nobody listened to the colonel's droning anymore, except for the desperate, rule-bound nerds. They whispered about the frontline service that granted us this shortcut to power. Others muttered about the 104th and why I'd chosen the hard path. Rumors of my rank spread, and suddenly every eye was burning into me. I turned heads everywhere, even catching the blue-haired girl's cold, distant gaze. I ignored the crowd. Their wide-eyed curiosity was just background noise to me. When Sun caught me looking back, she blushed and quickly stared at the floor. I played it cool, pretending I hadn't noticed her sudden moment of weakness. The speech ended, and finally, a man of actual power took the stage. Captain Jang Sangol stepped up to launch the tests of raw, physical grit. The opening trial was a test of pure, unadulterated strength. The goal was simple: push back a human fortress named Dave Podesta. It felt like basic training. 60 seconds was plenty of time for this task. Moving him 10 meters earned a perfect 100-point score. We lined up before the chalk squares, waiting to be summoned for the slaughter. A recruit named Kim from the 103rd Division was called first. He was a mountain of meat, his shirt failing to contain his massive frame. He lunged at Podesta, throwing his entire desperate soul into the shove. The giant didn't budge, while Kim turned purple from the sheer physical exertion. With a lazy tap, Podesta sent the hulking man flying across the room. The supposed champion was disqualified before he even realized he had failed. You needed 40 points to survive. The remaining crowd began to panic. Watching that effortless domination made my own blood run cold with fear. Podesta swatted the rest like flies. Scores were abysmal across the entire board. The instructors grew furious as recruit after recruit failed to measure up. Finally, the mood shifted when a real contender stepped into the ring. Sun Yunio faced the giant, trembling but refusing to back down. She shocked the room, securing a 50-point score on her first attempt. No one could believe this frail girl succeeded where the giants had failed. She shoved him 5 meters and walked away with absolute confidence. The men were either mesmerized or bitter, claiming she was a general's daughter. Their pathetic jealousy only proved that she was on a completely different level. She glanced back, and I knew she was judging the losers just like I was. She cut through her fan club, but I was the only one who didn't stare. Still, I couldn't stop thinking about her. She was an outlier, just like me. Now, the spotlight was mine. It was time to show them real power. I stepped up, announcing my rank as a private first class for everyone to hear. I walked toward Dave Bautista, already visualizing exactly how I was going to break him. I knew I had to hold back the redstone energy. If I didn't, Bautista would be a dead man. But if I cleared 33 feet, there was a bonus. I decided to go for broke. I planted my feet, splayed my fingers, and gave a violent shove. Batista went flying. I'm certain no one had ever moved that mountain. The crowd went pale with envy and fear. Luckily, Bada landed on his feet. He wasn't just a tank, he was quick as a cat. His boots tore through the platform, leaving a trail of splintered wood behind him. Batista was fuming, and the proctor was speechless. I was the only one to bag a perfect 100. I just grinned. I knew this was coming, but the blue-haired brat didn't have a clue. I walked off feeling Sun's eyes on me, only to realize the bonus was a total lie. I wasn't the last one up. There were still plenty of people left to fail. One girl left sobbing after failing to nudge the giant even 3 feet. Instant disqualification. The rest of the candidates just stood there, wondering why the hell this was so hard. The strength trial ended, and agility started immediately. No breaks. No breathing room. The washouts were marched away, looking absolutely crushed by their own failure. Staff scrambled to swap out the gear, bringing in fresh equipment for the speed trial. They struggled to hoist a massive green net, clearly fumbling with the heavy mesh. Then they rolled out a minigun. It looked like a tank killer, but it was just our next nightmare. The candidates stared at the barrel, their faces completely drained of color. Everyone worried about dodging rounds after burning their strength on a behemoth like Batista. The proctor laughed, finally announcing that we'd be dancing through a hail of rubber bullets. Rubber or not, those rounds were screaming out of that high-velocity cannon. To put it simply, getting hit was going to hurt like hell. He told us to dodge everything. Nerves were shot. One mistake meant a world of pain. While everyone else was shaking, I just smirked. Things were finally getting interesting. The gunner was ready for blood. The objective, survive the storm for 60 seconds. If you could endure the barrage for a full minute, you'd walk away with a perfect score. The catch? You had to stay pinned inside that net's narrow kill zone. What really spooked them was knowing you could pass just by tanking the hits for a minute. Just stay inside that net for 60 seconds, and you'd pass with flying colors. Run out before 30 seconds or get crippled, and you were done. The clock was about to start when I heard a familiar voice behind me. I whipped around, shocked to see my buddy, Private Dong Jun, waving with a cocky grin. I was floored. I had no idea he'd actually survived the strength trial. He laughed, asking if I really thought my best friend was going to fail that easily. I played it cool and denied it, even though I'd totally written him off. Dong Jun told me the regulars had seen this before, so they were used to the format. They were only failing because the bar was set way higher for our rank. He leaned in close to drop a vital piece of advice. These rounds fly at real deal speeds. Don't try to dodge what you see with your eyes. As the first rounds hissed out, he warned me to read the trajectory, not the bullet. Gunfire shattered the air as screams erupted across the training grounds. A bullet splintered a recruit's skull, spraying the pavement with crimson. He collapsed, wailing in agony as his lifeblood pooled in the dirt. He was cut immediately. Medics dragged him away while I watched the failure rate skyrocket. No wonder most people never make the cut. It's brutal, but the monsters outside are far more lethal than any training simulation. I stared at the gore, imagining the carnage a real beast would unleash. Another failure followed. A coward fled the zone to dodge lead, earning the proctor's absolute contempt. He snarled that we were spineless compared to the veterans testing next door. The rejected shuffled away, their spirits crushed by their own weakness. The pressure is crushing, so I don't blame them, though I'm just an observer here. Then, someone worth watching stepped up. Private Sun Yunio, the blue-haired legacy brat, sauntered out and popped her knuckles. She was ready. The guns roared, and every eye locked onto her. The crowd was anxious, but she was leagues beyond any of them. She danced through the hail of lead like she was bending reality itself. A blur of motion spinning and leaping through the mechanical onslaught. At 57 seconds, even the stone-faced instructor started to applaud. 60 seconds passed without a single bullet grazing her skin. She walked off with a perfect score. As she passed, she ignored the gawking crowd but burned me with a venomous glare. I met her gaze, wondering why she had it out for me. The observers whispered, convinced there was some secret romance between us. She lingered, her eyes boring into mine, leaving me to guess her game. The proctor barked my name, forcing me to finally face the fire. I turned from her and marched straight into the kill zone. She kept watching as she walked away. The tension was becoming suffocating. I caught her reflection. That unblinking stare was starting to get unsettling. Enough games. I stood ready, still wondering what her problem was. Does she want praise? We're complete strangers. The hammer clicked and a round shrieked toward me like a falling star. I tilted my head, letting it whistle past. The speed was almost laughable. She sees me as a rival, but I'm on a different plane of existence. It was time to show her the true gap between us. I kept my hands buried in my pockets as the turret unleashed hell. I didn't dash. I just shifted my weight, letting the lead miss by millimeters. No jumping or theatrics, just a calm, rhythmic dance with death. I didn't just stand there. I started walking toward the muzzle. I closed the distance until the flashes blinded me, then flashed her a mocking grin. Her smug composure vanished instantly. I dodged the storm while laughing, watching her confidence crumble into dust. The instructor stood paralyzed, his stopwatch forgotten as he watched the impossible. 70 seconds later, he finally called a halt to the metal storm. I walked away with a perfect score and a target on my back. I stood inches from the cold barrel as it clicked empty. I definitely made my point. If the girls weren't swooning, they were definitely terrified. The proctor was left completely speechless. He just moved to the next name, ignoring me. The agility trial ended as the heat peaked. After a quick breather, we all gathered before a massive, shimmering blue gateway. The supervisor gave us a nod, acknowledging our decent performance on the agility course. Wiping sweat from his forehead, he announced the stamina trial, the final, and supposedly easiest, hurdle. We stepped through the sapphire portal, entering the heart of the dungeon. It was time to trek through the shifting, hollow labyrinth. The objective was simple. We had to sprint through the empty, ever-changing corridors of the dungeon. We had 40 minutes to reach the examiner, get a hand stamp, and haul ass back. Naturally, they kept the total distance a secret to keep us guessing. We had no clue how far the turnaround was. It was a pure psychological grind. I fell into step with the others, wondering if everyone was just pacing themselves. Trudging along was killing me. I was bored out of my mind at this snail's pace. Walking isn't my style. Suddenly, a sharp shoulder check caught me completely off guard. That high-born girl with the sapphire hair shot past, her eyes burning into mine. I didn't need to ask what she wanted. This was a direct challenge. She hammered the throttle, and everyone else followed like sheep. The march became a race. It made sense, though. 40 minutes doesn't go far when you're running blind. My pulse quickened. I live for this kind of petty provocation. The blue-haired girl took off like a shot, looking back to see if I'd fold. I let out a sharp laugh. The gauntlet was down and the game was finally on. I wasn't losing this. I kicked into a gear no human soldier should have. I broke from the pack. I blew past the competition, leaving them blinking in my dust. They couldn't even compete. They shouted for me to wait, but I only had eyes for that blue-haired girl. The terrain turned jagged, and a thick fog swallowed what little light we had. But she wasn't slowing down. She was as hungry for the win as I was. Suddenly, she felt a presence, a shadow looming right on her heels. It was me, wearing a grin. I told her this was barely a warm-up. She looked baffled, asking what I meant, so I just told her I was thinking aloud. I exploded past her, leaving her stunned and eating my fog. I laughed as I took point. I couldn't help showing off as she froze in shock. She stood there gasping, probably wondering what kind of monster she'd just encountered. Her mind drifted back to the moment she walked out of the commander's office. A swarm of reporters had been waiting for her the first glimpse into Sun Yunio's past. We were finally seeing her secrets. She looked paralyzed by all the sudden attention. They hounded her about the meeting, desperate for any scrap of inside info. They asked if the rumors were true. Was she really the general's high-stat daughter? The weight of those expectations looked crushing. She pushed through the crowd, escaping. She heard the whispers behind her nepotism higher, though some noted she seemed surprisingly grounded. They didn't know the first thing about her real life. She ignored the bets on her being the top recruit and shed her outer jacket. She couldn't stop thinking about how I'd pulverized that redstone with a single blow. I'd rattled her. Then, the scene shifted back to the training center's victory announcement. So, what was the payoff? Let's find out. High on the catwalk, Sun waved the blue flag, sweat-drenched but wearing a triumphant grin. She climbed down, ready to soak in the cheers of her squad. The speakers roared. White team seized the flag, shattering the record at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. The winners got 10 minutes of peace while the instructor summoned the blue team. New facility record, ladies, she announced. Rest up while you can. Success tasted sweet. The squad celebrated while they caught their breath. They praised their star, knowing she'd carried the weight while they coasted. When they cheered for Sun Yunio, a deep blush crept across her face. She wasn't one for compliments, but a small smile finally broke through. Later, the locker room was a blur of tired women decompressing. Some changed, others read or folded gear. Most were lost in their phones. Suddenly, the door slammed open as a blonde girl burst inside. She gasped out the news. Their morning record was already history. She looked terrified. The new time was a staggering 1 minute and 2 seconds. Stunned silence. The culprit? Our very own ace, Kim Jun. Sun's heart skipped. She remembered him, the one who'd crushed her before without trying. Under the hot showers, the squad tried to wash away the defeat. But Jun was everywhere. His perfect scores and constant wins were driving Sun insane. That blonde wouldn't stop rambling about him during every single drill. Finally, Sun had reached her absolute limit. Even at midnight, the whispers persisted about him slaying monsters in the abyss. "Shut up and sleep," Sun barked, but the girl just kept going. She was in a trance, obsessed with his legend, while Sun just wanted silence. Eventually, exhaustion pulled Sun into a dream of her own ghosts. A massive figure sat in the shadows, tying combat boots with scarred soldier hands. He was a man defined by war. Then, a small girl stepped forward. It was Sun, as a child, looking up at her father, the veteran hunter. In that colorless dream, she stood before him in a void of white. He was the only warmth in her world. His smile was her everything. He gave her a rough pat on the head, a quiet fatherly blessing. As he walked away, she watched him with a desperate, silent ache. Right then, her future solidified. She knew her purpose. She'd be strong like him, a shield and a legend in the Hunter Corps. Cut to the commander's office, where he praised her month of flawless performance. He called her in to discuss a vital decision regarding her career. She thanked him, her eyes sharp and focused on the next step. With your scores, you pick the division, he said. The choice is yours. It was like standing in a high-end cellar, but the bottles were elite units. She just had to pick her poison. He waited, wondering if she'd follow her father's shadow or her own path. She uttered one name, Kim Jun. The commander's jaw practically dropped. He couldn't grasp the logic, so she spelled it out for him. She asked where Myun was heading, because that was her target. Now, back to reality. Sun Yunio is sprinting, her boots thudding through the thick, muddy sludge. I didn't enlist just to play ego games with these other rookies. My own bitterness had turned this into a game I was clearly losing. In my head, he was the ghost I could never quite catch. I'd failed every metric, from raw power to basic agility tests. Envy had blinded me. I vowed to swallow my pride and apologize. My goal was simple, get strong. Titles didn't mean a thing to me. I needed to escape my father's shadow, not make new enemies here. He was a prodigy. I should have been learning, not loathing him. It was time to grow up as I reached the final checkpoint. Myun was already there, ignoring the official's frantic orders to move on. He stayed there purely to gloat and ensure I watched him win. As he sprinted past me on his way back to the start, he called me a sleeping snail, and my blood instantly turned to ice. Rage took over. I screamed for my stamp, ready to kill him. The apology was dead. I wanted blood and nothing else right then. His face was a target I wanted to put a fist through. We finished broken and breathless, but he acted like it was a joke. This brutal hell was just another Tuesday for a guy like him. Myun took first at 29 minutes. I took second at 32 minutes. The judge praised his perfect scores, calling him the new gold standard. He just nodded, acting like the whole world was his stage. A victory meal awaited us before the real violence started again later. 100 tired voices barked out a desperate, unified acknowledgement. We were ready to drop, but pride kept us standing tall. I grabbed my gear for lunch, catching his smug eyes for 1 second. He stuck his tongue out like a brat. My anger suddenly evaporated. I felt pathetic, not pissed. Then a familiar friend stepped in. Dongjun told him he was being a jerk while I watched silently. I laughed then. I'd been the one playing into his stupid games. I'd lost the race and my dignity. I had nothing left. I looked at the sky and felt the cold wind bite. It felt like a baptism, washing the sweat and shame away completely. I fixed my cap, bracing for the next round of military misery. I followed the pack toward the mess hall, starving for more action. Lunch was a blur before the live combat trials began at noon. A heavy club slammed into the dirt, signaling the first blood drawn. A pack of goblins swarmed a single desperate fighter in the pit. He'd already dropped one, but the others were screaming for more blood. One beast cackled, twitching with a frantic, nervous energy before lunging. Thick, black blood soaked the earth like a spreading oil slick. Leiden wiped the sweat away, staring down the foul green monsters. He tracked their eyes, waiting for one single fatal mistake from them. A blue runt lunged, but his blade was already waiting there. Then came the pincer. They were much smarter than they looked. He was about to be gutted if he didn't move right now. I locked eyes with the Azure Freak, my next move already etched in my mind. My steel caught his club mid-swing, stopping that hunk of wood from painting the floor with my brains. I buried my boot in his ribs, a solid kick that sent the monster spiraling into the distance. Behind me, the green goblin slunk closer, but I was already dialed in, ready for his cheap shot. I slipped past the crushing blow by an inch, barely keeping my skull intact as the air whistled past. My blade tore through his chest, a jagged red fountain erupting as I carved the beast wide open. Somehow, the vile parasite still managed to find his footing. It stung. My kill shot failed, and now the creature was purely, blindingly livid. His eyes flared crimson, his mangled torso weeping a steady trail of dark blood. They regrouped, ready to swarm. Up in the stands, my mentor watched the carnage unfold with cold eyes. He watched from the high balcony. It was the safe zone, where the elite judged us without getting their hands dirty. This was stage 2, the specialty weapons trial. It was simpler than I feared, just prove we could actually use the gear they gave us. Raw power didn't matter. This was all about showing off the textbook fundamentals. Follow the book, get the badge. Naturally, Most recruits clung to their trusty swords. While I aced it, my partner, Lee, was also crushing his performance down in the pit. The proctor gave him a nod of approval, clearly impressed by the kid's grit. But a shadow hung over the room. The real fight was only just beginning. As Dongjun faltered, I realized my worst fears for him were coming true. I knew he'd choke. Real combat had always been his Achilles heel. The monsters closed in for the final test, the infamous gauntlet. For a first class, the stakes changed. He had 3 goblins to kill. With one clean swipe, he halved the green one. One blue devil left. Should have been an easy cleanup for a guy like him. Blood sprayed as the blue one collapsed, its final rattling breath escaping into the dirt. Dongjun stood over the dying beast, blade poised to deliver the mercy blow. He drove the steel home, piercing through meat and bone to stop its heart forever. The clock stopped at 7 minutes and 52 seconds. It wasn't a winning time. They just waved him back to the bench in silence. My friend looked crushed, gasping for air and soaked in the sweat of failure. He walked off with his head low, knowing he'd bombed it. I kept watching. He'd had a dozen openings, but he hesitated every single time. He stayed on the defensive, letting the fear paralyze his killer instinct. I wondered if he simply didn't trust his own hands anymore. He walked through the gates, the weight of disappointment dragging his shoulders down. He felt like a letdown, shuffling past me without even meeting my eyes. Now, it was my turn. I was making corporal today, no matter what. I had the drive to win, and I'd drag him up with me. The crowd froze at my choice. Even the rich kid prodigy, Sun, looked like he'd seen a ghost. It was a black baseball bat, bristling with rusted, jagged nails. That was my weapon. I was taking a nail bat to a sword fight. The proctor was baffled, clearly thinking I'd just signed my own death warrant. Still, I let out a sharp grin. I already possessed the one secret this trial demanded. When the gates screeched and 3 goblins lunged, I didn't flinch. I just needed one heavy, bone-crushing impact. They charged instantly, led by a massive brute that shook the dirt with every thundering stride. The green runts scrambled in my direction, leaping through the air like rabid primates. I just stood my ground, cold and indifferent, gripping the wood until the veins in my hands throbbed. In my mind, those monsters were nothing more than fragile rabbits waiting for the hawk to strike. I wound up with agonizing, taunting slowness, timing my swing perfectly as they finally reached my strike zone. The arc of the bat was a blur of pure violence, meeting their horrific, blood-hungry faces mid-air. They had murder in their hearts and iron in their hands, but one clean sweep made them vanish, like a predator leaving nothing behind but a single, drifting feather as proof of its lethality. It took me exactly 4 seconds to finish a task that would have cost anyone else 10 minutes. Those creatures were pulverized into unrecognizable scraps of meat scattered across the arena floor. The proctors were absolutely floored. I hadn't just passed the test. I had completely erased the targets. Cheers erupted from the crowd, though the head examiner and Sun Yunio looked genuinely disturbed by my power. I scanned the spectators until my eyes locked onto her specifically. She searched my face, trying to comprehend the violence, but I just gave her a wide, unsettling grin. I stood there with my arms raised high, knowing I was the most dangerous man to ever set foot here. While the others cheered, Sun Yunio was left wondering if she was looking at a hero or a psychopath. Night fell as the trials wrapped up, and we all gathered by the idling buses in the lot. The lead proctor gave a standard speech, commending the survivors on a job well done. He singled me out for my performance, and I almost identified as a private before remembering my promotion. The official let out a hearty laugh and slapped me on the back with genuine respect. He joked that I was climbing the ladder so fast I'd forgotten where I stood. He admitted he'd been worried, since I was the only one from my unit to actually make the cut. But the battalion commander was reportedly over the moon with the results I'd turned in. The guys crowded around me, relieved I'd passed. If I'd failed, our whole squad would have been bullied mercilessly. They begged me not to pick on them once I hit sergeant, riding a wave of nervous laughter. My career was moving at light speed, but as I boarded the bus, I spotted my buddy nearby. Dongjun looked devastated by his own failure, so I reached out and gave his shoulder a supportive squeeze. He seemed a little rattled by the gesture, but relieved that my new rank hadn't changed me yet. Little did he know, I already had a much more grueling training regimen planned for him. Inside the bus, the air turned thick and awkward as the other hunters stared at me in silence. It wasn't random. Sun Yunio had finally swallowed her pride and moved toward me to apologize. She stood there, looking lost as I boarded. I noticed the private first-class insignia on her jacket. She'd advanced too, no surprise there, considering she was the only one who even came close to me. Her combat stats during the monster trials had been truly exceptional. She was the only real competition I had, so her promotion was a given. I didn't have time to chat. I climbed onto the bus and took my window seat without a single word. The sunset was beautiful, but there was a far more interesting view down on the pavement. Sun Yunio was still standing there, looking like a confused kid who'd lost her way. I watched her internal struggle as she tried to find the words to make things right. But before she could get a syllable out, her face went pale with pure terror. I had my face mashed flat against the cold glass of the bus window like a lunatic. I tapped the pane and mouthed the words clearly, "Cross me again, and you're dead." I wasn't literal, but the look in her eyes told me she knew exactly what I was capable of. The engine roared, and the coach vanished into the dying embers of the twilight. I watched her silhouette shrink as the grit and exhaust swallowed our trail. Looking back at Myun, she finally recognized the cold edge of a true lunatic. We hauled out, leaving Sun Yunio behind just as I had been commanded. The tires found their rhythm as we hit the fast lane of the dark interstate. I felt the tension rising before the first voice even broke the silence. The guys crowded me, desperate to know why she'd been burning holes through me. I figured the blunt truth was the only way to kill their nagging curiosity. I told them I'd crushed her spirit during the trials just to prove a point. A heavy silence dropped over the group as they processed that sheer brutality. They erupted, swearing the fire in her eyes was infatuation, not pure hatred. They closed in like a pack of hungry wolves, scenting fresh blood. They were furious. I'd ignored the crown jewel of the 104th Division. To them, she was the ultimate prize. My total lack of interest was a crime. I told them she didn't move the needle for me, which only fueled their anger. When they pushed for a name, I gave them my digital ghost, Lumi. They looked lost, demanding to know who the hell this mystery woman actually was. I saw her then the pixelated goddess from the world of Dungeon Power Fighter. Her beauty was unmatched, yet these fools didn't even recognize her face. Their expressions soured the moment they realized I was talking about a game. They knew the name, but they couldn't fathom my obsession with a digital dream. It was a dead-end talk. We were heading back to a world without women. The iron gates of the training center finally groaned shut behind us. The scent of grease hit first a graveyard of picked clean chicken wing bones. My stomach twisted, reminding me I hadn't eaten since this long day began. The barracks were alive with the rowdy joy of a hard-won victory. Just as the plates emptied, the lieutenant marched in with a fresh mountain of food. He gave us the green light to gorge ourselves like kings for the night, red in his shadow-traded looks, stunned by the old man's sudden kindness. The kid shot me a thumb, convinced this windfall was my doing alone. Red stared at my 3 stars with a mix of raw envy and shock. He predicted my promotion to sergeant, but I stayed silent and kept drinking. I was washing down the grease with Pepsi when the door swung wide open. Leo arrived, hauling a massive crate of beer, calling the second squad to the lounge. My guys scrambled for the drinks while the rest of the room watched in envy. Liunho laughed, saying the higher-ups treated my report like a gift from heaven. He'd put my perfect advancement score front and center for the brass to see. Red and his lackey watched that crate of beer like men dying of thirst. In a dry camp like this, a cold drink is the ultimate currency. Liunho barked at the idiots to beat it. These drinks were earned, not given. They slunk away, cursing our names and wishing we'd choke on every drop. Red's face was a mask of pure, boiling resentment as he exited. He figured the captain had scouted my prowess long before I arrived here. Either way, he was going to bed sober while we celebrated our luck. Outside, a blood-white moon lit the concrete maze of the entire headquarters. I crept toward the building's dark rear corner, scanning the shadows to ensure no witnesses were lurking nearby. I cleared my dry throat, mentally bracing myself for the secret ritual. "Rise!" I whispered, pulling a swirl of obsidian mist from my palm. The familiar silhouette materialized from the gloom as I held my hand high. There he stood. The little creature looked surprisingly harmless. He resembled a plush toy come to life. I locked eyes with him and asked how he felt. The tiny familiar seemed thrilled to be summoned, immediately getting distracted by a moth in the darkness. His non-threatening appearance worried me at first, but I had devised a clever way to utilize his charm. I didn't need a cold-blooded killer tonight. I had an entirely different objective for this little spy. I whispered that he'd be working as an undercover operative, haunting the shadows to gather sensitive intelligence. The critter barely acknowledged me. Even with my direct orders, he was far too busy chasing that moth around. A sharp, irritated shout shattered the quiet. My head whipped around while my little companion nearly jumped out of his skin. I hissed, "Listen, Tiny, stop messing around and tail anyone with high clearance. Move it, now." I needed him to sniff out any whispers of strange occurrences, specifically anything reeking of forbidden sorcery. Tiny held out a palm, seemingly demanding a down payment for his service. Realizing he just needed a boost to get going, I conjured a swirling ball of dark energy in my palm. Stepping closer to my little spy, I passed him the concentrated orb of shadow. He snatched it greedily and bolted into the night, disappearing before I could even blink a second time. I mouthed a silent warning for him to stay low and be careful. Watching him vanish, my stomach did somersaults. One slip-up and my entire double life would come crashing down. If he got caught, the whole base would lock down into a frantic, high-level security state of emergency. panic surged when Sergeant Lianho stepped from the gloom, demanding to know what business I had skulking in the dark. I stood paralyzed for a heartbeat, scrambling to concoct a lie convincing enough to satisfy the old man. Turning slowly, I sheepishly claimed I'd overindulged and needed to walk off the effects of the celebration. I blamed the cheap beer for my dizzy head. Lee chuckled, asking if I was just a lightweight. I played along, though dark mages are biologically immune to intoxication. We're simply wired differently than your average human. Alcohol, toxins, or even the deadliest plagues have zero effect on my system. My mana immediately purges any substance the moment it hits my bloodstream, keeping my head perfectly clear. Sergeant Lee offered a nod of respect for my promotion, and I thanked him politely. He warned me not to let the new rank go to my head, urging me to keep pushing my limits. I nodded solemnly, promising to uphold the standard. Lianho finally turned to leave, letting me have my space. But he tossed a final reminder about my supposed low tolerance. He told me not to dawdle because the guys were about to finish off the rest of the keg. I let out a jagged breath as his footsteps faded into the distance. I had to be perfect. One mistake, one suspicious glance, and the masquerade would be over forever. The more I dealt with Lee, the more his straight-laced nature became apparent, though that didn't really bother me. I never cared for personality types. I just needed to stay off everyone's radar. Above us, the moon hung cold and bright, illuminating my dangerous secret. By dawn, the heavy hitters at headquarters were locked in a serious meeting. The captain and the commander sat in silence. They stared at my scores, realizing I wasn't just a soldier, I was a complete statistical anomaly. The commander nearly scrapped the whole batch of recruits, but my perfect score made it impossible to ignore us. The captain noted that I had shattered the previous combat record, finishing the monster trial in 4 seconds. It confirmed all the hype the training instructors had been spewing about my natural talent. He finally saw the truth. I hadn't just met their standards, I had rewritten the entire manual for the Corps. The commander reminded him that I was the one who cleared the bat infestation at the fuel depot. The captain nodded. He remembered how I was the first one through the breach. I was the only one with the guts to move instantly. The chief was floored by my talent and that lightning-fast promotion. He knew I'd be a god-tier asset in no time flat. But a shadow remained. The elite units would soon start hunting me. The captain doubted I could handle that level of heavy lifting. At that point, the old man trusted me implicitly. He'd seen plenty of pros, but only the real killers became legends. A new icon was born, and the boss expected it to be me. The world bled into a desert haze of dust and jagged stone. Clad in tactical armor, I crunched through the shifting sands. Scaled freaks crawled from the left, while stone giants rose from the right. I was trapped between swarms of orcs and nasty little goblins. They howled to break my spirit, but I just tightened my grip. Every monster in the wasteland surrounded me, and I just grinned. I thudded my spiked bat against my skull, welcoming the whole crowd. I snapped back to reality, chugging a grape soda to kill the pain. My reflection looked like a total wreck after last night's bender. Meanwhile, I felt completely recharged, like I hadn't slept a wink. My buddies were drowning in nausea while I felt like $1,000,000. My exhausted friend, barely awake, asked if I was even human. He called me a monster because I hadn't even broken a sweat. Sergeant Lee walked in looking sharp, a towel draped over his neck. He was drenched in sweat but looked completely revitalized. He'd literally sweated the poison out. He looked like a true warrior. No distractions now. I had to stay focused on the mission ahead. Sarge asked about the gym, but I hadn't explored the base yet. As a corporal, the facility was mine, and I gave a sharp salute. He stopped at the door, catching one last thought. He mentioned the squad's VR rig was incredible, which spiked my pulse. That digital void was about to become my new home. I raced to Gym 2, desperate to taste that legendary simulation. I stood at the threshold, ready to leave the world behind. Adrenaline surged as I reached for the cold metal handle. Stepping inside felt like walking into a high-tech dream. The hyperrealism was disorienting, making my own reality feel like a cheap imitation. I hit the console, searching for a way to override the settings. I skipped the weaklings and locked my sights on the orcs. I wanted a real challenge, so I dialed the count way up. A dark, hungry smile stretched across my face. I hammered the button, adding more and more enemies to the slaughter. It capped at 30, which was a total joke to me. I wanted to slay hundreds at once, like an unstoppable god. It was time to pick my steel and start the bloodbath. Everything was set, my heart hammered with a dark anticipation. I slid the visor down, and the real world just faded away. I stood in the sterile VR chamber as the walls dissolved, surrendering to a desolate, sun-bleached wasteland. Clad in heavy tactical plate, I gripped a baseball bat spiked with rusted, jagged nails. The realism was jarring. I spun around, eyes searching the horizon of this alien landscape. Then, the orcs manifested. The clock hit 0, and they charged, their roars shaking the earth. I didn't flinch. I tightened my grip on the wood, a hungry, manic grin spreading wide. Honestly, the sheer craftsmanship of this simulation was as terrifying as it was beautiful. As they swarmed, I swung, sending the first wave of monsters spiraling back into the dust. Every connection vibrated through my marrow, a primal, sickeningly satisfying crunch of bone and metal. I became a whirlwind of violence, shattering skulls and launching bodies into the air effortlessly. They kept spawning from the void, looking truly monstrous. I screamed, daring them to try me. Another head cracked like a melon. The body hit the dirt and flickered into nothingness. Silence finally fell. The last few shadows evaporated, leaving me alone in the digital heat. It ended too quickly. 30 kills? Pathetic. I felt cheated by the lack of a challenge. Then, a wicked idea took hold, and I knew I had to push the system further. I selected 30 goblins, 30 orcs, 30 stone golems, and 30 lizardmen to join the fray. I adjusted my visor, heart pounding. This wasn't training anymore. It was a full-blown slaughterhouse. A wall of monsters closed and massive stone golems on one side, snarling orcs on the other. Lizardmen and goblins filled the gaps. I stood centered, ready to drown in the beautiful chaos. 3, 2, 1. The lizards lunged first, followed by the heavy, rhythmic thud of charging orcs. Everyone attacked at once, a total suicide mission. I just smiled and introduced them all to Lucille. If you don't catch that reference, you're seriously missing out on some classic television. I launched myself into the pack, eyes wide with manic energy, calling them my little victims. My bat obliterated an orc's temple instantly. I pivoted, hammering a golem while blood sprayed the sand. The lizardmen fared no better. I smashed those elongated snouts into a messy, unrecognizable pulp. And the goblins? Don't even get me started. They were just fodder for the meat grinder. One goblin tried to pounce while I was finishing a golem, but I saw it coming. I caught it midair, a sickening crack echoing as I sent it straight to hell. The remaining horde froze, terrified by my sheer brutality. It took minutes to break them completely. Only one broken lizard remained, crawling away after a devastating blow shattered its entire jaw. Poor soul. When that final creature collapsed, the digital nightmare was officially over. I stood amidst a graveyard of cooling data, surrounded by the fallen monsters at my feet. Victory was effortless. I tapped the side of my helmet, signaling the system to terminate immediately. As the light faded and I pulled the gear off, I couldn't stop the adrenaline rush. Back in the real world, I exhaled, admitting that was the most intense experience ever. It was incredible, honestly. The only thing that could rival the rush of Dungeon Power Fighter. Suddenly, a HUD notification flickered, basic blunt weaponry skill unlocked. I stared at it, stunned. My mastery levels were climbing. Was it really this easy to level up in reality? It was a massive win. I never expected to farm actual skills from a simple simulation. This changed everything. I didn't need dangerous dungeons to get stronger for my family anymore. I could just use the gym. Leaving the room, I planned my next session with a blade. Then, I spotted a figure hurrying toward me down the hall, looking completely panicked. It was Dongjun, his face pale and eyes wide with pure anxiety. "What's wrong?" I asked. The private was trembling, pointing a shaky finger at the digital scoreboard by the exit door. I looked over, and my heart sank. Every single kill from my impossible run was displayed. The secret was out. By tomorrow, every single person here would know exactly what I am. The silence was deafening. "Did you really kill them all?" he whispered. I hesitated. Then it hit me, a chance to wipe my record and cure his cowardice. I fixed him with my coldest, most authoritative stare. "Jim, now, we're talking," I barked. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. I didn't offer a word of comfort, just a cold, dismissive shrug. "Seek." I flashed a look of pure, unadulterated terror. "You're training until you drop." I shoved him inside despite his hungover pleas. "Sweat it out," I growled. The door slammed shut, sealing his fate. Outside, another soldier drifted by. He stopped at the board. 120 monsters slaughtered in one go. Corporal almost had a heart attack right there in the hallway. Years of hunting, and he'd never seen such carnage. This would spread fast. Through the falling snow, Corporal Kim walked out looking like a haunted man. He looked like he'd just seen a god bleed, or worse, smile. Back at the barracks, the usual pack of losers was loitering around. A low-level private snapped to attention the moment the corporal walked in. "Where's the squad?" "Snow clearing." "And Kim Jun?" I asked sharply. "The gym, sir. He's staying there until the official drills start." The kid slipped, calling me corporal right in front of the unit bully. He braced for a beating, his eyes squeezed shut in terrified anticipation. But I was done with petty games. "Find him. Command wants him now." The private vanished before I could change my mind and get violent. I turned to the remaining slackers huddled in the corner of the room. They were doing what soldiers do, betting their lives on something stupid. "Hey, Corporal, you want a piece of this action?" they asked. A month's pay was on the line over when Kim Jun would rank up. I scanned the sheet. These idiots would bet on the sun rising. Ponytail actually put his money on a 6-month window for promotion. Purple Hair started howling, laughing at the sheer insanity of that gamble. He's a freak of nature, Ponytail argued. Common rules don't apply to him. I stared at the paper, weighing the reality of what I was. While they bickered, I grabbed the pen and made my own move. I slapped the pen down. Ponytail's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. 1 month? Are you high? You can't take back a bet this big. He kept screaming that I was throwing my entire paycheck into a fire. But Corporal simply didn't give a damn. I walked out without a word. He's crazier than I am, Ponytail whispered. The bet was locked in. Sergeant, within 30 days, a suicide mission. At the gym, the redstone dumbbells glowed like embers on the rack. Massive bars sat heavy, waiting to crush anyone who lacked the nerve. A sign warned, no redstone lifting solo. You'll die without a spotter. Yet there I was, squatting the heaviest bar with zero backup. I didn't need a spotter. I needed a challenge. As I rose, my shirt strained against muscles built for a war. The anatomy was almost inhuman. I was a weapon made of meat. My arms were massive. I dropped the weights and watched my power grow. Even though the high-tech gear is packing en masse, I have been grinding these weights daily. But my actual progress is still moving at a snail's pace. I cannot stop dreaming of Iskard, where my god-tier skills were just a thought away. I could boost my power just by tweaking stats. With those cheats here, I would be a legend. For now, I'm stuck grinding through these pathetic, incremental gains. Then, a digital notification flashes, and I spot something that changes the entire game. A new power skill just activated, instantly jacking my strength up by 5 points. It looks like basic garbage, but I will take any new edge I can eventually level up. Just then, a low-ranking messenger knocks to drag me back to the real world. He offers a stiff salute, stammering that the commander wants me in his office right now. Still buzzing from the level up, I turn toward him with a wild, manic look in my eyes. I thank him and agree, leaving the poor kid totally baffled by my weird-as-hell facial expression. As I dress, he is likely wondering if the entire base has finally lost its mind. Minutes later, I am standing at the heavy doors of the main administrative building. I step inside, snap a salute, and report in just as the boss requested. The platoon commander practically beams at me. He was clearly looking forward to this meeting. He stands up and waves off the formalities, saying it is nothing too heavy. He suggests we finish our chat in the privacy of the counseling room. Heading that way, he asks how my first week as a corporal has been treating me. I tell him it is great and congratulate him on his own recent promotion as well. That earns a massive grin. The guy is clearly riding a high from the news. He credits me, claiming my work with that bat swarm incident made the promotion possible. We sit, and he thanks me again. I just stay humble, saying I was doing my job. He slides a thick folder across the desk, revealing the real reason he called me in. He starts explaining the contents. This came from the battalion commander himself to recognize my recent field achievements. Between the Bat Massacre and my perfect exam scores, the top brass was definitely paying attention. I open the file to find a shimmering award for elite excellence waiting for me. He apologizes for the casual handoff, but swears this medal is a massive career milestone. My heart skips. If I can keep racking up these wins, the possibilities are endless. I ask, eyes wide, if these merits can buy me even more special privileges. He looks stumped, explaining that almost no one earns these rewards so early in their service. Getting multiple awards of excellence is basically unheard of in this unit, but that does not stop my obsessive drive for a second. I ask if 10 of these would let me skip the next promotion cycle entirely. My mind is already racing with fantasies of more time to play my favorite games. He just sits there, probably wondering if I think these medals are just cheap Amazon discount codes. Days later, we are gathered at an underpass where a dungeon gate has ripped open. The commander announces that our platoon is the one tasked with the breach. I see familiar faces as he promises a safe return if we stick to training. He is confident every one of us will walk out without a single scratch. He reviews the dungeon type while the sergeant drops a heavy crate of supplies. Every soldier in the squad makes a face of absolute, soul-crushing disgust as they see the supplies, and for a damn good reason. I watched the commander yank a respirator from the crate, the rubber snapping against his palm as he named the pit where our sanity would go to die. To the top brass, it is a tactical zone. To us, it is just the city's literal colon. We plunged in, the sludge heavy and chemical, dragging at our boots like a bad habit we could not shake. In the rear, June and Ponytail were already gagging, their complaints echoing my own silent prayer for one breath of clean air. Sergeant Lee pushed forward, carving a path through the rot while the rest of us trailed like ghosts in his wake. Let me paint a picture of this hellhole for you. High Command labels these tunnels as a low-threat zone, a designation clearly dreamed up by someone sitting in a sanitized office. They forgot to mention the 200-plus vermin waiting to tear us apart in the dark. Between the tight stone walls and the volatile air, our rifles were useless, turning this into a knife fight in a phone booth. Lee's fist went up, a silent command that froze the blood in my veins as we neared the kill zone. The word rippled back through the ranks, a cold reminder that one slip-up meant never seeing the sun again. We spilled out into a hollowed-out cavern, a momentary reprieve from the suffocating grip of the pipes. Lee scanned the two yawning mouths of the cave, plotting to turn this intersection into a mass grave for the swarm. We had crawled in through the western vein, leaving only the eastern throat for the devils to pour through. The old man gave the nod, signaling the boys to start prepping the dinner bell for our uninvited guests. A shadow moved through our ranks, hauling a heavy box that smelled like the very essence of decay. One of the new kids dropped the crate, its contents sweating a stench so foul it nearly brought Ponytail to his knees. I did not judge him. My own stomach was doing backflips against my ribs. The air was thick enough to chew, a cocktail of ancient filth and fresh rot. Our masks filtered the worst of it, but they also narrowed our world, stealing the peripheral vision we desperately needed. As the commander pried the lid, an oily, dark energy seemed to spill out, curdling the very air. It was a fermented banana, reeking worse than a locker room after a doubleheader in the middle of July. The sight was so grotesque, it felt like nature itself was trying to blur the image from my mind. The guys recoiled, Ponytail swearing that even the rats deserved better than that biological weapon. He figured if that was their diet, it was no wonder their very breath could melt paint. On the commander's bark, we scrambled, scattering the foul fruit into every dark corner. That is when I saw it the CO froze, his eyes locking onto something that did not belong in a safe zone. His boot crunched down, not on stone, but on a jagged, bleached pile of remains. He stumbled back, his face turning a shade of pale that told me everything was about to go sideways. It was not just a few scraps. The entire floor was a mosaic of skeletal debris. We came here to hunt the rats, but looking down, I realized something else had already finished the job. My realization was cut short by a scream from the flank. The tide was coming, and it was coming fast. The distant skittering turned into a roar, the sound of 1,000 claws on cold concrete. The commander snapped out of his trance, roaring for the shield wall to close the gap before we were overrun. Me braced the front line, shoulder to shoulder, while the commander directed the blades to find their marks. Even with death knocking, Ponytail and the others were still wagering on who would stack the most bodies. Some people are just hooked on the adrenaline, unable to see the cliff until they are already falling. Lee growled at them to focus, his voice cutting through the rising panic like a serrated blade. Ponytail just grinned, asking the Sarge if he wanted a piece of the action. For a second, Lee actually smirked. Sometimes a little stupidity is the only thing that keeps the fear at bay. I did not laugh. I just tightened my grip on my weapon, my world narrowing down to the next 10 seconds. The bait worked too well. A living wave of gray fur and teeth erupted from the darkness. "Hold the line!" the commander screamed, his sword catching the dim light as the first wave hit. Nobody moves, nobody runs. We stand our ground or we die in the muck. As the first beast lunged, claws out and eyes red, I felt that familiar, terrifying spark of life finally catch fire. Purple took a head, Ponytail shredded 3 more. Lee's a powerhouse, crushing skulls with iron. Mune's just watching, ranking us like chess. The second platoon's heavy hitters stepped up. Kim's hammer and Chotiwook's blades were blurs. Surprisingly, even the coward corporal was actually holding his own against many. Kim watched the bully get jumped by 3. He cracked skulls without even looking back. One swing, 3 heads, gone instantly. Still, some vermin slipped through our line. But our last defense was waiting. The commander and Sergeant Me handled outliers. As they stand, our shields are safe. Mune tracked everything while smashing his own. Rank matters, these guys move like true elites. Then I saw the man who shocks, Lee Dong-jun, carving rats with cross strikes. Mune's been training him like a dog. That growth brought a real grim smile. I wasn't the only one watching him. Lee smiled. Dong-jun rushed to help others. Behind him, Purple and kept killing. The corporal paused after his kill. He stared at Mune, wanting that power. He flicked the blood and reset fast. Corpses piled, then everything went south. A fresh horde hit our rear shield. Commander barked, "Wave number 2 is here." He sent the 1st and 4th squads. "Back off, shields up, don't fight alone." 4th squad arrived, blades swinging through filth. We waded through a sea of dead. The guys relaxed, thinking it was over. But I saw Mune's face go cold. He sensed a dark chill in the air. Something demonic pulsed under the corporal feet. Suddenly, the ground began to heave. "Get back! Something huge is coming up!" The corporal looked down and knew he was. The floor exploded into stone and dust. The commander froze. It was a total nightmare. A mutated giant. A pure, irregular monster. 4 purple eyes glowing, fangs dripping hate. Those bones, this nightmare is what fed. It's gutting beasts to stay fed. Forget strategy. The captain's dead meat. That rodent is hunting, my friend. He wiped out when it breached. It's bearing fangs. He's cornered. Even the boss is frozen. He's catatonic. Help is too far. He just screams for him to run. Fear turned his legs to lead. Time's up. Those talons are falling. He thinks his life is over. He braces. Then, a blade flashes. That claw drops like a meteor. A savior parries but loses steel. It's Dongjin. He stepped in. He grabs him. The rookie's stunned. Run! Dongjin barks. No time left. The beast shrieks, absolutely livid. While they panicked, I moved. My turn. I launch toward it. It's fixated on him. I'm invisible. I wind up. I check eyes. Glazed, mindless, and void of fear. It's possessed by something dark. I smash its skull into dirt. They dive as the ground breaks. Through dust, I signal good. That's for Dongjin. He stayed frosty. He grins. He knows I've got this. They retreat. The squad is chaos. Just me and the freak now. It stands, snarling through blood. It vents a wave of malice. A violet shockwave rips the air. Ceiling falls. Rocks rain down everywhere. Perfect cover. Thanks for the privacy. It lunges, claws shredding the atmosphere. I'm faster. My eyes burn. I'm going loud. Nobody is watching. I'm a bullet. I snap its leg. I launch it back at Mach speed. Shield down. I'll finish this hand-to-hand. I rain down a storm of strikes. It can only scream as it dies. I stop. Done. The bastard's cold. My knuckles had turned the thing into a cratered mess. Its ears were shredded, and its jaw was a toothless ruin. I unclenched my hand, reaching out to siphoning the dark essence straight from the carcass. Shadows bled off the beast, coiling into my palm like a screaming obsidian sphere that set my veins on fire. As I drained the last drop of its life, that eerie violet shimmer in its eyes finally flickered out. A digital chime echoed in my mind. My corruption level had just ticked up one notch. The brass never guessed a bottom feeder like this held so much power. I grabbed my trusty bat, thanked the rat for the boost, then finished pulverizing what was left of it. The sewer run was finally over. We climbed back to the surface where the perimeter guards stood watch. The guys from the 2nd platoon were slumped on the asphalt, just trying to breathe before the ride home. Violet Hair was already gloating, breathing down Ponytail's neck about their little wager. He kept demanding a concession. Honestly, there wasn't a single point left for the other guy to argue. Ponytail took the loss while I watched the commander barking into his radio, giving headquarters the play-by-play. He detailed the ambush by the freak mutant and confirmed every squad had made it out in one piece. He noted the threat was neutralized, glancing my way as he told them his own unit took it down. Right then, I was preoccupied with the rank stench on my gear, that gross curiosity you have after touching something foul. I regretted it immediately. The smell was absolutely sickening, just like I knew it would be. The boss was already being productive, calling in a heavy-duty cleanup crew to secure the entire zone. While I tried brushing the filth off my sleeves, a shadow fell over me, complaining about our luck. It was Ponytail. He dropped down beside me, offering a quiet thanks for keeping them all alive down there. He admitted the sight of that irregular bastard had completely paralyzed him with pure terror. I played it cool, telling him I was just doing what I was paid to do. I even apologized for going rogue, but he still had that look of horror in his eyes from the fight. He knew protocol didn't mean squat when we were staring death in the face like that. He thanked me again, knowing his friends would be dead if I hadn't stepped in when I did. Then his tone shifted. He looked me over, asking if I'd actually made it through without a scratch. I didn't waste words, just gave him a short, sharp nod to show I was fine. It felt okay to be seen, but then a second voice cut through the air with the same question. It was the commander this time. The cold look on his face told me he was definitely catching on. Even so, I kept a straight face and told him I was untouched, leaving Ponytail questioning if I was even human. The boss rubbed his temples with a heavy sigh, ordering me to his office the second we hit base. He's clearly got a million questions and absolutely zero answers he's going to like. I found the private meeting weird, but I just headed for the transport truck without putting up a fight. Ponytail whispered that the old man looked like he was about to blow a fuse. While he sat there stewing, Kim finished a call and reported that everyone else only had minor scrapes. Dongjun was cleared by the medics too, and was already en route back to the camp. The tension finally left the commander's face when he heard even the corporal only had a few bumps on his head and would be back on duty by tomorrow morning. He finally exhaled, and the sergeant first class gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Then he snapped to attention, roaring out the final orders for the entire unit to hear. He called off the raid for the day, citing the unexpected chaos we'd just survived. Everyone shouted their agreement and started packing up their gear for the retreat. Later, in the base office, I'm sitting across from the boss as he tells me this is about my report. He wants the play-by-play on how I killed that thing so he can pass the truth up the ladder. I grab the pen, staring at the blank page. Writing it down is hard. I smashed that beast with my hands after my shield failed. If I report that, Command won't buy it. The boss drops his 5-hour energy and looks at me. Shadows had blocked his view of the actual kill. He's dying to know the truth, so he asks me straight up, sweating. He asks if I really killed it with my bare knuckles. My hands are bruised and shaking. I'm a terrible liar when caught red-handed. Instead of a fake story, I admit I just acted on pure instinct when my gear failed. He goes pale and demands to see my internal power stats. I show him a 65 in strength and 60 in speed. He nearly falls over. His own stats are only 40, and he's an elite officer. Yet a grunt like me is rocking numbers north of 60. He slumps back, realizing I'm twice as strong as any veteran sergeant. He sighs, wishing I'd gone to the elite hunter academy with these numbers. Then he looks at my face, remembering I'm a dropout. That mistake makes the academy a pipe dream. Still, he tries to be a good leader. He tells me to get my high school diploma to move up. He says being a sergeant unlocks the online study prep, but he can tell I'm not interested in books. I scratch my head, admitting that studying was never my thing. I'd rather rank up through blood and sweat. He laughs, finally relaxing. He leans back, promising not to force the school stuff. But the offer stands. He's just glad I'm staying in his squad. It's late. He says he'll write the report so I can go sleep. I thank him and turn toward the door. But he has one last thing to say. He looks at his officer's cap, feeling the weight of our rank gap. He stops me, admitting the whole platoon would be dead without me. He remembers the horror and how he was too frozen to move. He thanks me from the bottom of his heart. As my boss, he wanted to be the first to acknowledge my win. I smile and say, I just did my job. He beams at me. He's thrilled to have a reliable soldier like me. I walk out, knowing I didn't do it to save anyone. The truth? I just wanted the demonic energy and the points to rank up. My mood souring. I run into a familiar face. My old bully. We meet in the hall. He's still covered in bandages from the dungeon. He wants into my special training program. I'm annoyed, while he's sweating through his shirt in pure shame. He's desperate for my help, with Dongjun watching nervously. I start drilling him, asking how he even heard about my private sessions. Next, he leveled a finger directly at the man who used to terrorize him. He demanded to know why a broken wreck wanted to join them. The bully flashed back to that hellish sewer where Dongjin fought like a god. His gaze held a terrifying, unbreakable steel. He never flinched. While everyone else stood paralyzed by pure terror, he was the only soul brave enough to drag him from death's teeth. Taking it all in, the coward stammered that Dongjun's insane growth must be Minjun's doing. He tried to be real, but his ego was still fighting a losing battle. The pathetic guy cannot even hold eye contact while begging for a spot in the squad to get stronger. Just whispering the request is clearly draining every ounce of his remaining dignity. His heart seems right, but remember, Minjun might act nice, but he is a shark who smells blood. Right now, he is fighting a losing war against a massive, sadistic grin. You can practically see his shadow grow horns as he tells the corporal that entry isn't free. Sporting a nasty smirk, he drops the formalities and uses the guy's full name, Kim Guangshik. He explains there is a pecking order here. Guangshik knows what is coming, but the words are stuck. After a painful silence, the broken corporal chokes down his remaining pride to chase that power. He hits the floor, screaming his thanks for the rescue and begging forgiveness for his past sins. Our boy is absolutely loving every second of this public execution of dignity, but Dongjin is sweating buckets since he is the junior. The corporal finally drops the act, offering a gut-wrenching, honest apology. He swears he is dead serious about training, admitting he needs to make NCO to fix his life. Since Dongjun is a total softie, he looks at Minjun and says he is cool with the corporal joining the team. Minjun isn't feeling the brotherly love. He goes cold and silent, making Dongjin visibly twitchy. When he finally speaks, it is a death knell. He refuses to take him in, leaving them both stunned. Guangshik looks gutted, but he gets it. His past makes him toxic. He thanks them for the save and vows to disappear forever. He turns away, his spirit crushed and shoulders slumped in total defeat. He looks like a walking ghost. Suddenly, our hero offers him a lifeline, but it comes with a catch. The corporal snaps his head back, desperate to hear whatever condition Minjun is about to set. Honestly, though, nobody expected the guy to demand he become a literal pigeon. The corporal just stares, his brain short-circuiting at the sheer absurdity of the demand. The confusion dies when our hero puts on a face like a bitter, meddling auntie and demands he act like a bird for 24 hours. Guangshik's blood starts to boil over at the sheer humiliation of it. Minjun makes it clear. No bird, no training. Boiling with rage, the corporal starts to pucker his lips. Every single vein in his forehead looks ready to burst. With twitching eyes and grinding teeth, he starts a low, pathetic coo, like a common street pigeon. Dongjin is floored by the lengths this man will go to for a shot at redemption. Behind him, Minjun is looking like a straight-up monster from a horror flick. Just look at that terrifying, wide-eyed grin. He isn't even hiding the malice anymore. Honestly, I can't tell if he is our savior or the final boss. We cut to a gorgeous night at a Gothic cathedral under the glow of two celestial moons. We are back in Iskard. A massive, scarred warrior in a Spartan helm is pushing a creaking iron cart. Whatever is on that cart is hidden under a heavy shroud. He brings the load to a halt right in front of a woman draped in white. When she thanks him, we finally see her face. It is the Saintess, missing since the very first chapter. The warrior just looms over her, his battle-worn scars shimmering under the pale moonlight. She turns, waiting for him to speak his piece, but when the silence drags on, she finally asks if there is something he needs to say. I watched him challenge her timeline. Without a word, she spun around, closing the distance between them. She didn't stop, though. She brushed right past him, heading straight for the heavy cart he'd hauled in. The moonlight finally hit her face, revealing every sharp, cold detail. She looked like a goddess, pure, radiant, and possessed of that terrifying, magnetic grace. When she peeled back the tarp to inspect the cargo, we all leaned in, mesmerized by her effortless elegance. Two glowing violet eyes glared from the shadows. The monster's low, guttural snarl vibrated through the air. She let the fabric fall, hiding the horror. A faint, satisfied sigh escaped her lips. The panicked soldier tried one last time to talk sense into her, begging for a change of heart. Silence fell. The holy lady raised her hand, palm out, and issued a silent, heavy command. A massive violet portal erupted on the floor, the same gateway that had spit Kim and Jun back home. It drank the very air around us. Then, she turned her icy gaze back to the warrior. She whispered that she was sending a little thank you to the man who abandoned them. Her next words made him flinch. This girl flips her mask faster than Mune ever could. With pure malice in her eyes, she declared that revenge justifies any level of burning rage. Now I get why our guy was constantly ambushed by freaks in every single pit. Lesson learned, never cross a woman. Meanwhile, back on Earth, some poor grunt is breaking his back. It's the sergeant from Second Squad, with that purple-haired kid working right beside him, fresh out of a death trap, and the army already has them building a new base by hand. When the boss finally keels over from exhaustion, the kid makes a pretty sharp point. He asks if these campsites actually do anything when a real monster shows up. Watching the other guys struggle, even the ginger sergeant starts to doubt the point of it all. At the end of the day, they're just grunts following orders they can't refuse. It's not their job to figure out if the plan actually makes any sense. A transport truck screeches to a halt right in front of them. The sergeant and the corporal just stare, horrified. Their faces say it all. They're about to get stuck with more grunt work. The truck is loaded with Stel. The second the squad sees it, a collective groan ripples through the ranks. These heavy blocks are everywhere. Sergeant Kim Mi starts tossing them down from the truck bed for the crew. Kim, Jun, and his apprentice are already sweating, lugging those massive cubes to the designated spots. And here comes the newest addition to our little group, looking like he has a lot to say. Corporal Guangshik is putting in the hours, though he's clearly itching to share some trivia. He's nearly buckling under the weight of just one block when he opens his mouth. He explains that Steli is army slang because nobody knows if it's made of stone or heavy metal. This plain-looking block is incredibly tough and dense. It's way heavier than it appears. That's exactly why the brass uses it for these fortified camps. He's about to dive into how they mine this stuff from deep within the dungeons. Then he spots our boy Menjun standing right next to him. Typical. The guy has two cubes balanced on his shoulders like they're made of light cardboard. Seeing that insane display of strength leaves the corporal speechless. He really should expect the impossible from Mune. He finally gets it. The sergeant stops trying to make sense of his friend. He just mumbles that he was trying to be helpful. The grueling grind rolls on as they haul more material to the site. Mune starts stacking 4 cubes at a time. It's shocking, sure, but we're used to his nonsense by now. Once the trailer is clear, Sergeant Kim calls for a 10-minute breather before they start the next round. As the exhausted crew collapses on the pavement, Kim walks over to talk to the commander. HQ's intel stunned the CO. A tin dungeon appeared nearby. Soldiers panicked. They swarmed Miji, terrified. Sergeants broke. Begged to skip. Ongoing investigation. Wanguk saw me. Lecture incoming. Laugh confirmed it. Unique criteria met. Massive, crowded zones. No bosses. Training ground. Army drills. Hunter field maneuvers. Talking to who? Living manual. Speaking for others. Curiosity. I'm interested. Desperation worries me. Miji snapped. Mandatory credit. Credit hooked me. Imagined medals. Happy. Achievement farm. Shadow watcher. I hissed. Stomped its face. Others distracted. It touched me. Intel flood. Executives argued. Major reported anomaly. Military territory. Major's rank. Scouts blacked out. Clear it now. Him. Ignored warning. Grunts only. Back to reality. Tiny looked innocent. I grind my heel into the wretch's chest, standing tall with a grin that promises nothing but darkness. I am taking tomorrow off, I mutter to the void. The sun is bleeding gold over a quiet suburban street when I finally wake up. I am shoving gear into a rucksack, prepping for a little detour into a place that should not exist. I slide into a plain hoodie, tossing my blood-stained hunter uniform into a crumpled paper bag on the floor. Zipping it shut, I scan the empty room one last time before heading out the door. My gaze lingers on a framed photo of my commander standing beside two elderly people. His parents, I assume. He seemed weirdly proud when I asked for leave, like he finally saw some humanity in me after that last transport job. "You are a rare breed," he told me with a heavy pat on the shoulder. I probably looked like a kid getting a gold star, nodding my thanks as my eyes lit up. It was not really a compliment. He was just spooked because my old place is in the red zone and I have nowhere to go. When he asked about my last break, I mumbled something about rotting away in a gaming cafe. He saw that coming a mile away and reached for his desk drawer to offer an alternative. He tossed me a brass key, telling me to use his family house and actually get some real sleep. His folks are out on business, so the house is a tomb of suburban quiet and completely vacant. I tried to say no, but the man has a way of making a refusal feel like an insult to his honor. With a tired sigh, he slid a scrap of paper across the desk with the address scribbled on it. It is a hike from the base, but a palace compared to a cramped internet stall in the city. Looking at the map, I realize it is right on the edge of the exclusion zone I am hunting. Perfect. He did not care if I actually slept there. He just wanted me to have the key and some fun. So, I took the offer, feeling like a thief who just got handed the vault combination. Back at headquarters, he is probably sinking into his leather chair, exhaling a massive cloud of stress. He is looking at my file again, the one that keeps him awake at night. It is a short read, entire bloodline missing, 0 records, a ghost in the system. A guy with my kind of power and no past is a ticking time bomb to someone like him. Yet, he is betting his career on a gut feeling that I am one of the good guys. I turn back to that family photo, the silence of the apartment ringing in my ears. I tug the hood over my eyes, wondering if I even remember the faces of my own kin. Time to move. I lock the door behind me and step into the cool morning air, ready for the hunt. The bus drops me at the edge of nowhere, and the rest of the journey is just boots on gravel. I run through the intel my summon brought back bits and pieces of a nightmare. There is a rip in reality inside a hollowed-out school building just ahead in this ghost town. High Command told everyone to keep a 1,000-meter radius, keeping the civilians in the dark. The military checkpoints appear on the horizon, soldiers gripping rifles with white knuckles. I am not here to sign a waiver, so I take to the rooftops. A shadow moving against the sky. A few silent leaps across the shingles and I am well past their perimeter and into the alleyway. I crouch behind a weathered utility pole, eyes locked on the prize, a shimmering, jagged tear in space. It is a graveyard. Everyone else was too smart or too scared to get this close. I pull my mask tight, wondering why my shadow summon bailed before we saw what was actually inside. That little shadow really needs a lesson in finishing what it started. I step toward the crackling portal, the sound of static filling my skull. I can always turn back. I lie to myself just as the system ping confirms my entry. The sun vanishes, replaced by a bruised sky and a graveyard of skeletal, dead trees. The air is thick, clinging to my skin like a wet shroud as I push deeper into the rot. I stop dead when something metallic glimmers through the ash and mud. A shattered blade lies in the dirt, the kind standard-issue hunters carry before they die. Crouching over the steel, I wondered if this soil had tasted war. Then, the air went cold. I sensed a lurker in the brush, so I called its bluff and dared it to move. I told the thing to quit stalling. Suddenly, a massive shape uncurled, looming over me like a nightmare. I breathed again. Just a shroud. I almost lost my cool over a rag. Then those eyes ignited a violet glow fueled by the same rot I had seen in every demon. The thing was a mountain of muscle. For one insane second, I thought it was a goblin. No, it was too huge. A kobold, maybe? Goblins never grew to be this heavy. Whatever it was, its sheer size defied nature, putting me on high alert. I stood up and squared off, wondering how the last crew ever made it out alive. In a heartbeat, the massive creature launched itself off the forest floor. It blurred through the air, claws dripping with dark energy. I slipped the strike just in time. Seizing the opening, I pivoted and threw a desperate punch straight at its head. My fist connected, detonating a shockwave of raw power that sent ripples through the trees. As the dust settled and the light faded, my heart dropped into my stomach. The beast was untouched. Worse, it was actually smiling at me like this was a game. It lunged to snap at my hand, but I shifted gears and moved faster than thought. I snapped a kick into its jaw, launching the massive monster 1 foot into the air. I landed like a cat, eyes glued to the target to see if I had drawn blood. It was fine. The damn thing had just absorbed the entire impact like it was nothing. This was easily the most solid wall of a monster I had ever tried to climb. It didn't stop. It just kept coming, swinging those claws with a reckless, frantic energy. I dodged again, but this time I was grinning. I had a little surprise waiting for it. The beast's leg began to sink into the very spot where I had just been standing. I triggered rank D corruption, turning the solid ground into a hungry pit of quicksand. This was my shot. The beast was stuck, and the window was finally wide open. I charged in at a lethal speed, raining a storm of blows down on its hideous face. Even while pummeling the life out of it, I felt a strange flicker of respect. The thing was a tank. It didn't even try to flinch or protect itself from me. As I threw a hook at its ribs, a strange blue light flickered in the shadows. It caught my hand. For the first time, the monster actually bothered to defend itself. As its counter swung toward my head, I saw something was glowing deep inside that troll. I got distracted by the shine and paid the price. A massive swipe sent me flying. I skidded and found my feet. The monster stayed put, letting out a low, guttural growl. My first hit since returning home. That bastard just shredded my favorite new hoodie. That was it. I reached for the shattered katana and felt the cold steel in my grip. I stood tall, pulling back my hood. I thought you people were just ants, I muttered. But you're a beetle. That was the highest compliment I'd ever give a piece of trash. The creature let out a deafening screech, its twisted face contorting in a mask of pure rage. It came at me one more time, swinging a heavy fist meant to crush my skull. Its jaw dropped when I didn't move. Fear finally started to bleed into its violet eyes. I stared right through it. At the end of the day, a bug is still a bug. I was done playing. I was too angry to let this thing die a peaceful death. With blood pumping in my ears, I drove the broken blade home. Pay me for the clothes. The beast finally broke. It threw its head back and screamed in absolute agonizing pain. I wasn't through with it yet. I wound up a final kick to finish the job. My heel slammed down like a thunderbolt, my vision burning with a primal, focused intensity. The aftermath was a gore-soaked nightmare. I stood victorious atop the troll's shattered skull. Standard procedure followed. I harvested the demonic essence into a sphere of crackling violet lightning. Suddenly, a digital flood of system alerts drowned my field of vision. Every ping confirmed that my dark power stats were surging to new heights. A final chime announced I had hit the threshold to master the Shadow Bolt. My stealth evolved instantly, and a basic blade mastery was added to my lethal arsenal. Riding that dopamine high, I summoned my status screen to check the new numbers. The interface glowed, detailing every fresh capability I had just wrenched from the void. I realized the Shadow Bolt was pure malice, an invisible, armor-piercing projectile of raw energy. Meanwhile, the sword skill promised to sharpen my natural edge with any cold steel. Both sat at grade 5. Finally, I had a way to kill from a distance. The sword skill confused me until I recalled that desperate, lucky strike with the shard. My gaze drifted back toward the massive, cooling carcass on the floor. Retrieving my weapon, I wondered if something else had wounded the beast before me. A strange glimmer deep within the monster's chest cavity demanded my attention. I reached into the hot viscera and yanked my hand back, trailing thick ribbons of red. I wiped the filth away to examine the prize I had scavenged. Within my bloodied palm lay a jagged, wicked shard of steel designed for deep penetration. It looked like a broken arrowhead or perhaps the tip of a shattered military blade. I questioned if the previous scout team had left this souvenir buried in the meat. The metal looked hauntingly familiar, but a pack of trolls suddenly emerged from the gloom. This was perfect timing. I was itching to field test my newfound destructive powers. I stood my ground, beckoning the towering beasts to come and get some. They snarled, clearly offended, though their eyes lacked the telltale glow of demonic possession. It made no difference to me as I gathered the darkness into my palms. It was finally time to witness the true lethality of a grade 5 offensive strike. Obsidian bolts spiraled from my fingertips, tracing unpredictable deadly arcs toward their terrified targets. 2 collapsed instantly into the dirt, while the third stood paralyzed by sheer, primal fear. Technically, my objective here was finished, and the dungeon was considered cleared. But I saw no reason to stop the fun, even if I became a nightmare. I decided to turn him and his pathetic friends into a heap of scrap. Hours passed after that massacre, and the school gate remained silent and totally unguarded. I finally stepped out of the rift, my secret work for the day concluded. On solid ground again, I checked my logs to confirm the zone was fully purged. With the heavy lifting done, I could finally enjoy the rest of my leave. For me, that meant 12 hours of total immersion in Dungeon Power Fighter. But the sun rose on the military base, returning us to the grueling daily grind. Sergeant Lee barked orders while the out-of-shape corporals wheezed behind me in the dust. I stood in the formation, completely unfazed by the physical toll of the morning. My mind drifted to yesterday's feast of ramen and the monsters I had deleted. It felt like a win, until I noticed the suffocating tension hanging over the platoon. Rumors of the tin can maneuvers had leaked, and everyone was dreading the upcoming hell. There was no escape. We were already fanning out across the fields with the commander. Every squad took a corner, beginning the slow, dangerous crawl toward the dungeon's heart. Commander Kim and his second-in-command were leading their exhausted squad uphill when something uncanny caught their eye. This massive drill forces the entire division to adapt to lethal, high-stakes surprises on the fly. Monsters suddenly crested the ridge, and the commander signaled his unit to dig in. Rifles were leveled instantly, but our guy Jun is just standing in the back, looking absolutely thrilled about the chaos. From the summit, obsidian spheres barrel toward the platoon. Closer look. They are fanged, bloodthirsty parasites. The brass, in their infinite wisdom, simply refer to them as the Dark Balls. Since standard lead works best, he yells to ditch the specialty gear for old-school firearms. Every squad locks into position in heartbeats, fingers itching on their triggers for the signal. Ningjun hunkers down, taking aim. One look at his face and you know he finds this the most fun yet. With the line set, the commander shouts to open fire and wipe every single one of them out. Lead starts flying as they dump their mags, popping those spheres left and right. Yet, those things were moving with such blurring speed that some rounds were bound to miss. The soldiers kept firing, though. Kim warns them that unlike his own, these dark balls have shells like reinforced armor plating. They hover, too, making blades useless. As they closed the distance, they pulsed, growing larger and more ominous. The commander realized the monsters were getting way too close for comfort. He barks a ceasefire and orders them to prep for a brawl. Only 3 of those freaks remain, but one bite means they will drain you dry. He warns everyone to keep their guard up. Mune figures getting bitten is basically a game over. If his squad gets slaughtered here, their ranking will absolutely hit rock bottom. While he is calculating the odds, one sphere lunges at the rookies, who are paralyzed by fear. Our boy is not about to let a few greenhorns ruin his perfect score. He dives into the fray. Racing toward the falling monster, he shouts for Sergeant Lee to be ready. Just as the ball drops, he launches it into the stratosphere with a world-class soccer kick. Lee and the rest just stand there, stunned. The sphere is a vertical rocket, showing 0 signs of slowing down. Even the top brass are just staring at the sky. Mune just looks smug. If he could use his dark arrows without blowing his cover, this would be a total cakewalk. The unit snaps out of it and shreds the airborne sphere, which detonates in a burst of gore. Not done yet. Our boy boots 2 more black spheres into the clouds, and the commander tells everyone to light them up while they are still airborne. Seconds later, the hill is painted in black slime. With the threat gone, the soldiers finally catch their breath. The commander grants a 10-minute breather and tells the squads to check for casualties. Any injuries need to be reported to him immediately. He then gives Mune a solid pat on the back for a job well done. Even Sergeant Lee and that former bully give him a thumbs up. Lee and Guangxik lock eyes, feeling a bit awkward about cheering for someone they used to look down on. They split up to avoid the tension. Meanwhile, 2 other sergeants collapse, looking like they have seen a ghost. Orangehead grumbles about the insane difficulty spike, especially after everything they have already fought. The tired-looking guy just shrugs, but mentions a rumor that this is not some low-level tin can dungeon. When Orangehead presses him, he explains what he heard from another squad. Apparently, there was a massive boss in here, but when the clear team arrived, they found a total bloodbath. A giant elephant monster was already dead, taken out by a face they all knew too well. That face belonged to the military's top brass, a legendary 2-star icon. Bloody Knuckles proved he dismantled that behemoth with his bare hands. He prowled toward the squad, sending a visible wave of terror through them. Beaming, he announced the boss was dead. Now the dungeon was our playground. Our specialist warned that killing the boss usually collapses the entire portal. They'd caged it alive just to turn this hell into a training camp. My sergeants broke right then, tears carving paths through the caked-on dirt. Kim Mi shoved them forward, barking that the break was officially over. Mune watched the chaos, looking strangely satisfied with the whole ordeal. He's sizing up the general, clearly itching for a real confrontation. We fell back into line, marching blindly toward our next destination. The captain froze at the ridge, signaling us to go dark immediately. Whatever he saw turned his face into a mask of pure dread. We crested the summit and stopped dead in total. Silent confusion. I saw him then, a lone figure sitting cross-legged in the dirt. He wore an injured tag, grinning like a predator awaiting its prey. Meanwhile, in the lush green wilds of a world called Iskard, a mountain of an old man sat outside a stone ruin. He puffed his pipe, ears twitching at the sound of heavy boots. A massive Spartan loomed over him, hand resting on a notched blade. The old man scoffed, asking if he'd broken another damn sword. He knew the warrior was just cleaning up the church's filth. "Give it here," he grunted, and the soldier obeyed without word. The blacksmith studied the steel, wondering what could cause such carnage. He leaned in, asking if the boy had been hunting demons. Back at camp, the top brass were locked in a heated debate. Colonel Ko adjusted his glasses, sweat beading on his pale forehead. He feared this training exercise was about to become a bloodbath. Colonel Jian sat opposite him, looking far too calm for my liking. Jian argued the troops were soft and needed a taste of fire. Ko wasn't buying it. He looked like he was about to snap. He felt like they were leading lambs straight to the slaughter. Junium stormed in, rifle slung low, demanding to find the general. Jian just smirked while Ko struggled to find the right words. A roar erupted when Junium realized the general was already inside. The big man laughed, finding the whole disaster completely hilarious. He knew the general was a loose cannon nobody could actually stop. Junium turned pale, terrified of that monster being with his men. Then the guy in the glasses finally dropped the real bombshell. He pushed his frames up, letting the silence hang heavy and thick. The general was there to see one specific soldier in action. And there he was, the two-star smiling devil, waiting for us. The commander of the 104th sat perfectly still in the dark. We just stood there, paralyzed, forgetting every bit of our training. I saw me cower behind the captain, both of them visibly trembling. I knew our objective involved a high-stakes casualty extraction during the operation. But our victim wasn't some HQ suit. It was Brutus from the Popeye unit. The guy looked like a caricature, though our CO wasn't much better. This mountain of a man loomed over us, making the sergeant look tiny. He grinned dangerously, telling us to mind his injured side during the drill. That single sentence sent a chill through the CO, leaving him totally speechless. He finally managed to salute and accepted this absolute joke of a task. Two privates grabbed a stretcher while me nervously swore we'd carry the giant. Brutus just stood there, staring down the sergeant with pure, silent judgment. He clearly hated the sight of that flimsy little cot they brought out. As he approached, Brutus suddenly crushed the metal frame into a ball with one hand. I guess he wasn't planning on playing dead for anyone today. He dusted off his palms and walked away, looking completely fed up. Me, being the loyal soldier he is, still tried to reason with the general. He argued training protocol, but Brutus just told us to move out without him. While the sergeant was falling apart, the two-star general locked eyes with me. From his eager look, it was obvious he'd come just to watch me work. We both felt his heavy gaze as he waited for something to happen. I couldn't help but smirk. The real fun was finally about to start. We had a lot of ground to cover, and the entertainment wasn't over yet. We moved into a blur of combat right after that strange meeting. The unit fought off waves of monsters while the general studied my every move. Every time the beasts lunged at us, I made sure my kill count was highest. Whenever a new threat emerged, I was always the first one to react. I even hauled the massive general through traps, making the training look like child's play. Eventually, though, the rest of the squad started hitting their breaking point. They were gasping for air while fighting these revolting slime-covered lizard things. One private took a desperate swing at a monster with his last bit of strength. He sliced one, but another lizard lunged from the shadows behind him. The kid was spent. His eyes rolled back as he started to collapse. I moved instantly, taking the lizard's head off before its tongue could touch him. That lethal strike came directly from my own blade. I was pushing the limits of that new E-rank sword skill I'd unlocked. It's basic, but the power boost is exactly what I need to level up. I pulled the kid up while the others finished off the remaining scraps. He tried to thank me, but I was already scanning for the next move. Seeing them all struggle so hard, I decided they deserved a quick break. I dove into the next skirmish, finishing off every beast before anyone else could. I sprinted across the field, systematically dismantling every monster in our path. Within seconds, I reached the CO and gave the signal to halt. Brutus watched the entire performance from the best seat in the house. They said these drills were hell, but I was treating it like my own backyard. A lizard tried to creep up on the general, thinking it found a victim. Without even looking back, the old man sent it flying with one heavy punch. The CO finally called for a rest, exactly the outcome I'd been aiming for. I caught the commander's eye and gave him a solid thumbs up. That two-star general didn't miss it. He's definitely watching my progress. I'd left my mark, but the nightmare was just beginning elsewhere. The all-female unit was holding their own line nearby. They fought those dark spheres, looking completely wiped out. Those void balls were putting the girls through hell. A beast lunged at a private who braced for impact. The blue-haired legacy hire stepped in, slicing it in two. Monsters dead. The girls finally caught their breath. A private praised Yunio's skill, blind to the threat behind. She was starstruck, missing the monster, closing the gap. When the screech hit, she was already too slow. A helmet flew as a comrade shoved her to safety. Yunio saved her, hair spilling out as gear tumbled. The private looked back, seeing the cost of her life. Yunio hung off a cliff, holding the beast back alone. The shove's momentum sent Yunio right over the edge. She was falling, and we were miles away, just relaxing. We were plotting moves when the general startled us. He beamed, calling our commander a truly gifted leader. The poor guy just looked terrified of the general. He mistook the praise for some kind of trap. Then the general saw us in back, just talking shop. It looked like I was teaching the rookies some stances. Our leader saw us and finally cracked a smile. He told the general his soldiers were naturally talented. The general insisted a leader's worth is his men. He flashed a grin, urging the boss to finish strong. He turned to Kimmy, who was avoiding him. He put me in a chokehold, critiquing his balance. I guess he just loves messing with his favorites. Two guys watched this comedy show from the back. Since one wore glasses, a lecture was coming. The rookie asked if the veteran had been here. The vet was tired but gave him an answer. The rookie pointed, and the veteran finally looked. A forbidden hole sat nearby, sparking the kid's curiosity. The corporal adjusted his frames, prepping an answer. He kept it blunt. It was just a hole. Then the commander yelled to move, and everyone rose. The rookie was still fixated on that mysterious pit. The vet asked if he'd slept through the briefing. The kid jumped. The veteran had nailed it. Pushing his glasses up, the vet began the explanation. He explains that these spatial anomalies remain a mystery, though theory suggests they're isolated pockets, bridging our world to another dimension. However, he clarifies that these gateways aren't a flawless bridge to some infinite expanse. The dungeon itself is an independent reality, and when a rift manifests, the connection often glitches. These terrain gaps are essentially packet losses occurring during a faulty spatial data transfer. Since this phenomenon is a standard occurrence across most sites, they've been dubbed dungeon holes, a term the corporal drops while adjusting his perfectly centered frames. The recruit with the fade looks stunned, but a fresh question immediately pops into his head. He's curious about the fate of anyone who slips past the borders or falls into that void. Specs admits he's short on facts, but word is that falling in just teleports you to a random coordinate elsewhere inside. Right as they wrapped up, a sudden roar of commotion erupted from the soldiers at the front of the line. The CO rushed forward to investigate the noise, and both he and our protagonist were floored by the sight. Jun froze upon recognizing the body on the ground. It was the high-profile beauty, Sun Yunio, from the female platoon, totally unconscious. A few moments later, we see her nursing a water bottle to rehydrate. She's resting on the dirt while the commander briefs her unit on the situation. The Major General observes the newcomer with a cold, unreadable curiosity, staying completely silent and still. That's when the CO informs her that he's already alerted the 4th Battalion, so she shouldn't stress about a rushed return. She's still visibly shaken, desperately asking if the rest of her squad made it out okay. Once more, the officer kindly assures her that everyone is safe and sound. Now that she's accounted for, they're getting back to their standard drills. The girl finally exhales, her tension vanishing as she thanks the commander for the update. Suddenly, she winces in pain. Looking down, she realizes someone has already expertly wrapped her foot in bandages. She must have wrecked her ankle right before taking that plunge into the spatial hole. Someone as driven as Yunio hates being sidelined. She's terrified of having to depend on anyone else. Regardless, she's out of commission, and Kim MG realizes there's no way she can push through the training like this. He gently suggests she focus on recovery, reminding her that staying healthy is a soldier's first priority before real combat. The CO backs him up, noting that an extraction team is en route from HQ, which effectively ends her session for the day. The girl tries to protest, fueled by a desperate urge to finish her training, but the reality of her injury sinks in. She goes quiet, hanging her head in total dejection. That's when Brutus finally makes his move, stepping in to demand an update on the private status. His sudden appearance leaves Yunio completely baffled, her face a mask of confusion as she wonders what a major general is doing in a place like this. The commander reports that she's mostly fine, aside from a fractured left ankle that's made it impossible for her to keep up with the drills. The 2-star general calls it a damn shame and asks her to recount exactly how she ended up here. Panicking, she babbles her name before explaining she went over a cliff fighting a monster and woke up in this spot. The division commander figures she hit a rift, remarking that it's a miracle she's even breathing after a fall like that. Then, something clicks in his brain, causing him to stiffen and recoil in surprise. He barks for her name again. She replies that she's Private First Class Sun Yunio. The general's reaction to her name is nothing short of explosive. He screams, asking if she's truly Santiho's daughter from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion. She looks a bit sheepish about her family ties, but reluctantly confirms that the general is right. The second she nods, the man frantically slaps an injury tag on her and starts scanning the area like a madman. The rest of the platoon looks like walking ghosts, completely drained and useless at this point. But one soldier still looks like he's in peak condition, even taking the time to coach his buddies through drills. The Major General bellows for Kim Jun, snapping our hero's head around at the sound of his name. As he sprints over to the brass, the privileged private buries her face in her hands, dying of pure embarrassment. Her cheeks burned crimson as she struggled to meet my gaze. The memory of our last disastrous encounter clearly still haunted her. The air chilled when the commander ordered me to carry her, leaving me stunned. The general's fury was palpable. She demanded the girl stay until the end. I sized her up, mentally calculating the risks of this bizarre turn. She hid her face while the commander's rage reached a rolling boil. Regardless of the tension, I sensed a golden ticket to a massive promotion. I accepted the 2 stars order instantly, ready to shoulder the burden. I approached the division's princess, who looked like she'd seen a ghost. I offered a piggyback, though her expression screamed pure, unadulterated disgust. Quitting meant failing, a disaster she knew she simply couldn't afford. She understood the stakes, yet her hesitation was heavy in the air. Finally, she squeezed her eyes shut and reluctantly climbed onto my back. I was ecstatic. This was a career-making move, even if the squad judged me. They envied my stamina while thanking God it wasn't their backs breaking. I hoisted her up, the commander shadowing our every step like a hawk. He ordered me to follow Kim Mi and report any signs of fatigue. I wasn't tired. I was fueled by pure ambition and a fast heartbeat. To me, she wasn't a person, she was a winning lottery ticket to glory. She kept her head turned, refusing to look at her human transport. She was paralyzed by embarrassment, while I was busy planning my future. The general's eyes burned into us from behind with inexplicable resentment. Kim Yi warned him about the optics of favoring another general's daughter, but the general didn't care. He wasn't the type to retreat from gossip. Helping the wounded was legal, and training didn't stop for a twisted ankle. Yet, Kim Mi sensed a darker motive lurking behind the general's stoic words. The general's jaw tightened as he growled her father's name with pure venom. His bitter curses made the air feel colder. His hatred was absolutely terrifying. But let's get back to the girl on my back, caught in this storm. She watched the broken soldiers ahead, her anxiety spiking with every single step. Kim Yi was a fortress, but the general's presence felt like a blade. Being the only woman in this den of men was a total nightmare. She whispered for me to drop her if my strength began to fail. I laughed it off, saying she weighed less than a tank's armor. Considering the density of industrial steel, that was a pretty terrible compliment. I started guessing her exact weight until she snapped at me in horror. The rest of the guys were too close to death to care. Mortified, she promised to stay quiet if I'd just shut my mouth. The general watched us, his interest feeling more like a threat than curiosity. She finally realized I was her only hope for surviving this hellish ordeal. With a defeated sigh, she promised to settle the debt later on. My pulse quickened. A favor from her was a one-way ticket up. Her father's influence could change my entire life in an instant. Then I brought up her weight again, much to the squad's silent amusement. I was about to name a number when the atmosphere turned lethal. She starts wailing on him to shut his mouth, begging him to stop making a scene and save what's left of her pride. Kim, me, and Brutus just exchange stunned looks as the drama unfolds right in front of them. Man, the expressions those three flashed next were enough to send a major chill down Yunio's spine. You can tell these two old-timers think they're watching a romance in the making, and they're absolutely thrilled to have a front-row seat. Anyway, shadows soon swallowed the dungeon once more, leaving our squad more exhausted than they've ever been in their lives. They could barely keep their knees from buckling. The captain stayed at the point, navigating the gloom, while the lower ranks prayed they wouldn't stumble into any more nightmares. Sobbing like their hearts were breaking, they couldn't stop cursing the handsome jerk who dropped them into a training gauntlet set to maximum hell difficulty. That's when the lead tells them only 2 kilometers remain until they reach the finish line, demanding everyone lock in and keep their guard up until the very end before telling the corporals to pass the word back. The drained soldiers looked like they'd just heard a miracle. Finally, a light at the end of this total disaster. But that spark of hope vanished instantly when they spotted a new nightmare on the horizon. The second he saw it, the bald corporal screamed at the commander that aerial hostiles were diving from the ceiling. Once the captain locked eyes with the incoming threat, he barked orders for a defensive spread. We were about to go head-to-head with an enemy that owned the sky. The things diving at the squad were pure abominations. Imagine a serpent twisted into the wings of a starving bird. Jagged fangs and glowing orbs made it clear. These predators thrive in the pitch black. Turns out they're called black rakes, and the captain knew we couldn't have picked a worse time to run into these scavengers. The creatures began orbiting the panicked troops like vultures waiting for a heartbeat to stop. From the shadows, the general watches the whole mess. After seeing those monstrosities, even he has to admit the platoon's luck has completely run out. They dragged their wounded so close to the finish line, but this might be the end of the road. See, black rakes are small, but their serrated bits will peel a man's skin right off the bone. Sure, a seasoned hunter won't die from a few nicks, but these things are relentless, and trying to fight them while running on empty is a losing game. Throw in the midnight darkness, and even the general's aging eyes are struggling to track the shadows moving through the air. Meanwhile, the poor guys keep swinging at empty air, every heavy breath feeling like lead in their lungs as they miss again and again. MG sticks to the rear, acting as a human shield for the injured. But his disappointment is written all over his face. Even the general grumbles that this pathetic display of reflexes is a one-way ticket to a score deduction. The senior sergeant just has to stand there and take the heat. He sees his unit falling apart, struggling to even land a single blow on the winged pests. He knows he can't use exhaustion or the dark as an excuse for this failure. Hunters are paid to be ready for anything. Mi realizes that even if he abandoned his post to jump in, it wouldn't change the outcome of this slaughter. Watching the commanding officer whiff his strikes too, he worries that breaking formation now would just tank their final score even deeper into the red. In the end, Mi has no choice but to put his faith in the captain and wait for a signal. But looking at the sheer desperation on the captain's face, I'm betting he's completely out of ideas. Meanwhile, my boy is over here grinding his teeth so hard they might actually shatter from the rage. The general's threat of a points penalty is echoing in his head, and losing points is something our guy will never stand for. Cursing under his breath, he lunges forward, carrying the terrified girl on his back like a rucksack. As a lone tear rolls down Yunio's face, Myun skids to a stop behind the lead, demanding a chance to take a swing. The captain loses his mind at the thought of a guy weighted down by a casualty trying to charge into a dogfight. He tells him to back off, but Myun, seeing their scores plummeting, declares that everyone has officially hit their breaking point. With a dangerous fire in his eyes, he claims he's the only one left who can salvage this wreck. Seeing his insane confidence and the total collapse of the rest of the unit, the captain finally gives him a moment to talk. Myun leans in to whisper his strategy while the captain and Yunio strain to hear every word. But the moment the plan hits their ears, they both scream, "It's pure, unadulterated madness." Her hand slammed over her mouth as she realized she'd just screamed. But the commander's face was unreadable, like it was carved from granite. You could tell he was actually weighing the kid's suicidal gamble. Then, shocking everyone, the boss tapped the soldier's chest, giving him one shot. Fail and we bail. The girl's brain just couldn't process the stakes. She couldn't fathom trusting a rookie's last-second prayer in this hell. Overhead, winged nightmares shrieked, mocking the soldiers who were totally helpless. Desperate for an out, the CO reached for the casualty, ordering the kid forward. But the rookie cut him off, his eyes flashing with sudden defiance. No time. The commander ground his teeth and finally gave the nod. The kid bolted with the girl in tow as the CO cleared a lane. The general watched the chaos, his face a mask of pure confusion. He was stunned they were prepping to fire blind into a pitch-black abyss. It was go time. He slammed a mag home, telling the girl to grip tight. With that hungry look in his eyes, he wasn't losing anyone tonight. She had zero options left. She had to put her life in his hands. Squinting her eyes shut, she latched onto the madman and braced for impact. Suddenly, his pupils ignited with a hellish, supernatural fire. He cut through the dark easily, whispering that the night was his home. To him, this slaughterhouse felt like level 1 of some twisted arcade game. He lined up the crosshairs, shadows coiling around his finger like a curse. It was clear he'd finally unleashed that dark arrow skill. He squeezed. A supersonic streak of pure shadow tore through the sky. The beast tried to dance away, sensing the incoming doom. But the sheer pressure of the shot ripped it in two anyway. She barely saw the hit, only the monster's sudden and total erasure. It made her head spin. She couldn't fathom how he'd done it. He knew the trick those rounds hit like trucks, making dodging impossible. Since he alone could see the target, the world stayed blind. He went full action hero in the dark while she clung on for life. The monsters were just clay pigeons for his new, unblockable power. The rest of the unit just stared, unable to fathom the chaos unfolding before them. As gore rained down, they realized the kid was a literal god of war. Then, just as quickly as it started, the massacre was over. He turned back, coldly announcing that the sky was finally clear. She must have felt pathetic, hugging a killer who didn't give a damn. The nightmare paused, and the column finally resumed its march. They were dead on their feet, but the commander's face showed total relief. Finally, the jagged outline of the base camp broke the horizon. The outpost was ready, welcoming the survivors who'd crawled back from hell. Brass stood at attention as the battered men marched into safety. It was a long road, but they could finally let the trauma sleep. Joy was thick in the air as the final head count was finished. The sergeant barked that everyone in the second platoon had officially passed. We grinned, bone-tired but triumphant after that ordeal. Every grueling task was finally checked off the list. I beamed. My hustle had saved the entire squad. Medics arrived with a gurney for the spoiled brat. Cap roared his congratulations. Our records would look golden. We snapped crisp salutes, riding that short-lived high. Mi took point, barking orders to keep us disciplined. Bunks were calling. Real rest felt within our reach. As we retreated, the commander flagged a single outlier. I stood my ground, girl still piggyback, demanding my bonus. The old man beckoned me over with a heavy gaze. He praised my grit and my split-second survival instincts. I thanked him, though cash beats a hollow compliment. Regardless, the medics grew impatient, so the brat finally hopped down. She muttered a weak apology for being dead weight. Cap played the saint, telling her she was no burden. He toasted our survival, acting like we were one family. Then the director erupted into a laugh that chilled me. He cheered our perfect run through that living nightmare. He lunged forward, aiming for a suffocating bear hug. I slipped his grasp, avoiding his damp, desperate reach. He stalled, then pivoted like a grizzly for round two. My face screamed my absolute disgust at his touch. The others watched this pathetic circus in stunned silence. Then again, I was the only reason any of them were alive. He finally cornered me, then froze at a sudden shadow. The director turned pale, like he'd seen his ghost. It was Colonel Yuji, commander of the 104th. She led the female units with a reputation for terror. She walked through the director, treating him like trash. I wondered what leverage she held over that powerful man. Seeing the girl, her icy mask shattered into a smile. The girl whimpered about a twist, looking for sympathy. Relieved, the colonel ordered the medics to tread lightly. Then she turned, fixing her predatory gaze on the director. She flashed a grin that looked more like a threat. She invited him for a chat he couldn't refuse. "Follow me," she hissed, her face a benevolent demon's. I knew right then the director was finally finished. Morning broke over headquarters, masking the previous night's sins. I sat in the mess, inhaling a massive ton of protein. Just me and the cook's endless trays of fried poultry. Fresh wings arrived, and my eyes sparkled with mindless greed. I stared at the feast, asking if such a massive spread was even permitted. The cook signaled the silence, whispering that the rest were out cold, so it's all mine. I didn't need a second thought before attacking that mountain of golden fried bird. I tore into those greasy, thick thighs like a man who hadn't eaten in years. The chef just stood there, killing the quiet with some low-key chatter. He mentioned the buzz our squad was now the gold standard for the whole division. Apparently, the battalion commanders were singing my praises to anyone who'd listen. He brought up the shadow beasts I'd supposedly soloed. I just kept chewing while he talked. He called these latest field maneuvers the most brutal ones in recent memory. Over 50% of the new recruits broke and quit before the end. The guy was a talker, filling my ears with useless noise while I ate. I didn't care. I was just worshipping the taste of that perfect, juicy protein. Out in the hall, the rhythmic strike of boots began to echo against the walls. The colonel stopped, unsettled by the hollow silence coming from the training yard. He muttered that the entire base felt like a godforsaken ghost town. The scarred captain explained the men were all crashing hard after the hell they'd endured. The colonel seemed satisfied but noted that the troops eventually needed to refuel. They continued down the corridor, their shadows stretching long across the floor. He mentioned the general was actually thrilled with how the results turned out. That caught the junior officer's ear. He loved a commander who actually showed up. He thought the old man was a straight shooter, not some ego-driven suit. The colonel's face soured. He clearly didn't share that admiration for Brutus. To him, the man was nothing more than an arrogant, overbearing liability. He recalled the female CO's lecture after Brutus ditched his post for a dungeon run. Captain Kim looked stunned, unable to believe someone would yell at a major general. His superior cut him off, insisting the woman was completely in the right. It was a fact. Major General Brutus had gone AWOL without saying a word. Seeing the doubt, the colonel warned him that the 4th Battalion's leader was terrifying. I could see him picturing her, a steel-eyed reaper with a blade on her back. Everyone feared her, but luckily my performance helped smooth over the fallout. My record-breaking run made the general's obsession with me look like a smart play. A wide grin broke across his face as he imagined my future in the service. Being in his unit, he was already tasting victory at the next big meeting. Meanwhile, at the division headquarters, a tense session was happening behind closed doors. Brutus adjusted his ugly glasses, squinting at the latest intelligence report on his desk. Sitting directly across from him was the ice-cold commander of the 4th, Colonel Yu. She took a measured sip of tea, her earlier rage cooling to a simmer. Brutus finished the brief, confirmed the cleanup, then asked if the legacy hire was okay. Yu set her cup down, reporting the girl didn't walk away with any broken bones. She added that Yunia was a fast healer and would be back on duty tomorrow. Brutus laughed, noting the girl was definitely her father's daughter. Right then, his phone screamed for attention, and he snatched it like a lifeline. He looked like a man desperate for any excuse to leave that room. His day soured instantly when a voice called him a bearded prick through the receiver. Visible annoyance flashed in his eyes as he barked, demanding to know who it was. The stranger on the line plays coy with his identity, mocking the general for failing to recognize a voice he should know by heart. Recognition finally hits the officer like a physical blow, his face twisting into a mask of pure disbelief as he stammers out a name. That sudden sharp shift in his demeanor immediately puts Colonel Yu on high alert, her eyes narrowing at the tension in the room. The perspective shifts, revealing the man on the other end as he confirms the commander's darkest suspicions with a grim nod. A glimpse at his uniform reveals 2 stars, matching the general's own rank and signaling a collision between 2 military titans. As the camera pulls back, we see a face contorted by a murderous rage, thick veins pulsing violently against his forehead. This is the commander of the 107th, the overprotective father of our resident golden child, and he's currently calling the general a pathetic coward. Without a moment's hesitation, he throws down the ultimate challenge, demanding a face-to-face duel to settle their blood feud. When we last saw them, the overprotective father was screaming insults through the receiver, demanding a violent showdown with the general. Now, the episode opens with the general roaring back in a blind fury, fixating on being called some kind of bearded freak. In the background, Colonel Yu watches the chaos unfold while the voice on the other end continues its relentless verbal assault. The rival commander refuses to back down, his voice dripping with a desperate need to crush his opponent once and for all. The general massages his temples to keep his temper from exploding, questioning if the man is losing his mind over a minor training accident. The colonel eavesdrops as the general mocks the man's intellect, questioning if he even possesses the courage of a true frontline soldier. Naturally, the rival general doesn't take the bait quietly. He fires back, telling his opponent that he's just looking for a light workout and needs a human punching bag to hit. The general tries to take the high ground by calling the behavior childish. But honestly, he's acting just as petty as his rival. My assessment is echoed by the look of pure exhaustion on Colonel Yu's face as she watches the two grown men bicker. She remains a silent witness as the general fails miserably to justify why a trainee was left suffering under his watch. The rival commander finally goes for the jugular, mocking the general's bachelor status and claiming a lonely man could never understand a father's pain. That's the final straw. The general snaps, his massive hand crushing the device into scrap metal as he slams his fist onto the wood. He bellows for a location, ready to fight, but he's just screaming at a pile of shattered plastic now that the connection is severed. Both the colonel and I are left staring, wondering if this man has finally lost his grip on reality. He continues to bark threats into the empty air, clearly rattled by the one insult that managed to pierce his thick skin. He screams that his single life was a deliberate choice, not a lack of options, though he sounds like he's trying to convince himself. I can actually feel that sting. As a 29-year-old guy with zero romantic prospects, that hit a little too close to home. Regardless, the colonel cautiously approaches the fuming officer while he's still demanding to know why his rival has gone silent. Showing as much professional patience as humanly possible for a man in the middle of a mental breakdown, she quietly points out that the call is dead, and the general looks down to find his phone reduced to a pile of expensive junk. Without skipping a beat or checking his rage, he wheels around and demands to know if she has the rival's contact saved. For a fleeting second, the woman stays silent, terrified for the safety of her own electronics, before sighing at the grim reality of working for a meathead. Trying to de-escalate, she suggests he take a breath and realize the other father has every right to be absolutely livid. At first, the arrogant idiot turns on her, accusing his own officer of treachery and questioning if she was the one who leaked the medical report. She remains perfectly calm, reminding him that hospitals standardly notify next of kin the moment a soldier is admitted for trauma. Furthermore, she clarifies that the father's fury isn't actually about the injury itself. He's enraged because someone gave her special orders to continue grueling drills instead of sending her straight to a surgeon. Finally, the weight of the situation settles in, and the general is forced to swallow a very bitter pill of truth. With a sharp, professional smile, she advises him to call back and properly explain himself before this professional rivalry turns into a war. Coughing to hide his deep shame, the general finally admits that there might have been a slight lapse in judgment on his part. He tries to save face by claiming it was a psychological test to see how the men would handle a real-world casualty. The colonel reaches for her own phone to facilitate the apology, but as she looks at the mangled remains of his last device, she seriously reconsidered if her property would survive the next 5 minutes. I watched her hesitate for a heartbeat before she pulled the device back, declaring she'd put the whole mess on speaker for us both to hear. The line started ringing on the mahogany table, and I could see the sweat beads forming on Brutus's forehead as the walls closed in. He looked like a man drowning in his own silence, unable to find the words, yet tapping his fingers with a frantic, nervous energy. A sharp click echoed through the room as Major General Teo finally answered the call, his presence heavy even through the digital static. No pleasantries, just a cold demand. He barked at Colonel Yu, asking why she was bothering him and if she was currently with that bearded piece of trash. She kept her cool, playing the dutiful soldier as she explained that the division commander's phone had conveniently bit the dust. Right beside her, the commander was practically vibrating with rage, still reeling from the venomous insults Teo had spat out. Swallowing his pride, he forced his anger into a box and told Teo he'd been too heated to make sense before. He tried to explain the chaos that broke out during the dungeon inspection while he was keeping tabs on a specific unit. Then his expression shifted, his mouth twisting as if he'd just bitten into a raw lemon and realized how bitter the truth was. Saying sorry was clearly a foreign language to him. You watched him fight a silent war with his own ego just to keep his cool. Finally, Brutus bit the bullet, admitting he'd screwed up and put Tio's daughter right in the crosshairs of a disaster. He put his rank aside for a moment, offering a formal, heavy-hearted apology for his failure as a leader. A faint, genuine smile touched Yu's lips. She saw a childless man trying his best to wrap his head around a father's primal fear. But of course, life loves a punchline. The sentiment died on arrival. Tio's voice crackled back through the speaker, demanding to know what kind of nonsense Brutus was spewing. You could almost hear the veins bulging in Tio's neck as he accused Brutus of making up excuses just to dodge their duel. He didn't care about the danger. He just wanted the name of the punk who dared to touch his daughter and carry her like that. Unreal. The man wasn't worried about her life. He was seeing red because some random guy gave his little girl a lift. Yu and Brutus just sat there, frozen. The pure absurdity of it all hung in the air, thick and suffocating. That's when the real source of the general's fury finally came out in the wash. He was livid because Brutus let a stranger give her a piggyback ride, and he was seconds away from screaming for that kid's head on a platter. Recognizing a sinking ship, Yu took charge and cut the line before the situation spiraled completely out of control. Naturally, the peace lasted all of 2 seconds. The phone blew up again instantly. Tio was bloodthirsty for that name, and Yu could feel a massive migraine coming on. As the ringing echoed relentlessly, she glanced at Brutus. He wasn't just annoyed, he looked ready to tear the world apart. He'd swallowed his massive ego to make amends, only to realize the man on the other end was a total lunatic. Tio's rage was totally off base. Yu was freaking out, doing everything in her power to keep Brutus from snapping. It was too late. The fuse was lit. Brutus, barely holding it together, growled at her to get a car ready right now. He vented his absolute fury on the defenseless sofa, leaving it in ruins. Seriously, the guy needs a shrink. A shaken Yu backed away, nervously asking where the hell he thought he was going in this state. The tension peaked as I looked at his face, eyes burning with a rage that felt like a physical weight. Gritting his teeth so hard they might shatter, he told Yu to clear her calendar because they were going to pay Sunio a very personal visit. By now, Yu was internally screaming that she was surrounded by complete and utter morons. She was beyond done with these meatheads who only knew how to use their fists and not their brains. Meanwhile, the guy at the center of the storm was just whistling down the hall, blissfully unaware of the war he'd started. Honestly, he was just vibing, still dreaming about that free cafeteria chicken like it was the best thing that ever happened to him. But even with his hands in his pockets and a song in his heart, trouble had a way of finding Mune. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a movement in the shadows to the right. His little sidekick was lurking there, striking a ridiculous pose just to get a second of his time. He definitely spotted the weirdness. I pulled up short, needing to make sure my eyes weren't playing tricks on me. When I whipped my head around to get a better look at what was going on, the little weirdo was ecstatic to be acknowledged, bouncing around like a toddler who'd just been handed a piece of candy. I didn't find it cute. I was just annoyed the little pest was out in the open again, so I snatched him up by the head. I shoved him deep into my pocket and booked it down the hall before anyone could see us together. I ducked into a derelict corner of the compound, ensuring no souls were watching. I signaled the Void Leech to crawl out and deliver its urgent report. I warned the creature against public sightings, demanding to know its purpose. The sprite gestured frantically, swearing it had scouted the perimeter before surfacing. I acknowledged the effort but promised to banish it if it interrupted again. My icy reprimand left the small beast trembling in a fit of misery. It merely sought a shred of validation from the hand that feeds it. Softening my stance, I exhaled and manifested a pulse of dark essence. I offered the swirling violet vortex, and the little glutton's eyes flared. As it feasted, I leaned in to ask what truth it had unearthed. It gestured toward my temple, signaling a vision too grave for simple signs. I touched its brow, forging a mental bridge, humming with static and secrets. I was instantly plunged into a nightmare of leveled buildings and urban decay. Warriors were collapsing in the streets, their minds shattered by some unseen force. The residue reeked of the abyss. A broken sign revealed my next destination. Reports of the anomaly were clearly understated. This was a total war zone. I realized the trip was worth the risk and praised the scouts' initiative. That minor validation sent the creature into a flurry of arrogant, shadowy posturing. Its ability to swim through midnight allowed it to cover miles in heartbeats. I rewarded the gluttonous parasite with another hit of void energy for loyalty. Now I had to engineer a way to vanish without raising any suspicion. I marched back toward the dorms, my mind mapping out logistics for desertion. Going off the grid required a cover story the brass wouldn't question. I loathed wasting personal leave and prayed for a sanctioned miracle to occur. I swung the door open, bracing myself for the usual barracks monotony. Instead, I walked into a wall of noise and the commander's grinning face. He bellowed that I had been honored as the top recruit in the division. I offered a stiff salute, though my thoughts were miles away in ruins. A personal prize was coming, he said, but the real gift followed shortly. My excellence earned the entire unit 24 hours of complete freedom from duty. My gaze lit up with predatory intensity. The timing was almost too perfect. I asked to take my leave immediately, catching everyone off guard with urgency. The officer frowned, puzzled by my sudden desperation to flee the celebration. I claimed urgent personal affairs, keeping my expression like a mask of stone. They know I am a loose cannon, so they did not press further. He eventually signed the papers, and I thanked him before the ink dried. By morning, I was standing in the hollowed-out carcass of the city Huin. The shadow had not lied, but the reality was utterly jarring and strange. A battalion of women was busy sanitizing the area, scrubbing away the soot. As they noticed me lurking, I could only manage a weary, unimpressed stare. The storm had passed, leaving me wondering why this army was even here. I felt like a fool, wishing I could reclaim the energy I wasted. Just as I turned, a voice rang out that I would know anywhere. She pulled back her tactical gear, revealing a face from my complicated past. The privileged heiress stood there, looking just as shocked to find me here. Let's wind the clock back so I can explain this nightmare. Before Mune appeared, my squad was busy scrubbing a literal massacre clean. My pink-haired officer was reaching her absolute limit. She couldn't grasp why we were doing janitorial chores right after our grueling field exercises. The striking brunette beside her felt the same, knowing our unit's performance was totally pathetic. This was Colonel Yu's twisted punishment. Regardless, the short girl wouldn't stop her bitter complaining. Exhaustion was bone deep, yet we were forced to sanitize this slaughterhouse without a single second to rest. Honestly, the tall corporal was just relieved we weren't part of the team shredded by the stampede. While the pink-haired girl was busy spitting curses, her partner spotted a familiar face nearby. That blue hair signaled the privileged prodigy working herself to death. The officer checked on Unio, begging the girl to rest those nasty injuries instead of overworking. Stoic as a statue, the young private snapped to attention and insisted that her body had already fully recovered. The corporal praised her healing speed, but ordered the girl to stay on the sidelines for now. Unio clearly valued the genuine concern and offered a quiet word of thanks to her superior. Suddenly, whispers broke out among the girls as they realized a male hunter had entered the sector. The officers were baffled, but our blue-haired prodigy recognized the mysterious intruder in a heartbeat. It was him, our hero. While some recognized his uniform, his true identity remained a complete mystery. This brings us back to when Unio looked at the man who'd carried her through training. Immune, on the contrary, looked like he'd just been caught committing a major crime. He looked totally cornered, likely because he never intended to be identified during his shady side business. Unio closed the distance, tension mounting as the entire unit watched this lone man stand his ground. With a cold stare, she demanded to know his business since only female units were summoned here. In response, the guy just scowled and claimed he was merely enjoying his scheduled vacation. I couldn't blame her for being furious. That excuse was an insult to anyone's intelligence. She called his bluff, but he produced an official leave of absence signed by his commanding officer. After checking the papers, the legitimacy was undeniable, yet she still couldn't bring herself to believe him. Now our hero was mockingly wondering if the girl had some deep-seated trust issues. Returning the slip, she pressed him on why he'd visit a restricted hellhole. He started sweating. Shifting his gaze, he lied through his teeth about having some errand in Huachen, claiming he only detoured here after hearing rumors about some local emergency situation. Suddenly, a jagged blue rift tore through the sky, rapidly expanding into a full-scale dungeon portal. This was exactly what the man wanted. He immediately dropped into a stance, ready for slaughter. The screeching portal made Unio spin around. Panic erupted as everyone realized a gate had just opened. As the formation scattered, the pink-haired corporal screamed that her day was going from bad to worse. Now they had an even bigger disaster to clean up. The tall officer remained calm, ordering a full retreat to report the breach before anyone did something stupid. It was pure chaos. While the unit fled toward camp, our hero was the only one walking forward. The blue-haired girl noticed his suicide mission and urged him to evacuate with the rest of us. But this was the thrill he'd been chasing. There was no way he was walking away now. He fed her some heroic line about the monsters being moments away from an invasion, vowing to buy time for everyone to get armed. But man, look at that twisted grin on his face. He was absolutely ecstatic. Unio, however, couldn't wrap her head around his suicidal logic. She thought it was far too dangerous since they had no idea what was lurking inside. But Mune reminded her the cavalry was gone. If he didn't stay, everyone would be dead meat. I swore to her that I'd bail the moment the heat became too much to handle. I pressed her to hand over any extra gear before she took off with the others. She tried to talk me out of it one last time, but I just pointed to her mangled foot. I told her to move it, because once the shadows start crawling out, she'd be dead meat. She finally gave in, teeth clenched, and pulled the steel blade from her hip to give to me. Pressing the grip into my palm, she begged me one more time to run if the tide turned. With a final nod, she sprinted away from the rift, swearing to return with the squad. With the dead weight gone, I finally faced the tear in reality, itching for the rush. I took a slow step toward the shimmering void, knowing damn well that half these bastards are usually too chicken to cross the threshold. I unsheathed the blade, letting the leather scabbard and my heavy pack hit the dirt. The air turned foul with a sickening rot, but I was wired and ready for the slaughter. They hunt in packs, and sure enough, a massive tusked silhouette stepped into the light. It was a wall of muscle and drool, wrapped in a pulsing shroud of violet energy. Just as I thought a herd animal, this was exactly what I'd been waiting for. A swarm of crimson-furred beasts began spilling out of the gate right behind the leader. The one in front locked eyes with me and let out a bone-shaking roar before charging. The stench was so putrid I had to hold my breath as the pack closed the distance. While I was busy gagging on the air, the stampede bore down on me like a freight train. Instead of bolting, I gripped the steel and lunged, firing dark bolts from my palm. To my surprise, the shadow arrows just bounced off their hides like pebbles. My low-tier magic wasn't cutting it, but I had plenty of other ways to skin a cat. I launched myself into the air, letting the charging beasts thunder uselessly beneath me. While they scrambled to find their target, I hovered above, ready to carve them into bacon. I came down like a guillotine, my blade a blur as I shredded their demonic hides. Even with their guts hanging out, their eyes still burned with that hateful violet fire. They were reeling and bloodied, but the stubborn bastards refused to hit the pavement. Their skin was iron, but I knew their insides were soft. Time to let the rot set in. I unleashed my dark energy, watching it seep into their open wounds to melt them from within. I gave them a twisted grin, asking if my power was a bit too bitter for their taste. On the flip side, the brutes were finally bleeding out, though one managed a final, desperate lunge. I sidestepped the attack with zero effort. It was almost sad how slow they were. The idiot actually finished off its own partner. Perfect time for the big payday. I started siphoning the essence from the fallen, watching the light flicker out of their eyes. The last few stragglers buckled to their knees as I drained the very life from their veins. Now that they were just empty shells, I stepped in with my knife to finish the job. With a few quick, surgical slashes, I put the miserable things out of their agony. Right on cue, a flood of system alerts started popping up to track my progress. My core power jumped by 3 points, and my stealth skills reached a whole new tier. Since I was leaning on the blade, even my basic sword work got a nice level up. With the first wave dealt with, I braced myself for whatever was coming next. I was starving for more energy, but a sudden shout from behind killed my momentum. I glanced over my shoulder to see what the hell was going on, and saw Yunio already heading back with a crew of heavily armed hunters in tow. A rough grip jolts me back to reality. My commander frantically scans my body for hidden wounds. I claim I'm fine. She doesn't believe the lie. She scans me, demanding why I fought alone. I lie, I was only buying time for them. My words ignite desire in their lonely hearts. I'm seething. My vacation is officially dead now. I never even made it inside the gate. She barks for my unit and my purpose. I am Corporal Kim Jun from the 2nd Battalion. She verifies. Yunio watches, waiting for the truth. Why is a corporal in a restricted zone? I wasn't there for the scenery, clearly. I lie again, I just came to help out. A thick air of suspicion lingers here. She's skeptical, but the others are already smitten. They see a hero. I see wasted time. She orders an evacuation until the investigators arrive. The second she turns her back, they swarm me, barking questions I won't answer. She sighs. Yunio observes from the dark shadows. I just want them all to vanish now. To clear that gate myself, without any distractions. Beauty won't distract me from my hidden goals. Episode 16. Let the real madness begin now. A shout shatters the camp's midnight silence. The office receives news that defies all logic. Corporal Kim Jun from the 2nd Battalion. He's on leave, sir. He shouldn't be there. He soloed a pack of beasts after volunteering. He stands abruptly, startling everyone in the room. The mystery deepens further as the night unfolds. The gate is shut, yet she remains baffled. Mune is still working hard despite the danger. Volunteering for cleanup? That is a military first. I sweep floors under their stunned, watchful eyes. Why waste leave? The short one is smitten. Exhausted from battle, she sees a literal saint. They're falling for a guy with a broom. Ignoring her friend's gaze, the tall one wonders, how did he kill them with just steel? Those beasts strike like tanks. One hit kills. I'm just mourning the loot I lost today. I keep cleaning to protect my hero image. Then, the entitled brat finally taps my shoulder. My head was a mess of dark thoughts. I snapped at her, claiming I nearly clocked her by accident just to watch her flinch. You'd expect some profound moment here, a spark of connection. Instead, I just brushed past her, barking at her to move while I scrubbed the grime away. Yunio didn't even blink. She's grown numb to my cold shoulder and my constant silence. It's like she finally accepted the monster I've become. But she wasn't done. She stood her ground, demanding a moment of my precious time. Above the jagged, broken skyline, a full moon hung heavy, bleeding silver light over the ruins. Under that ghost light, the two of us stood poised for a reckoning of words. I broke first. I asked her cold and hollow what she actually wanted from me. The little princess ran a hand through her hair, bringing up our first meeting at the exam. She admitted she was a brat then, but one memory still haunted her. She looked me dead in the eye, asking if I'd cursed her from the bus window. I stared back blankly. Honestly, I've got no idea what she's talking about half the time. I've pissed off too many people to keep track. Then, like a lightning strike, I remembered. My own twisted reflection pressed against the glass, glaring at her with pure, unadulterated malice. I corrected her. I wasn't cursing. I was promising to end her life if she crossed me. A death threat is arguably worse, but I couldn't care less. She exhaled a weary breath, looking at me like a wife tethered to a lost cause. Regardless, she realized she was the one who picked the fight first. Even if it was overdue, she offered a sincere apology to the man who saved her. I saw her heart was in it, but people like her, they're exhausting to be around. She searched my face, desperate for some sign that I'd actually heard her. When I stayed silent, she begged for forgiveness. I told her there was nothing to forgive. I turned to walk away, done with the sentimentality of the night. She stopped me. She mentioned that only one person before me ever aced that promotion test. That caught my ear. I asked if she meant I was the new legend in town. A freezing wind whipped through the dead trees, rattling the leaves like dry bones. She said there was another, though I'd matched the record. I demanded to know who. She started to say, my dad, then quickly caught herself. My father? She corrected, a radiant, worshipful smile breaking across her face. I asked if she meant the big boss, the commander. She nodded, eyes full of pride. He was a miracle, a private who climbed until he had 2 stars on his chest. That's why she signed up as a grunt. She wanted to walk his path. Finally, she had my attention. I was listening now, hearing the echoes of my own ambition in her father's ghost. Then the math hit me. The Hunter Army didn't exist when I was 7 years old. Her father would have been far too old to enlist as a mere private. Something was wrong. I wondered what kind of dark deal he'd made. She explained he was once weak, sickly, and exempt from any kind of service. I realized the truth. The gates opened, and the awakening rebuilt him from the inside. She beamed, confirming my theory with a joy that felt dangerously naive. He wanted power, she said. Power to protect the ones he loved at any cost. Seeing that light in her eyes, even I felt a flicker of grim curiosity. I told her I wanted to meet this man, this 2-star legend of hers. She agreed, glowing under the moon, certain that the two monsters would get along perfectly. She figured Sun just had a massive thing for elite warriors, but tough guys don't usually double as his daughter's personal chauffeur. I shift my gaze to the source of the chaos, where the gym floor literally buckles. Some poor officer nearby is having a complete breakdown. Yu is standing there too, her face screaming that things have totally spiraled. The foundation groans, and then Sun's roar cuts through the debris, echoing through the room, asking if this circus was all about Kim Jun. Brutus is a bloody mess, shocked that the old man has the intel already. Sun looks just as wrecked, but he's wearing a terrifying, cocky grin. He brags that his reach covers every shadow in this city. The whole place is rattling because these 2 walking tanks are killing each other. Brutus asks what happens to the boy, and Sun tells him to shut it. With blood dripping from his knuckles, he winds up for one last hit, and Brutus matches him while the officer nearby keeps losing his mind. He's terrified they're going to level the entire complex before they're done. Those fears were useless since Yu dove into the kill zone just in time. 2 lethal punches freeze just an inch from her nose. She tells them they've fought for 5 minutes and need to quit this crap. Honestly, I found a new idol. They look like 2 kids caught and terrified of getting grounded. A silent understanding passes between them, and the violence finally cuts out. The hitting stops, but the air is still thick with their petty bickering. They trade insults like schoolboys while looking at a massive repair bill for the gym. The dust finally settles, and we migrate back out into the open air. Brutus is slumped on a park bench, jaw locked tight in frustration. Sun sits nearby, looking just as miserable and pissed off. Yu arrives with news that the Red Boar Gate is officially secure. Brutus nods to the troops and praises Yu for her solid leadership. She takes the compliment with the cold, professional salute of a real soldier. Then she disappears, leaving these 2 relics to finish their drama in private. Once the boss lady is gone, Sun asks why he's really here. The big bearded giant takes a long look, checking his friend's mood. Seeing he's calm, he says to back off because he's promoting Kim Jun. Sun's cool exterior completely falls apart in an instant. He starts fuming that his buddy is backing the guy who touched his girl. Brutus snaps that the kid actually saved her when she was down. They both take a minute just to let their anger simmer. I wonder how these fools got promoted. Sun notes Myun just became corporal. He mentions the kid was also just fast-tracked to private first class. Brutus agrees, saying he wants to push the kid to officer rank. The father sighs, knowing that kind of spotlight is a death sentence. Not to mention the big boss, Guhakil, is watching. The commander will definitely snatch the kid once he hears Brutus's approval. My bearded friend knows exactly what's at stake here. He can't fight the brass alone, so he's asking Sun for an alliance. But the protective dad won't trust a guy he's never even met. He'll decide my fate the moment we finally stand face to face, bathed in the eerie radiance of the full moon. Brutus stared into the abyss, questioning his friend's dark, hidden motives. The man just stayed silent, keeping his deadly secrets about me locked away. While those old enemies were catching up, my own world was beginning to unravel. A thick, oily dread started coiling around me, and I stumbled back in sheer terror from what I was seeing. A hooded shadow was manifesting right in my reality, and I was too paralyzed by the madness to move. Cloaked in hellish power, the stranger finally solidified and rose to his feet. Strands of cold silver hair spilled from his hood as he locked his predatory eyes onto mine. A jagged, wicked grin split his face as he rasped that he'd finally caught me. But before we go into that horror, let's rewind to when I was saying goodbye to the girls. The squad was boarding their transport, and those love-struck girls were waving, hoping for one more look at me. That pink-haired shorty was especially desperate to lock down a real date, but her tall guardian was right there to keep her on a short leash. Right as the little one went to scream her phone number for me to call, her partner muzzled her and thanked me, while the shorty threw a tantrum over her ruined moment. The chaos actually gave me a fleeting second to trade a look with Unio. No venom or death threats this time, just a soft, genuine smile as she said goodbye. Then the bus vanished, leaving me standing alone on that desolate stretch of road. I let out a heavy sigh, finally done playing the hero and ready to be myself again. That's when I noticed something I didn't see coming. That sulky, bizarre-looking creature was back, and I stared at him with pure, tired disappointment. The tiny demon gave a fake cough and held out a greedy hand, begging for more energy. Of course, I was still steaming over his trash intel from earlier, so I wasn't rewarding him with anything. He looked crushed, but his face snapped tight when he sensed something crawling through the air. The little round-headed shadow started jumping to grab my attention, though I was already tracking the panic. Since he's mute, he used squinty glares and energy pulses to beam his thoughts directly to me. He warned me that someone from Iskard was breaching our world without using a gate. They were tearing a direct hole through the fabric of space and time. Seeing the pest detect such a faint, ghostly trace, I realized my shadow demon wasn't an assassin. He was a perfect radar for demonic filth. Fired up, I told my little scout to lead the way. 10 minutes later, we were deep in the woods, and I tossed him an energy scrap for his work. Suddenly, the air began to fracture like glass, nearly giving us both a heart attack. The portal slowly tore open, into a pulsing purple void crackling with black lightning until a silhouette finally appeared. We've seen this before, so let's skip the replay and get right back to the action. Once the traveler recognized me, I felt a wave of pure, gut-churning disgust at his sight. I stared hard at the face of this silver-haired freak who'd just arrived. I couldn't even tell his gender, so I just assumed he was a guy for now. Then, with a disgusting snot bubble dangling, he charged at me, crying tears of pure joy. He kept howling for Master Manold, while I just wanted him to stay the hell away. It didn't matter the weirdo tripped over his own feet and face-planted in the dirt. I reluctantly stepped closer to check on him, while Tiny just waved goodbye because this was way above his pay grade. I recognized him immediately. Why follow me here after I specifically told him to vanish? He's a total wreck, sobbing with those soft eyes and a face full of misery. That same obsession remains. I sighed, the memory of our first dark encounter flooding back. Back then, that silver-haired man was facing his end in a desolate desert. A manticore loomed over him, its massive clawed paw ready to deliver the final blow. He had accepted his fate, closing his eyes to wait for the darkness to take him. Then he felt a surge of my dark energy freezing the beast right before the kill. My volatile magic obliterated the creature. I stepped out from the dust to see my work. I stood there, drawing my power back, eyeing the pathetic man I'd just accidentally saved. Curiosity hit me. What was another human doing out in this godforsaken, empty wasteland? I loomed over him, demanding a name, but he was too terrified and starved to speak. He was fading fast, yet remarkably handsome for someone on the literal brink of death. Before I could speak, he gasped out a question. "Are you Master Manold?" My confusion spiked. Then, without warning, he broke down, weeping like I was his savior. Shaking, he claimed I was the only hope for every dark mage left in existence. It was revolting. Worse, I realized this shivering wreck was supposed to be a fellow mage. I stood up, looking down at his trembling, pathetic form with pure annoyance. I wondered if every mage in this world was this weak and utterly useless. I didn't care. I told him to drop the cringe titles and walked away. But something made me stop mid-stride. My conscience kicked in. I realized I hadn't even asked for the guy's name. He hung his head low, whispering that he didn't even have a name to give. That felt strange, but I wasn't looking to get involved in his life story. Still, a nameless weakling seemed like the perfect blank slate for a follower. I decided right then to give him a name that suited him perfectly. Fast forward to now, I'm stuck holding this same pathetic mage who somehow followed me home. I shook Lee Bangu hard, demanding to know why he risked a dimensional jump for me. You wouldn't believe what Bangu means in my tongue. It is absolutely ridiculous. I basically named this handsome warrior Lee Fart. It was a joke that became his reality. I'll stick to Bangu for now to spare him whatever dignity he has left. He's gasping, claiming my disappearance left his fanatical cult in absolute ruins. That news just made my blood boil. I never asked for worshippers. Why would I owe those lunatics a goodbye? My fan club back in Iskard clearly didn't understand the concept of a clean break. And now, my biggest fan has actually managed to track me down on Earth. I shoved him away, wanting to clear the air like a lingering, foul odor. He wailed like a jilted lover, begging to be my right-hand man again. He's far too weak for that. His constant fainting is becoming a real headache. I reached out, pumping a shot of my own essence into his failing body. It worked instantly. He shot up like he'd just swallowed a miracle drug. He looked at me with pure devotion, swearing to serve me until his last breath. I cut him off. I needed the truth. How did you actually get here? His expression shifted, becoming unnervingly intense for the first time. He claimed his longing for me opened a miracle gate. This is getting way too weird. I told him to be serious. No weakling could ever generate that kind of power alone. I'm betting those so-called holy men back in Iskard are the ones who dumped me here. The nutjob just doubles down, swearing his kind doesn't take orders, they only bow to me. His fanboy act is killing me. I can feel a vein throbbing as I warn him to talk or die. The gravity of his situation finally starts to sink in. The Dark Mage admits he's been tailing the Saintess because of some ugly rumors. We dive into his head, seeing the cathedral through a spy raven's eyes. Once he slipped past the magical wards, he ditched the feathers to get the real story. People heard screams at night, and he was there to find the source. He caught a glimpse of the temple guards lugging heavy, reinforced cages into the shadows. You could see demonic silhouettes twitching and snarling behind the bars. One tusk gave it away a red boar. The church wasn't just praying, they were hunting monsters. Watching those guards handle the cargo, it was clear the rumors were dead on the money. Bangu tracked them to the heart of the temple, but the sight inside paralyzed him. Even with guards closing in, he discovered the secret. Why nothing ever leaves that place alive. He didn't run. Instead, he took a leap of faith right into the glowing summoning circle. He'd always wondered how those beasts vanished into thin air, and now he had his answer. That cursed glowing ring was the one-way ticket to wherever those things were going. I snatched the guy by his shirt the second he finished, giving him my deadliest look. He's too obsessed to lie to me, which means the Saintess is playing a filthy game. Since that blonde puppet master is behind these demons, things just got personal. I figured since my new shadow knows so much, he might recognize my recent battlefield find. I pulled out that scrap of Damascus steel I cut from a troll and asked if it rang any bells. The moment he saw the unique grain and the curve of the metal, his face went white. Bangu didn't even hesitate. He knew those fragments were from the blades the temple guards carry. It's the Captain's steel, the same man who made my life a living hell back in Iskard. A chill hit my spine, remembering those days. He didn't just train me. He broke me. He worked me like a damn pack animal. I asked why he'd jump into the portal with zero guarantee he'd survive the trip. If he'd been a second late, that circle would have shredded him into nothing. The crazy bastard just chuckles. Thinking ahead isn't exactly his strong suit. I shouldn't be shocked. My followers have always been a few sandwiches short of a picnic. I stared at the metal, wondering what the Saintess is actually fishing for. I can't see her final move yet, and it's driving me insane. She's basically hand-feeding me demonic power, the one thing I can't find anywhere else on Earth. Let's dial it back 1,200 days before I finally made it back home. The Saintess was standing by the temple, staring at the horizon as the sun started to dip. Her hair looked like molten gold in that light, but her eyes were filled with pure loneliness. I broke the silence, walking up and asking her what the hell was so interesting. I kept it blunt. I wanted to know why she'd summoned me to this spot. She just brushed a strand of hair back and gave me a radiant smile, praising the wind. I'm not the type to get swept away by a mood. In fact, her cryptic little act was starting to make my blood boil. I told her straight, I've been sleeping in the dirt for weeks. I don't care about the breeze. Judging by the look on her face, she realized her gentle maiden routine had completely flopped. She forced the smile back on, though her eyes stayed sad, and apologized for being inconsiderate. Ultimately, she just wanted fresh air, being trapped inside those temple walls. I ignored her whining, demanding why she'd actually summoned me. She finally admitted my so-called allies got shredded inside a dungeon. I cut her off. Those idiots aren't mine, and neither is their cult. Furthermore, they followed me and got mauled. I'm done with them now. She smirked, apparently amused by the slang I used for the monsters. I stepped closer, explaining I meant the creatures known as parkas. My world calls them dark hounds, so I used that name. Then, I turned cold and asked the saint a serious question. I demanded the truth. Is there really zero link to Earth? My world had these monsters. She paused, then simply said yes. Honestly, her face looked guilty enough to hide 1,000 lies. She claimed these rifts and beasts appeared here centuries ago. Supposedly, we just both happened to suffer the same weird phenomenon. She understood my doubt, since I did arrive via a portal, but she argued that cross-dimensional travel costs far too much energy, claiming it's impossible to send so many gates and monsters over. I studied her face intensely, searching for any sign of a lie. Accepting her answer, I turned to leave with one final warning. She'd better not lie. She just gave a chillingly confident grin, like she had a secret plan she wasn't ready to share. That flashback ends there, and now I'm back in the mountains with my weirdest fan. Since I never trusted her, I've been investigating this world's history. Sadly, everything I found seemed to support what she told me. Back then, moving dungeons was impossible, but things have changed now. Demons are everywhere. Why would she waste holy power on this? Maybe she has hidden relics that make this impossible feat work. Even so, would she really go through all this trouble just for me? My thoughts were interrupted by the creature kneeling in the dirt. This guy, Bongu, was swearing eternal loyalty for saving his life. I realized there's no way to talk sense into this fanatic. I told him my real name. He looked absolutely thrilled, but he butchered the Korean pronunciation into something totally bizarre. I gave up correcting him and asked if he could shapeshift. He said yes, though my rare demonic energy is hard to get. Once more, he thanked me, confirming he could still turn into a small animal. I pointed at a crow nearby, telling him to mimic it. He instantly vanished into dark smoke and became a black bird. I told him to hide in the shadows with my minion. My first servant was already glaring, clearly hating the new rival. Those stubby legs marched toward the fanatic. The bird glared back, holding its ground. They stood inches apart, craving a brawl. I snapped, ordering them to quit playing. He finally spoke, locking eyes with him. He had to prove he's the boss. Play nice or I'll dump you both. They stood there like a damn cartoon. They shook hands, plotting for later. Quiet finally hit the dark woods. One leads, one follows, no exceptions. They saluted my rules. Simple enough. I sent them into the night. Wings spread. The shadow followed close. They vanished into the black sky. My stomach growled as they left. Just wanted ramen and some sleep. Wangshik burst in, shouting about news. We all stared, completely lost. The locker room went dead silent. We figured he finally lost it. Spit it out, man. What happened? The quarterly rankings just went up. That got everyone's attention fast. Lee probably took first place again. He's the golden boy of the unit. 75 points. A solid win. Seemed like a total lock for Lee. Then he dropped the real bomb. Lee actually came in second place. Who the hell scored higher? I walked in right on cue. I started saying my hellos. Did he really take the crown? 99 points. I broke the scale. The guys looked like they'd seen ghosts. The commander walked in right then. He asked how my break went. He held up my final score. Jaws hit the floor immediately. Lee just stared at the wall. He held the sergeant's new stripes. A double promotion. No test needed. Twice in a row. It was impossible, but the proof was right there. My boss just got the paperwork at HQ today. I didn't just pass. I was the top soldier in the entire division during the drills. The Army also officially recognized how I spent my personal leave volunteering to clear out that dangerous dungeon. So, the big boss, Commander Brutus, who really enjoyed our time at the Tinkin dungeon together, gave special orders to fast-track my promotion again. I was absolutely glowing from the news and felt like Brutus was the greatest guy alive. But then, my officer ripped the 3 stripes off my collar and pinned on 4, officially making me a sergeant. Ranking up is usually a reason to party, and the whole squad cheered for their newest sergeant, except for one guy, who looked like he'd just seen a ghost. Ponytail pulled out a betting slip showing Guangxik had wagered his whole salary that I'd rank up in exactly 1 month. Even though it felt like a miracle, Guangxik was thrilled to win while Ponytail had to kiss his entire paycheck goodbye. Of course, big winners always become targets. I snatched that slip right out of the corporal's hand. My new underlings were shaking, wondering what their new sergeant would do about their illegal gambling. I looked at my student first, asking if he knew how to address a sergeant properly. The kid had learned his lesson long ago and wouldn't dare disrespect me now. Looking at the paper, I saw my disciple had won a massive pile of cash. Guangxik nervously confirmed it, though his voice was shaking like a leaf. The poor guy was drenched in sweat, terrified of what was going on in my head. He was right to be scared. I was wearing my most devious grin. I told him winning must feel great while I planned his reward. Next thing you know, I'm in the gym, rocking my new rank and smiling like a king. My joy came strictly from watching the guys who bet on me suffer. Both of them stood at attention, dripping with nervous sweat. Guangxik looked ready to snap and begged me to take 30% of the winnings. I told him it wasn't about the money, so he desperately raised it to 40. Zooming out, you could see I was forcing him to lift those massive red stones. I repeated that the cash wasn't the issue, and I wasn't even mad about the bet, yet the poor guy was sobbing and apologizing. To make things even worse, I piled on more weight until he nearly died. Then I lifted it all with one hand. He lay there looking like a ghost, while his friends stared, terrified that I could move those red stones with a single arm. Look, in my mind, this wasn't torture. I was just helping my student who wanted to get stronger. I offered to help the others too, but they both turned me down, fearing for their lives. I acted hurt, saying it was a tragedy they didn't want to train. They saw my smile and tried to run, claiming they had somewhere to be, but my cold voice stopped them dead in their tracks. I just kept repeating how sad it was. Turning with a terrifying grin, I reminded them they didn't have the right to say no. The gamblers trembled in sheer terror of what was coming next. Outside the gym, all you could hear were their desperate screams. Later, Guangxik was out cold while the others collapsed in pools of their own sweat. I choose this chaotic moment to demand a favor, making those corporals snap to attention. They're practically vibrating with fear, hoping I won't order more soul-crushing physical drills. These idiots would do literally anything to avoid another round of my training. I start schooling them on the brutal reality of our hierarchy's petty restrictions. At first, the two of them just look completely out of their depth. Then I explain that without Sergeant Stripes, even a smartphone is off limits. That hits home. The gamblers scramble to their feet looking for a fight. I've never seen faces so full of raw, cinematic determination before. To them, this systemic unfairness is nothing short of a human rights violation. They don't actually care, but they're ready to team up and kill those rules. It's exactly what I planned, though I warned them not to get too reckless. I promised to lobby the other sergeants to ditch the pointless regulations. But the actual legwork, that's entirely on the corporal duo. The trapped gamblers agree instantly, desperate to just leave the room. I let out a dry chuckle and wave them toward the exit. They bolt, while Guangxik finally starts to regain his senses near me. He tries to limp after them, but I block his path with a look. He turns back with pure terror, his eyes struggling to even find mine. And then I twist the knife just a little bit deeper. I reveal the roster change. Guangxik is officially part of my squad now. From here on, he's stuck training with me for life, with no choice but tears. I feel bad, but he'll be a hell of a soldier eventually. Now, let's jump ahead to the real action in the field. First, the Mind Snake, a burrowing horror that lives in the deep dark. You never find just one. They move in massive, suffocating colonies. They aren't venomous, but they have 4 eyes and twin-headed rattles. Kill them wrong, and they become organic fragmentation grenades. You have to snip the tail first to kill the detonator. Right now, the floor is a carpet of writhing, detailed serpents, and my platoon is the one holding the bloody shears. We're methodically clearing the dungeon, one fuse at a time, to stay alive. Usually elites handle this, but today we're the ones in the meat grinder. Suddenly, a mind snake lunges from the dark, aiming for Lee's throat. He braces for the kill, but the strike never actually connects. I've got the beast by its tail, stopping it inches from his skin. It's just me, Kim Jun, doing what I do best once again. My bag is full of them. After Iskard, these things are house pets. I could clear this whole pit solo without letting a single one explode. With me leading the charge, the commander can finally take a breath. By the time we look up, we've already made massive progress. The order comes down for a 10-minute break to recover. We rest under some gnarled trees while I help plan our next move. Lee is busy checking his weapon, making sure he's ready for more. I'm just hyped about unlocking agility boost, raising my speed by 5. I wanted a rare skill, but this makes the hunt worth it. I was scanning my vitals when the static hit. My crow's voice crawled into my skull, snapping me to attention instantly. He'd caught a scent thick, demonic traces pooling nearby like black oil. I froze, scouting the shadows to ensure the coast was clear before talking. Adrenaline spiked as I demanded the bird pinpoint the exact coordinates. High above, Bongu balanced on a live wire overlooking a silent suburban home. After a heavy pause, he confirmed we were deep in the ancient city. Days later, the moon hung low over the very house Bongu had scouted. I waited by a lamppost, my collar turned up against the night chill. The familiar's wings brushed my shoulder. I whispered for a final status report. Bongu played it safe, keeping his distance and just watching as ordered. No beast in sight. This was raw dungeon runoff, not a hunting ground. I asked about the head count. He said the place was empty until yesterday. Now, one single soul was breathing inside those dark walls. Bangu noted that hitting the place yesterday would have been a cakewalk. I scoffed. Securing a one-night leave from base was a damn miracle. I pulled on my mask, refusing to call this a simple break-in. I was securing hazards, though a judge would call it a flat-out felony. Keep your eyes peeled, I hissed. Do not let them spot you. My boot hit the sill. I slipped through the window like a ghost. Creeping toward the parlor, I finally saw the prize that lured me in. A violet shard sat perched atop the media console, glowing with sickly light. It was the battery for every ounce of dark energy in the room. I moved in. The aura was thick but didn't feel like a threat. Close up, the power felt polished, refined, like it was meant to be used. My hand reached out, but a sharp voice from the dark froze me. I turned to find a blue-haired soldier staring me down. I was dead meat. It was her, the general's brat, lounging in silk pajamas and holding the cards. Moments before I breached the glass, she was just killing time in bed. Clueless about the intruder, she was scrolling through her phone, relaxing. Her mom was buzzing about a romantic movie date with her father. She smirked, finding it hard to believe her drill sergeant dad had a soft side. Her mother asked if she'd be all right home alone for the night. She was typing yes when a floorboard groaned downstairs, putting her on edge. Cracking the door, she listened. The scratching sound was definitely coming from below. She ghosted down the stairs, catching a glimpse of movement through the banister. A hooded shadow was prowling through her home like a common thief. Combat mode engaged. She barked a command to freeze, shifting into a strike. Who'd be stupid enough to rob a general? She demanded a name. I turned slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs as I faced her. When our eyes met, my stomach did a slow, nauseating somersault. Of all the houses in the city, I'd walked into hers. Even in a panic, I noticed she looked incredible in those pajamas. We just stood there, drowning in a thick, agonizing silence. I cursed my luck this wasn't a coincidence. It was a cosmic joke. I glared at that bird. Its incompetence lured me into a death trap. My boss will skin me. The feathered snitch blamed my partner, claiming he smelled the demon first. I am too exhausted for their games. Standing in a high-level commander's bedroom, I realized the gravity of my mistake. Finding a cursed artifact was expected, but running into that entitled brat was my personal nightmare. We have this toxic history from my last vacation. It is like the universe enjoys watching us collide. I raised my hands in a silent, frustrated scream at the ceiling, but the girl behind me read it as a signal to attack. She squared up, fists high, warning me to stay dead still or suffer the consequences. I ignored her, obviously. I shoved my hands deep into my pockets, refusing to leave empty-handed again. That movement set her off. She charged, determined to break the mysterious intruder into pieces. Her first strike was a blur, a high kick I slipped while digging for a pen. I pulled out a cheap ballpoint and a scrap of paper I had been carrying for days. I figured I would eventually need to leave a sorry about your luck note for my victims. She was relentless, throwing heavy boxing combos meant to put me in the dirt forever. I danced through the storm, scribbling my message. Unio was visibly vibrating with pure, unadulterated fury. She went for the kill with a heel kick. I finally had to take her seriously. The kid had actually put in the work. She was faster than she used to be. She is probably on the fast track for a promotion to sergeant if she keeps this up. But dodging got old. When she aimed a karate chop at my throat, I stopped playing. I did not move. I just caught her hand, watching the color drain from her shocked face. This pampered little soldier was still 1,000 years behind me in a real fight. She did not know who I was, but she finally felt the abyss between our power levels. Coldly, I forced her arm down and squeezed, making sure she felt every ounce of my grip. I felt like a corporate shark signing a death warrant for a failing, bankrupt startup. She recoiled in disgust, snapping her hand back and screaming a string of profanities at me. Her eyes turned to steel. She knew she was not fighting a thief, but a high-level monster. She dropped into a serious stance and swung a devastating axe kick straight at my head. Naturally, I was not there. I drifted back, creating just enough space to breathe and plan my exit. I only cared about one thing, that glowing crystal vibrating with dark, demonic energy. I stopped running. I turned and sprinted directly into her path like a runaway train. Panicked by my speed, she braced for a collision she knew she could not avoid. I just pirouetted around her, swiped the crystal, and bolted for the exit in one motion. By the time the princess realized she had been robbed, I was already clearing the balcony. She tried to catch me, but it was over. My bird and I were over the fence. Unio stood there, frozen in total disbelief, haunted by the fact that she could not touch me. Then she felt the paper in her palm. She tore it open, desperate to see what the ghost had left behind. No apology. Just a single, biting slang insult that I am far too old to even pronounce. It worked. I have never seen a human being look that dangerously insulted in my entire life. As I escaped into the dark, her screams of vengeance echoed through the silent suburban streets. A short distance away, I ducked into the woods to inspect the prize that nearly cost me my life. This thing was radioactive with demonic energy stronger than any beast I have ever hunted. And since it was sitting in a hunter's living room, I'm betting my life this stone won't kill me. My familiar shivers, whispering that it belongs to a true devil. Behind me, my two informants are finally enduring the agony they earned for their web of lies. I stay silent. I know what I'm holding, but I don't recall giving these rats permission to breathe, let alone speak. This jagged shard pulses with a hellish corruption I never once witnessed during my time in Iskard. Usually, these stones are just rare gems plucked from the carcasses of fallen beasts. Their scale defines their threat, holding a reservoir of magic that matches their physical mass. In the world of high-stakes hunting, these minerals are the ultimate prize, worth more than gold. I simply drop it, watching the glass shatter as the fragments scatter across the cold floor. A stone bleeding pure darkness instead of light is a miracle I've never heard of. I seize the chance to crush it, drinking in every drop of its raw, forbidden potential. Black smoke erupts, swirling around me before sinking into my skin to rewrite my very soul. Glowing icons flood my vision, tracking the massive surge in my stats and the energy consumed. Gaining such raw power without paying a price makes this entire trip worth every second. The Saints can plot all they want. I have no time for their games or their hesitation. Suddenly, the voice announces two new lethal tools added to my growing mental arsenal. First, the Shadow Singularity. Second, a crushing force known as the Void Grasp. I'm thrilled to get two gifts at once. I pull up my vitals to see how far I've climbed. Admiring my new weapons, I dive into the details of these two fresh gifts of violence. The Singularity is a mask, instantly scrubbing the foul stench of death from my presence. I was becoming too strong to hide. My aura was practically screaming my location to the world. Now, that problem is solved. The timing truly could not have been more perfect. I also reclaimed a familiar power, a trick I used often in my past life. I reach for my quivering goons. Suddenly, the bird is yanked upward, gasping for air against its will. I am flexing the Void Grasp, a skill I just mastered effortlessly. My pet hovers helplessly, proving the ability works. I'm annoyed, though. This tiny weight is currently the limit of my weak proficiency. Back home, I could drag mountain giants across the dirt with this same hand. I toss the bird back and hand my two failures a brand new mission. Since I have tasted a stone forged in the deep abyss, I want these rats to scour the planet and find every other dark shard hidden in shadows. My loyal, pathetic minions salute like soldiers, swearing to bring me the results I demand. No leader rules with only a whip. I toss them a scrap of my essence to feed upon. Once I turn away, they immediately start biting each other to win my favor. When I look back, the two cowards pretend to be the best of friends like a married couple. Seeing their pity, I decide to show my otherworldly guest the few perks of my home planet. I ask Libangu if he likes soup, then lead him to a quiet diner in town. The table is a mess of spices and bowls of thick, steaming broth. You can mix the ingredients to build a bowl of absolute culinary perfection. One spoonful in, my friend starts crying, overwhelmed by the divine, spicy heat of the meal. He is sobbing so hard the waitress looks terrified. He is an absolute embarrassment. He shovels the food down, weeping and thanking me for this holy experience. I finally snap, telling the idiot to shut up and show some dignity while he eats. I watched him inhale that soup like a condemned man's last request. In this wasteland, where sand biscuits are the only currency, his hunger made sense. This was likely the first real meal he'd tasted since birth. My phone suddenly buzzed with a string of cryptic, frantic messages. Our squad chat was a ghost town, except for a panicked Guangxik. He even forced Sergeant Lee back into the group against his will. He was desperate to warn us about the upcoming guerrilla drills. The schedule looked lethal, and soon, the nightmare officially began. At first glance, the exercises seemed like standard military torture. We started with the basics: squats, jacks, and agonizing leg raises. I was the only one smiling. The others were already half dead. Then came the rope bridge, a psychotic challenge for any normal man. I sprinted across that line while the others trembled for balance. Rappelling felt more like a playground field trip than a drill. Finally, they shoved us into toxic gas to sing the anthem. It was senseless cruelty, and every face mirrored pure, unadulterated agony. When we were finally released, we crawled back to our tents. Men collapsed in tears on their thin, pathetic portable cots. They stared at the garbage on their plates with total despair. My buddy leaned back, just relieved the movement had finally stopped, but the meal in his hands killed any hope of enjoyment. He couldn't believe this was his reward during his final year. My friend looked broken, wondering if the commander truly hated him. Yet, in that pit of misery, I felt perfectly at home. For super soldiers like us, the physical strain is just a joke. It's the horrific, subhuman living conditions that actually break your soul. He forced himself to eat, baffled by my eerie, calm satisfaction. He was terrified that eating would lead to the communal latrines. A shared toilet in this humidity is a literal biohazard. Late that night, the high brass arrived for a surprise inspection. Lee saluted, reporting that the platoon was currently in maintenance. The commander told us to relax, promising instructors would stand watch. He praised our grit, but his eyes betrayed a deeper concern. He stood before us with fire in his eyes and a clenched fist. He barked about tomorrow's trench combat, the true heart of our hell. Morning brought a blood-red sky and heavyweights duking it out. We watched from the edge as the trench battle turned brutal. The rules were simple: destroy your opponent or toss them out. A grinning giant was already dominating the entire blood-stained ring. He toyed with his first victim for a few cruel seconds. He launched him like a toy and leveled the rest immediately. The referee finally ended the slaughter once the bodies piled up. First platoon was officially announced the victor of that primitive display. The winner just stood there beaming, like he owned the world. The commanders watched from the shadows, already planning our next nightmare. I noticed one face in the crowd clearly wasn't feeling the vibe. That's Colonel Junium, the heavy hitter leading the 2nd Battalion. He respects the kid's skills, but the loss still tastes like battery acid. See, that same brick-headed winner took the trophy home last year, too. He serves under Colonel Jian, who's currently grinning like he won big. Junium knows he's lethal. He just saw him dismantle a unit solo. The 3rd commander stirs the pot, whispering the kid was due for promotion. Jian's crew stalled it, a move that sets off Junium's internal alarms. He starts barking, accusing Jian of gatekeeping the guy's career for glory. Keeping him low rank just to exploit him in these games is dirty. Predictably, the shady colonel flips the script, getting loud to hide his tracks. This beef is expected when battalion pride is on the line. While the instigator smirked, the 4th commander stayed dead silent. She wasn't about to get dragged into their pathetic, loud-mouthed shouting match. But don't mistake her quietness for a lack of skin in the game. Colonel Yusu's eyes were glued to the scoreboard like her life depended on it. Up close, her mask was slipping. The pressure was clearly hitting home. Only one of her squads was still left standing in the entire bracket. Then came the survivors, featuring the privileged brat and the dark-haired beauty. Honestly, I was just staring at that golden-haired soldier's incredible physique. She looked like a statuesque powerhouse we hadn't seen in the story yet. I'm dying to see her fight, but the camera is moving on already. I see our protagonist chilling while the victors clear the center stage. That's when the top dog from the other unit catches his eye. A nasty grin spreads as he asks if he's looking at Kim Jun. Our guy just nods, low-key hyped that his reputation actually precedes him. The giant mentions Myun's record-breaking climb to the rank of sergeant. Myun isn't looking for fans, so he keeps his response ice cold. Then the mask falls off, revealing the true ego behind that smirk. He gets blunt, telling our hero he expected someone way more intimidating. Looking him over, he says he's let down by such a pathetic rival. The disrespect didn't sit well with the crew. They jumped up to yell. But before they could even get a single word out, the monster dropped massive hands on their shoulders, pinning them with force. With a sneer, he mocks them, pretending the insult was a slip. His palms were literally the size of their entire shoulder frames. The 2 corporals were visibly shaken, exactly as the bully intended. The prick just laughs it off and struts away with his squad. The whole time, Myun just sat there, taking it all in without blinking. Once he left, the guys started venting, but Myun told them to relax. Wangshik was fuming, looking like he was about to blow a gasket. But then, a sudden chill ran down his entire spine. It was a paralyzing dread, worse than anything that loudmouth giant could conjure. He realized he didn't need to stand up for his friend at all, because even if Myun says he's fine, his eyes tell a deadlier story. My pulse is racing because Myun is absolutely livid, and that can only mean one thing. That pathetic loser is about to get completely demolished. Episode 19 is finally here, throwing us right back into the brutal, mud-soaked chaos of the training camp's trench warfare trials. The girls' unit is currently holding their breath on the sidelines, though our pint-sized, pink-haired firecracker seems caught in a dark mental spiral. We finally learn her name is Chimeri, and she is visibly fuming, clearly failing to see any real purpose in these grueling, primitive skirmishes. It isn't just the exhaustion that is getting to her. She's also totally repulsed by the thought of rubbing shoulders with a bunch of sweaty strangers. Surprisingly, her tall companion, Yoon Hye-ju, seems to be feeling the exact same weight of frustration pulling her down. She is convinced the odds are rigged against them, and she's terrified of the absolute slaughter they'll face from the brass if they fail. To make matters even worse, Mary is fixated on the terrifying fact that they are the only female squad left in this brutal gauntlet. She steals a nervous glance toward her commander, her stomach churning with the fear that the woman is 1 second away from a total meltdown. Her dread is well-founded, as Colonel Yu looks like she's about to snap over the pathetic display she's witnessing on the field. The pink-haired recruit catches that murderous, simmering glare, and it's enough to make anyone's blood run cold. One look at her face tells you everything. She is absolutely petrified of the legendary screaming match waiting for them once the dust finally settles. Just then, a powerhouse of a woman steps in, radiating an icy calm that tells the team they have absolutely nothing to fear. Right on cue, the referee's whistle pierces the air, ordering the women's squad to step into the ring for their next life-or-death encounter. And there she is, the absolute physical specimen whose rock-hard abs I could not stop obsessing over during the previous episode. Meet Sergeant Oipil, the squad's fearless leader. She steps forward with a cold stare, flatly declaring that this entire tournament already belongs to her. It quickly becomes clear she's more than just a shredded physique. The woman possesses a fierce, predatory edge that demands total respect. The round ignites, and the very first thing that hits us is a piercing, desperate scream from our short, pink-haired recruit. It's a disastrous start. Mary is sprinting for her life from some guy, while her tall friend is barely holding her ground against a brute. In the background, two other girls are struggling against a literal mountain of a man who won't budge an inch despite their desperate efforts. These two are just low-ranking privates, completely outmatched and overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the conflict they've stepped into. They simply don't have the mass or the power to compete with a physical freak of nature like their current opponent. But then, a single hand cinches the man's collar from behind, reminding us that there is a predator in this squad who fears no one. That's right, it's Sergeant Dami, and she unleashes a terrifying display of raw power as she effortlessly hurls that massive soldier through the air. The man barely manages to stay within the lines, but the sergeant is already hunting him down, refusing to give him a single breath. She launches a devastating spear tackle, completely uprooting him and slamming his body into the dirt with the force of a freight train. The impact is so violent it literally knocks the air from his lungs, leaving him cold and unconscious before he can even think to fight. He collapses outside the boundary in a heap of total humiliation, his dignity gone, and his backside pointed straight toward the sky. The sergeant rises with chilling grace, casually dusting off her hands while surveying the wreckage of the battlefield and her struggling team. Honestly, guys, I'm not even kidding. I think I have officially fallen head over heels for this absolute force of nature. But even with a goddess on the field, the rest of the unit is drowning. Pinky is still just running in circles like a frightened rabbit. It looks like the soldier's reach is finally going to close the gap, and his fingers are just inches away from ending her run. Just as he tastes victory, Mary reveals a hidden, lethal talent that absolutely no one saw coming in this high-stakes game. She snatches his wrist and executes a flawless, high-speed judo toss that sends the unsuspecting soldier spinning through the empty air. A sickening thud echoes as he hits the ground, and the sergeant just smirks, looking like she knew this secret weapon was coming all along. The pink-haired girl isn't even winded. She stands there looking like she hasn't even exerted a single ounce of real effort yet. That icy confidence in her eyes tells me the truth. She was never running in fear, she was simply playing with her prey. Her true character shines through as she towers over the broken soldier, coldly reminding him that she warned him to stay away. With her fight finished, she turns back to check on her tall friend, who is still locked in a desperate, grinding stalemate. The man is slowly overpowering the female corporal, but he doesn't seem to have the final burst of energy needed to put her away. That's when he flashes a smug grin, glancing over as his teammate rushes in to help him double-team her for an easy win. The newcomer thinks he's found a perfect opening, totally oblivious to the hand that has already tightened like a noose around his collar. Before he can blink, the idiot is flipped upside down, his mouth agape in total shock as he's launched into a tailspin. As he sails away, we see the person responsible for the carnage is none other than our favorite privileged recruit, Sun Yunio. She wears a look of pure, satisfied triumph, making it crystal clear that underestimating her is a mistake no one survives twice. One slip was all Yun needed to pivot, locking onto his wrist with a grip that felt lethal from 20 feet away. She slammed him down hard, earning a sharp, knowing grin from her pink-haired ally who acted like this slaughter was inevitable. Two fresh threats stepped up then, scoffing at their fallen comrades as if they were nothing more than garbage. Those identical bald goons were actually mocking their own blood, laughing because they could not handle a single woman. Silence. The broken soldiers could not say a word while the twins bragged about carrying the whole squad to a win. They looked so damn sure of themselves, dropping into stances as if the entire tournament trophy already belonged to them. Fueled by pure ego, they lunged at the girls. Then came a sudden, sharp whistle of air, and before I could blink, Sergeant Mommy intercepted them both, her back muscles rippling under the strain as she held them back alone. The brothers actually chuckled at first, thinking she was delusional for trying to stop their momentum single-handedly. But when they tried to break her hold, their smirks died, replaced by pure terror when her grip did not budge. They thrashed against that iron hold, stunned that someone so lean could possess such overwhelming, raw power. The sergeant did not have to finish them alone, though. Her sisters were already moving in, ready to back her up. Within a few heartbeats, The squad threw their weight behind her, collectively crushing the twins, who were still hopelessly trapped in her grasp. The irony was thick enough to choke on as those two started wailing for their real mothers while falling toward elimination. In the end, it was the mommy of the unit who broke them, standing tall with her team as the official called the match, crowning them the victors of the round. She wiped her hands clean while her team swarmed her. I had a front row seat to the whole celebration. I had to admit, they were not just a unit, they were a machine, blending individual lethality with perfect synchronization. Even my buddy with the ponytail could not hide his respect, muttering about how formidable they had become. Guangxik went a step further, betting they could actually take down that pathetic lowlife from the previous round. Ponytail was not sold on that, though, worrying that if the girls handled the bully now, we would not get to settle the score ourselves in the final. Guanguk nodded, but watching them leave the ring, he wondered if we even had what it takes to get that far. Naturally, Ponytail brushed it off, insisting that with Sergeant Lee and myself on the roster, losing was not even an option. We were not the only ones watching. That short girl with the pink hair caught us staring. She looked right at me and flashed a smile so bright and honest it felt out of place in this hellhole. She waved at me, her face turning crimson, leaving her teammates confused while my fellow corporals finally took notice. Both of them started blushing like idiots, each one convinced she was actually blowing kisses in their direction. Meanwhile, Mary looked like a total sweetheart, completely lost in her own world just by seeing me. Her bubbly energy made the guys completely forget about their grudge. In mere seconds, their thirst for revenge vanished, replaced by a sudden urge to cheer for the ladies just for a chance to meet them. I just watched their pathetic display and sighed, wondering how I ended up surrounded by such thirsty losers. Up in the stands, the mood among the high-ranking officers was starting to shift. The guy in glasses looked miserable. It was his squad that had just been embarrassed on the floor. The 1st Battalion commander, however, was practically beaming, praising the women for putting on a clinic in tactical dominance. He threw some credit to Colonel Yu for training them so well, but she did not give him so much as a nod. Then the referee called the next bracket. That is when I felt the Colonel's eyes lock onto us. She was focused on me. Remembering my history and the rumors from the top brass, she looked ready to see if I lived up to the hype. As we stepped toward the ring, I could feel the weight of every expectation pressing down on my shoulders. Panyel whispers that winning gets the whole squad and all expenses paid escape from this hell. I just sneer. I've got zero interest in a vacation with these losers. But for a guy like me, losing is a debt I can't afford to pay. I tune out their mindless, petty bickering. With a cold grin, I tell them we can enjoy our freedom far apart. Bottom line, I'm taking that top spot no matter the cost. We finally square up faceless suits on one side, my ragged crew on the other. The official barks for us to ready ourselves for the opening whistle. The signal screams, and the other team lunges, desperate to draw first blood. The guys charge ahead to block the heat, but I just stand there, dead-eyed. Lee anchors the front, holding off 2 hitters like they're nothing but ghosts. The others blitz the targets, tackling them until they're spinning in circles. Guangxik smirks while hauling his man up, mocking how light the poor soul feels. It looks like my brutal, heartless drills actually turn these losers into weapons. Dongjian's so comfortable he's checking the sidelines while dismantling his opponent. Meanwhile, their big boss just stands back, sizing us up from a distance. He watches Lee dominate his men, treating them like children on a playground. When he tries to intervene, Lee shuts him down with a murderous glare. I break the tension, stepping into the fray to eye down their leader. He's the perfect mark to test my newest, secret manipulation in the shadows. The man charges with everything he's got, sensing this is for his life. I draw back, readying my hidden grip to see if it holds up. I sweep the rug out from under him mentally, and he trips over air. He falls right into my hands, and I use his momentum to slam him. My control is still messy, but breaking someone's balance is now child's play. He scrambles up, drenched in sweat and terrified by what he can't see. I don't blame him. You can't fight a shadow you don't understand. Fear turns to mindless rage, and he lunges one more time, teeth bared. My face stays stone cold as I catch him, sending him face first into concrete. He looks back at me with an expression of pure, unadulterated horror. Naturally, I can't let him catch on, so I drop the act and taunt him. He rises on shaky legs, while I finally go on the offensive. He swings wild, but I'm already under his guard, moving like a ghost. Before he can blink, I've got him locked in a hold from behind. I don't finish him, I just toss him aside like yesterday's garbage. One look at me says it all. I live for this psychological torment. Time blurs as we tear through the bracket, leaving broken spirits behind. Naturally, we made the finals, but the victory feels hollow and cold. I look at my team, and their long faces tell me things went south. You see, the guys are livid. We aren't fighting an easy mark, but our greatest rival. The announcer calls us to the stage for the final showdown. That arrogant prick is already there, wearing a smile that says he's won. We step onto the platform behind him, fueled by a dangerous, quiet rage. I watched the beast across the ring. Word was he ruled the mat until his powers flared and ended his career. Both guys nodded, respecting his raw talent, though Guangxik noted the monster used to sweep every regional gold medal without breaking a sweat. But respect was dead. Ponytail fumed, disgusted that such skill was wasted on someone who fought so sickeningly dirty. As their anger boiled, Sergeant Lee anchored them with a heavy, exhausted sigh that spoke volumes. I felt that same disappointment, but I knew why they were seeing red. It all started during that brutal semifinal massacre. I saw the thug blow on his knuckles, his squad looming like titans over their recent, shattered conquest. They'd crushed the women's unit, but one look at the battered blonde commander proved their tactics were purely sadistic. That sergeant barely found her feet, the lone survivor of a systematic, agonizing slaughter. The brute looked shocked she could still move as she charged one last time with everything she had left. But instantly, that mountain of a man snatched her up and slammed her down, finalizing her total bone-crushing defeat. See, the bully didn't just win. He kept them inside the lines, refusing to end the nightmare by pushing them out. Instead, those monsters just kept swinging and throwing until their victims were physically broken and mentally hollow. Back in the present, I admit his style turned my stomach. But in the end, this is just another day in the meat grinder. I realized you can't blame a winner for the absolute erasure of their opponent's pride. Looking at those weeping women, I coldly figured their downfall was simply the tax for being weak. The lead sergeant sat motionless, hiding her shattered spirit behind a damp towel, lost in silence. Meanwhile, Wang Shik was a live wire, desperate to beat some basic humanity into those prehistoric thugs. I couldn't share his fire, honestly. His emotional response felt like a massive overreaction to me. I just pictured that moron's smug face and let it slide, completely unfazed by his petty, hollow insults. Why waste energy on anger now when I could just dismantle him limb by limb once the bell rang? Then came the showdown, that punchable face on the left, and my crew standing ready on the right. Since the loudmouth had been playing hero and soloing entire teams, Ponytail barked out, asking if he planned on being a one-man circus in the finals too. Unsurprisingly, that hideous, foul-mouthed animal just grinned, claiming he respected Lee but saw no one else on our side worth his breath. He dared the corporal to try and move him even 1 inch, forcing Lee to physically restrain my teammate. Then, the thug locked eyes with me, dismissing Wangshik's fury entirely. He chuckled at my blank stare, shocked I hadn't snapped after he'd gone out of his way to trash my girl. That curveball left the guys blinking in confusion as Guangxik barked at the lowlife, demanding to know what the hell he was even rambling about. The brute laughed, saying he saw some pink-haired girl waving at me and assumed she was my little sweetheart. The corporal exploded at that, screaming a frantic denial of such a ridiculous, brainless assumption. Secretly, he'd been convinced that girls' cheers were actually meant for him all along. That's when Ponytail piped up, unhelpfully noting I only had eyes for some pixelated NPC from an old video game. A heavy, silent tension blanketed the arena before that swine-faced loser erupted into a violent fit of wheezing laughter. The thought of me pining for a digital ghost from a retro flop had his whole squad losing their minds. He kept howling about what a pathetic, lonely basement dweller I was, sending my own teammates into a cold sweat. They knew my temper better than anyone and feared the coming storm, but that arrogant clown just kept poking the bear, laughing as he called me a worthless loser. Finally, the ref signaled for us to take our marks, warning us to wait for the whistle's command. Still weeping with laughter and wearing that idiot grin, that jerk sneered, promising to pull his punches so I could crawl back to my cartoon waifu in one piece. I watched the official ready his whistle while that clown stood there, cackling like he had already won. The signal screeched. Everyone lunged forward in a blur of violence, except for me. I just stood there. The lens tightened on my face. With my features hidden, the audience could only guess that hell was breaking loose. My silence made me an easy mark. That goon came flying at me, mocking my lack of focus. I saw his hands reaching out, inches from my throat. Then, the world shifted. Ignoring my combat skills or raw power, I leveled that giant with a brutal forehead-to-nose collision. The impact rattled the whole stadium. Welcome to the 20th chapter of my nightmare. My own crew just stood there, jaws dropping after seeing me nearly cave that bully's skull in. The massive moron was already doubled over, clutching his face and gasping for air. He still tried to play the tough guy through the agony, though. He actually told the ref he just slipped, hoping to keep me in the game so he could get his revenge. The official looked between us, totally lost. A blatant strike like that is usually an automatic ticket home. But that ego-bruised meathead wasn't done with me yet. He wanted to settle the score personally. The ref looked to the brass for a signal. A quick nod from the battalion lead gave him the answer. The guy in the red cap cleared his throat and announced the strike was just a fluke. He didn't stop there, though. He warned us that one more hit meant instant disqualification. With the official gone, that thug started plotting his next move. He convinced himself I just got lucky. He called my attack adorable and swore he would bury me. I did nothing but grin. He had no clue what was coming. When the whistle blew again, I whispered in a voice like ice that I was just getting started with the cute stuff. A split second later, I bolted. But I wasn't heading toward him. The bully smirked, thinking I had finally lost my nerve and was making a run for it. But he was dead wrong. It dawned on everyone that I was charging my own squad with pure, unadulterated malice. The guy with the ponytail was already terrified of me. Seeing me barrel toward him turned his blood to ice. Before he could scream, I shouldered him and his buddy out of the ring. All he could do was howl in despair as he went airborne, cursed by his own bad luck. That was when the bully realized I was systematically purging my own team, and I was already eyeing the next victim. I was a one-man wrecking crew, tossing allies and enemies alike like they were yesterday's trash. Then I hit Sergeant Lee. He looked absolutely livid at my little betrayal. He tensed up, every muscle ready to tank my charge. He called me a maniac and demanded to know why I was hunting my own people. Unlike the others who folded instantly, Lee actually stood his ground for a heartbeat. The bully, meanwhile, was completely spinning out. He was caught between awe at my raw power and pure confusion at the total circus I had created. But even Lee could not hold out. I tossed him over the edge like a rag doll, leaving that jerk completely speechless. Lee was supposed to be the baddest sergeant in the whole division. Watching him get dismantled so casually was a total system shock, seeing me now. I was not a soldier anymore. I was a monster, and nobody was safe. Back at the command post, the battalion leader was losing his mind over this total disaster. But my own commander just shrugged and yelled back that technically I had not broken a single rule. Sure, maybe on paper he was right, but the other guy had a point. Wiping out your own squad is not exactly standard operating procedure. It was total madness. The rival colonel finally ran out of excuses and was forced to watch the carnage in silence. That first commander was still in the middle of a loud, pathetic tantrum, barking about who would be liable if this whole mess ended in a bloodbath. But Colonel Yu silenced the loudmouth with a lethal stare, leaving the fallout to the officiating judges. She remembered her own squad getting pulverized, while everyone stood by and did nothing last time. To her, this wasn't a foul. It was the scales of justice finally balancing out. That memory, combined with Yu's terrifying aura, put the commander's ego on ice instantly. He knew damn well his own squad was guilty of every dirty trick in the book. Once he finally shut his trap, she exhaled and let the bitter grudge fade away. My eyes locked onto the ring where Mune and that Titan were finishing this one-on-one. The big prick had a look of pure, ugly confusion plastered across his face. He couldn't fathom why anyone would throw away a lead just for a close-quarters grapple. That ignorance gave him a surge of false confidence, despite Mune's freakish, raw physical power. He bet everything on the lie that technique beats strength, wearing a sickeningly smug grin. He lunged to hook Mune's leg, hoping to crush him under 300 pounds of flesh. But that human mountain didn't budge an inch. It was like trying to trip a skyscraper. Instead, the world turned upside down. Mune hoisted that massive body into the air like it was made of nothing but feathers. He didn't just drop him. He hammered that waste of space into the concrete floor. The impact forced a ragged gasp from his lungs, stealing every bit of his oxygen. As he lay there shattered, Mune stood over him like a reaper, demanding a second round. Looking up at Mune's demonic silhouette, the bully realized he was absolutely, completely screwed. He tried to scream for a surrender just to escape the nightmare he had started. Mune caught him before the words escaped, executing a perfect, brutal judo toss. He put him right back into the dirt where he belonged. Upon impact, the bully started sobbing. Finally realizing he'd awakened a monster he couldn't stop, Mune didn't wait. He hauled the man up, telling him surrender was no longer an option. Flailing like a terrified infant, the thug begged for mercy. But Mune wasn't finished yet. He whispered the name of Lumi, the only thing in this world he truly loved. He declared she wasn't just some 2D character while spinning that wrestler like a toy. His own teammates just stood there in the dust, their faces frozen in pure shock. The girls were mesmerized. Even the boss's daughter saw a hero in that terrifying fury. By the time the world finally stopped spinning, the damage was done. The bully was foaming at the mouth, broken by a lesson he would never forget. He went nuclear over a digital crush. I couldn't tell if it was total alpha or total insanity. Honestly, it was just incredibly, painfully intense. That trauma is permanent. He will never dare to laugh at a gamer again. With that brutal ending, the ref finally called the match, crowning us the tournament winners. We won the gold, but a heavy, chilling silence followed as the team approached Mune. I watched their faces turn pale. They were looking at him like he was a monster. Even a guy as oblivious as Mune could feel the air in the room turn cold. He started to mumble a nervous apology, thinking he'd crossed a line he couldn't uncross. But they didn't care about the rules. They were just glad he'd finally broken that prick. Wang swore it was the most beautiful, soul-crushing beatdown he'd ever seen in his life. Even the quiet guy with the ponytail was left completely speechless by the carnage. Mune flattened him, but the loser just grinned, flashing a solid thumbs up to the monster who gave him such a hell of a show. To be fair, our guy's a little spooked by all that sunshine. Still, it's a win, so he's not about to start complaining now. But this unit isn't just full of happy-go-lucky morons. There's a heavy presence stepping in to put our hero in his place. Sergeant Lee steps out of the shadows, making it crystal clear he's absolutely disgusted with Mi-yoon's performance today. He vanishes after dropping that bomb, leaving my boy standing there realizing he truly went way over the edge this time. We track the fuming sergeant for a second before he lets out a heavy breath, a ghost of a smirk playing on his lips. He saw that predator look in the kid's eyes during the tackle and knows he'll be eaten alive if he stops pushing his limits. Fueled by a fresh fire, he swears to himself that the next time they lock horns, Mune's the one who's going down hard. Turns out this gym rat is actually thrilled to finally have a rival breathing down his neck in this division. Minutes later, the brass lines everyone up in the dirt for the big payout. Colonel Yu kills the silence with a speech, pinning the gold on our guy as the tournament's undisputed heavy hitter. Hands snap to brows in a final salute, and just like that, the bloodbath officially comes to a close. Don't think the hell of guerrilla training is done, though. Those tents are still standing for a reason. I spot Corporal Guang slipping out of his rack a bit later, fully geared up and ready for more pain. His purple-haired buddy asks for a destination, but my man just grunts that nature's calling and he's heading for the cans. That signature look of pure irritation washes back over his face instantly, mostly because he can't fathom why we're playing games in the woods when it isn't doing a damn thing to make us better hunters. Suddenly, a female voice hits him from the shadows, a familiar voice, and he turns bright red for no damn reason at all. Just like I figured, it's our favorite privileged little brat, standing there all shy with flushing cheeks and a killer smile. She's actually dangerous in that tactical gear. By the following morning, after Division 104th's brutal session, a cold, white blanket of snow started burying the campgrounds. I see Corporal Guangshik huddled with his crew, whispering like they're plotting a bank heist and telling everyone to keep their heads down. Then we see the ponytail guy with the goatee, nodding along and looking like he's ready to die for whatever operation they're running. Dongjun's looking twitchy, terrified the sergeants are going to rip their heads off if they do something this stupid. But Guangchuk couldn't care less about the consequences. They've got another idiot in the mix, and according to Mr. Ponytail, this guy is the absolute linchpin of the whole damn mission. I thought they were doing some secret ops training, but these clowns are just sitting out in the open, letting the snow bury them. Guangshik's playing the lead role, telling the group the window is closing fast and they need to make a call. Ponytail jumps in, stressing that nailing down a solid rendezvous point is the only way this works. Dongjun tries to keep it real, suggesting they pick somewhere close so they don't waste time on a hike. Guangshik looks proud of the boy, right until a notification pings on his phone and changes everything. They all crowd around the glowing screen, faces turning beet red as they realize exactly what they're looking at. Looks like he scored the Nepo baby's digits. She wants a group date with Mune's squad and promises her own girls will be there too. She asks him to set the time and place for their next day off, then casually drops the hammer. She needs Kim and Jun's numbers too. I knew it, this was her long game from the jump. Guanjik and Ponytail look like they've seen a ghost, realizing that handing over our psycho hero's contact info is a death sentence. The poor bastard thinks about claiming he doesn't have the number, but the guys remind him that no one's going to buy that garbage. I mean, they literally live in the same barracks. Lying about it would be a total suicide move. The stress starts carving lines into the corporal's face because he's got zero clue how to answer that text. That's when Ponytail gets cold feet, suggesting they just burn the whole plan and walk away. Getting some attention from girls sounds like a dream in this hellhole, but he knows it's not worth the nightmare of getting on Mune's bad side, so he bails before the hammer drops. The rest of the guys nod and vanish into the snow, leaving the dream to die right there. Guangshik stands frozen in the shadows, clinging to a hope that is already dead. He swears the sergeants are coming. His desperate pleas are swallowed by the wind. No one is coming to save him from his delusions. He is just a ghost in the snow now, haunted by his own pathetic, thirsty desires. Back at the base, I shove open the heavy gym doors, the air thick with the scent of sweat. I immediately pull up my digital interface, my heart racing to see my updated power level. My strength and speed metrics just took another massive, unbelievable leap forward. Looking at the stats, I actually feel a spark of gratitude toward the punk I pulverized earlier. Honestly, grinding my progression past level 60 had become a total nightmare lately. But destroying that massive wrestler gave my stats the exact boost they desperately needed. I start pumping out reps with massive red slabs, a dark, satisfied grin spreading across my face. The weights feel like feathers, but then a familiar voice suddenly vibrates inside my skull. I rack the bar with a loud clank and answer my telepathic parasite's annoying call. It is Lai Bangu, my new errand boy, whining for me to order food to his current location. I am seeing red because I gave that idiot cash specifically to handle his own damn meals. After we bark back and forth for a minute, I cave and place the order anyway. He gushes thanks like a total simp, and his happy-go-lucky vibe makes my skin crawl. Just as I am about to snap the link, he stammers that there is actually more to say. He found a strange new energy, and I instantly cool down, wondering why he buried the lead. After a tense silence, he explains that this vibe is not coming from any demonic power. This is a frequency he has never encountered in all his years back in Iskard. He suddenly goes completely silent right in the middle of his briefing. I tense up, thinking an assassin finally caught up to him or things went sideways. Nope, the moron just walked away to grab his soup order from the delivery guy. I am vibrating with rage, ready to snap his neck, when my phone suddenly buzzes in my pocket. Some privileged brat is texting me, asking if this is the sergeant's private line. I just stare at the screen, completely blindsided by the sheer audacity of this random intrusion. The irritation returns. Apparently today is bother the hell out of me day for everyone. I am half a second away from blocking her forever when the door flies open. Gwanjik lunges into the room like a maniac, screaming for me to stop what I am doing. He drops to his knees, sobbing and begging me not to block Sun Yunio's number. The man is absolutely starving for any kind of female contact. He wails that a group date is the only thing keeping the guys from a total breakdown. I am just standing there, completely lost as to what this lunatic is even talking about. He admits he leaked my number and pleads for mercy, asking me to understand the squad. He argues that they slave away for the military 24/7. Apparently, a little female interaction is the only cure for their impending insanity. My patience is officially gone. I look at him like a bug I need to squash. I give him one last chance, asking if he actually planned anything with Yunio. He looks like a deer in headlights, assuming the girl had already handled the logistics. She had not, and as I loom over him, Gwanjik realizes he has no exit strategy. I drop my voice to a lethal whisper and tell him to choose his next words carefully. The color drains from his face as he swallows hard, bracing for the absolute worst. Suddenly, one whole week after that interaction, we are standing at the gates of a bootleg Disneyland in our freshly polished gear. They are dressed like they are invading a country, but they are all beaming with joy. Ponytail awkwardly thanked the guys, never dreaming he'd actually show his face. Wang shut him down, taking total credit for pulling this whole thing together. He called everyone else turncoats, but a single look from Jun silenced him. Jun snapped that nobody was there to indulge his weird, thirsty fantasies. He only agreed because our youngest recruit was dying to see this park. We realized the kid was the mastermind, secretly orchestrating this whole group hang. Ponytail then targeted Sergeant Lee, who had surprisingly agreed to tag along too. He joked that even the sergeant was done with this literal sausage fest. The stoic guy just muttered that he'd rather spend leave with these idiots. After the whole squad finished absolutely roasting him, Ponytail started scanning the horizon to see if the girls had arrived yet. His eyes lit up with pure joy the second he spotted them. He waved, but then we saw a massive figure looming behind the ladies. The guy was a giant, and even Jun could not ignore his presence. He stared right past the rich girl, and she looked visibly shaken up. That mountain of a man was none other than her father, General Sanho. The guy started whispering, wondering if the old man was some legendary mobster. Honestly, the guy looked so terrifying I practically saw my life flash. Before things got reckless, Sergeant Lee ordered us to snap to attention immediately. He saluted the commander, while Yunio just stood there turning bright red. Dongjian realized he was the famous division commander from the news, and froze. Right then, Yunio started frantically begging her dad to leave before she died of shame. The scary general suddenly gave her a doting, warm smile. He promised to just greet her team and leave right after that. Despite his words, Yunio knew his protective streak, but he pushed past her toward our hero. Jun was actually thrilled to be noticed by someone that powerful and elite. In a heartbeat, the smile vanished, replaced by a cold, menacing stare as he loomed over. He blocked the sun, looking like a hitman ready to end someone's day. He growled, demanding Jun confirm his identity, right at the amusement park gate. We finally got through, led by the short girl and her bubbly energy. With a massive grin, she told us to hurry up because we only had so much time. She was glued to Jun's side, making the other soldiers seethe with envy. It was a mess of jealousy for us and pure embarrassment for them. But the vacation vibes eventually took over. The men found a second wind, hoping for a lucky break today too. Together they all charged toward the center of the park like crazy, leaving the two lead sergeants behind in a cloud of awkward silence. The blonde girl spoke up first, admitting she hated crowds, which actually made the muscle mommy quite happy. It looked like they'd hit it off as they walked toward the group, just two gym rats having a nice chat along the way. The crowd is losing it on the pirate ship, hands glued to the sky as they chase a cheap thrill. The girls are rocking weird festival gear while the guys load up on sugar-coated cotton candy. Everyone is losing their minds on the coaster, erupting in those raw, unfiltered screams of pure adrenaline. Even the heavy hitters, Lee and the gym queen, are mid-brawl over an arm wrestling table for the world to see. We hit the carny stalls where the owner is hawking 10 shots for 10,000 won. Desperate to impress the ladies, Guangxik steps up to the plate, eyeing the grand prize with shaky confidence. He's locked in, dead set on not looking like a total loser in front of the group. Seconds later, he's cradling a pathetic tomato doll, nothing more than a pity prize for showing up. Total goose egg for the clown. Ponytail sees the opening and dives in to flex on the corporal. Somehow, the girls actually buy into his cool guy act for a split second. He's got the stance down, looking like a pro, but finishes just as empty-handed as the first guy. Now he's the punchline, getting shredded by the girls while claiming the gear was rigged against him. His buddy isn't buying the broken gun sob story and starts laying into him for being trash. That's when I spot it buried in the back of the prize shelf. Something that actually matters. You've got your standard Mario mushrooms sitting at the top tier. Third place is a joke banana, but the silver prize in the middle is the real treasure. I zoom in. It's her. My main from the game. You know exactly what happens next. I'm focused. That Lumi keychain from Dungeon Power Fighter is the only thing I'm leaving with. I grab the rigged rifle, feeling the weight of everyone's failed dreams in my hands. A rapid-fire rhythm rips through the air, leaving the vendor completely paralyzed with shock. I set the piece down, ready to walk away with the prize I came for. He stammers that I've got one round left, but I just shrug, the job's already done. The girls are whispering, baffled why I'd leave a perfect score unfinished for no reason. Except for Pinky. She's looking at me like I just conquered the entire world single-handedly. Whatever. The guy hands over the silver prize like it's a sacred relic, and I'm genuinely buzzing. Why waste the last shot? I hit every target I needed to get this specific keychain. The girls don't get it. To them, it's just plastic. They don't even know who she is. After hours of this exhausting park visit, a real smile finally breaks across my face. This whole trip finally feels worth the price of admission. The guys just look annoyed and confused. They can't decide if they should be impressed or just totally fed up with me. Eventually, they ignore my obsession and drag the group toward the next attraction. As the crowd thins out, the princess finally corners me, dying to know what went down with her old man earlier. I'm riding high on the win, so I actually give her the time of day. I look back, remembering how that tense conversation actually went down in the shadows. The general and I had slipped away, putting some real distance between us and the noise. He starts by playing nice, apologizing for ruining my time off with military business. I told him to cut the act and just tell me what he wanted. My bluntness definitely rubbed the old lion the wrong way, ticking something deep inside him. He dropped a massive hand on my shoulder, crushing down with enough force to break a normal man. I knew exactly what this was, a test of metal masquerading as a simple greeting. I didn't flinch. I just stood my ground, absorbing the pressure like cold stone. That silence told the general everything he needed to know about who he was dealing with. He finally let go, a grim smirk forming as he realized I wasn't just some kid. I apologized for the sudden ambush, noting his flawless reflexes. He played it cool, taking the praise like a pro. Once again, the old man's expression shifted. He was clearly digging what he saw in me. He popped the glove box, mentioning he owed me one since his kid was still shaken up from that metal death trap. He handed over a sleek blackwood case and a business card, just in case I wanted to climb the ladder. Before I could even ask what was inside, Sunio cut in, explaining it was top-tier tech, usually reserved for the high-ranking brass. We can't fully decode the science behind it yet, but it supposedly boosts your raw potential. I cracked it open to find a battered silver bracelet that had seen better days. Maybe it was a hand-me-down from a dead man, or maybe it was just built tough. Either way, my gut told me I had just hit the mother lode. I stammered out a thank you while fumbling for the door handle, but Sunio stopped me. "Use it to get stronger," he barked, "and keep my name out of it." He offered a free dinner at his headquarters later, then dropped a final, chilling warning. That demonic glint returned to his eyes, sharp and predatory. He made it clear. If I ever laid a finger on his daughter, he would bury me himself. Message received. He peeled out of the lot, leaving me in a cloud of exhaust. The threat was overkill. I tucked the silver band into my pocket, smirking because romance was the last thing on my mind. Then, the memory faded, and I was back in the moment, telling the girl the talk was no big deal. She did not buy it, leaning in close to ask if her old man had been a jerk. I patted my pocket and lied through my teeth, saying everything was fine. I flashed her the general's card to shut down her worrying. I told her he just wanted to grab a bite sometime to show his appreciation. She frowned. Her dad was not exactly the type to play nice with the help. She could not wrap her head around why he would give me anything at all. I told her he probably just hated being in my debt for saving her. That sent her right back to the dungeon, remembering how she had clung to me, turning her face bright red. Looking totally flustered, she tried to change the subject, apologizing for her father's suffocating attitude. I just flicked the card between my fingers, startling her, and joked about making the old man pay for the most expensive steak in town. We kept moving, merging back into the thick crowds at the theme park. Huang tried to act smooth with the short, pink-haired girl, clearly losing his cool as he thanked her for the invite, but he was dying to know why she had actually set this whole thing up. She just grinned and gave him the straight answer he was looking for. She brought up the trench fight where that bully had absolutely wrecked her squad. Since I was the one who actually stepped up and took him down, she felt she owed me. She threw a playful punch in the air while Huang's face visibly fell. The muscle mommy threw an arm around her. Nodding along, she was a fan of mine too. Since the girls planned the day, they announced lunch was on them. They strolled off together, leaving the guys standing there looking like they had been punched. Deep down, they knew they had not done a single thing to help back in that trench. The whole day was just a front for the girls to get closer to me. But for Guanjik, the truth was worse. He knew I did not save them out of heroism. I just hated that the bully mocked my favorite game character. Honestly, even I am starting to feel bad for these losers. I had to ditch the heavy atmosphere, so I scanned a different block. Santiago's division was out in force, crawling all over a fresh rift. A crow hit the wire that was Bongu, my eyes in the sky. He was tracking the perimeter, watching a pair of grunts on patrol. Some officer with a tablet looked like he'd seen a ghost. That was Colonel Lee, a man who loved rank more than life. In this world, it's all Lees and Kims in every direction. He was floored by the haul. 100 kilograms of raw stone. Once the scan checked out, Lee turned to the void with hunger. That jagged smile said it all. He thought he'd struck it rich. Forget him for now. Back at the park, life was still normal. The group was finally breaking up at the gate, dragging out goodbyes. The girls were still riding a high from their day of freedom. They thanked the guys, wishing them a quiet night back at camp. The boys were already fighting over who got the last word in. The Nepo baby gave me a timid wave, but I stayed ice cold. Finally, they split. The short girl in pink had to be dragged away. Then, the air turned. We were downtown now, waiting for the bus back to the grind. Bongu's voice hit my brain like a needle, whispering about a situation. I told him to spill it, and my vision shifted to the sky. The rift looked violent, wrong. Bongu knew something was definitely off. It was supposed to be a secure site, so I didn't get the panic. He said it started as a small-time job, nothing but low-level heat. Now, the big guns were moving in with heavy-duty mining rigs. Lee was grinning at the sight while my stomach did a slow roll. He saw a promotion. I saw a fuse burning down to the nub. Morning hit the city like a lead weight. My bus rolled into Santiago's zone, hissing as it reached the stop. I stepped off, already hating the absolute mess I was walking into. The gate was a fortress now, crawling with hunters playing soldier. They were hauling monostone like it was just common gravel. I reached for that billionaire's card, hoping it would open some doors. While I plotted my move, a mangy pigeon landed right next to me. The bird cooed, but it sounded way too much like a signal. I looked closer. It was just Bongu in a pathetic new set of feathers. I asked why the disguise, but he just bragged about his perfect scouting. I just sighed and asked if the 100-kilogram haul was real. Bongu didn't understand our math, but he knew the humans were hyped. He couldn't count the weight, but he confirmed the rumors were true. That much stone was impossible, 100 times a lucky find. The gravity of the situation finally hit. Even the bird went quiet when he realized how wrong this was. It was a mountain of raw energy, and greed was leading them to slaughter. I stared at that pulsing blue void, hearing the countdown begin. My mind latched onto a jagged frequency that shouldn't exist. I asked Lai Bongu if he felt that same sickening vibration. The pigeon's wings beat against the air in a frantic, desperate rhythm. He felt it too, the rot behind the gate. No monsters appeared, but the energy tasted like something ancient and evil. That's when I let the mask slip, my face setting like cold stone. I told my familiar, his confusion made sense. I'd only felt a soul-crushing darkness like this one time before. Bongu pressed for answers, but I just ground my teeth, the frustration boiling in my gut. I gave a sharp nod and suddenly I was a blur, sprinting full tilt toward the portal. Behind me, the crew kept on with their mindless labor, oblivious to the catastrophe about to strike. The piece shattered, coiling, oily tentacles exploded from the gateway, lashing out at anything in sight. Discipline evaporated as soldiers scrambled, while the colonel just stood there, paralyzed, trying to process the nightmare. A commander screamed about trapped squads, but the colonel roared for him to forget them and run. I tore onto the scene like a man on a mission. My gut was right, it was a counterfeit dungeon. That explained why the laws of physics were screaming in protest. As I closed the distance, a sentry tried to block my path. He barked a warning about the danger, but I didn't even slow down. I blew right past him. I yelled my name and unit over my shoulder, telling him I was going to crack this from the inside. The corporal looked at me like I'd lost my mind as I dove into the chaos. Weaving through the carnage, I caught the eye of the man in charge. The colonel, surrounded by a swarm of tentacles, demanded to know what a lone soldier was trying to pull. I didn't answer. I just lunged forward and threw myself into the center of the writhing mess. The portal's electric blue haze swallowed me, and the tentacles snapped shut like a heavy steel trap. The colonel stood speechless. The entrance had turned into a fortress of flesh with no way back in. He swallowed hard, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. He was completely screwed. Then, the world shifted. A system alert flashed in my vision as I hit the floor of a massive, dark cavern. I sensed movement and looked up into the terrified faces of a few mining hunters. The system started scrolling through their names and combat classes. Honestly, I didn't care about their titles. I'd just call them whatever was easiest as we moved forward. Their badges marked them as low-level grunts. I demanded to know if there were any other survivors. One soldier stammered that they were all that was left, then asked who the hell I was. I rattled off my name and unit, claiming I'd just stumbled into this mess while passing through the sector. Before they could start asking questions, I shut the conversation down. I told them we were out of time and needed to check their gear and injuries immediately. We did a quick inventory of our supplies. They only had 3 katanas, 2 daggers, and some rations. Seeing their gear, my heart sank. They tried to explain they were just the transport team, following the trail of others. The real fighters had already moved on. I couldn't believe anyone was stupid enough to send logistics in without backup. Looking at these green kids, a sickening feeling settled in my chest. Something was fundamentally wrong here. I pushed it aside and told them to grab their weapons. I decided to give it to them straight, no sugarcoating. I explained that they weren't in a dungeon, they were inside a fake, a biological anomaly. To make it simple, I told them to stop thinking of this as a cave and start thinking of it as a stomach. Their faces went pale as I explained the place lures victims in just to digest them. The bait was that massive hall of Manon that the colonel was so greedy for. They looked at the crystals with pure terror, but I promised them I'd find a way out. Flashing a reckless grin, I promised to take the heat and drag every single soul out of this hellhole alive. They exhaled in relief, though I could see the doubt still burning in their eyes. I laid it out. My way or the highway, then we start the slaughter toward the core. One private froze. Shocked the mission wasn't just a simple one-target hunt. I scanned the shadows, measuring the amount of death waiting for us. "It's on!" I growled as mud-slicked freaks began to emerge from the darkness. Grotesque, melting abominations lurched forward, their bodies sloughing off as they crawled. Before the rookies could even scream, I vanished into a lethal, high-speed blur. The next second, I was mid-air, absolutely obliterating the first one. I crushed the lead monster's skull, freezing the rest of the pack in their tracks. As the slime hit the floor, I barked at the stunned kids to stay behind me. Witnessing that raw, overwhelming display of violence, a thick-browed private whispered, "Wait, is he the legend from the 104th? The senior officer nodded, certain he was watching the myth in the flesh. I tore through the pack like a hurricane, turning their doubt into pure awe. Damn right. I'm the fastest promoted sergeant ever, the one they call the invincible monster of the Corps. Outside, Colonel Lee was shaking under the weight of a much higher power. The general, the brat's father, had arrived, looking for a throat to squeeze. Skipping the pleasantries entirely, the general snatched Lee's collar, demanding an explanation for this absolute disaster. Lee stammered about finding a mana stone vein and wanting the credit. Wrong answer. The general's eyes turned blood red with pure, unadulterated rage. He roared at the pathetic man standing before him, spitting that no one authorized this mining, especially without a proper raid team. Plus, this gate wasn't even a confirmed, linked dungeon. Sobbing, Lee whimpered that 2 weeks of scans showed the place was empty. The Major General didn't give a damn about his pathetic excuses, livid that Lee risked lives on a mere 14-day hunch. He knew Lee had gambled his men's blood just to pad his own record. His voice thundered like a death sentence. After shredding Lee's dignity, Tio threw him aside, telling him to consider his military career over. No matter the outcome, he was finished, staring helplessly at the unfolding disaster. He'd triggered, 1 death and you rot in a cell. With that threat, we head back inside. I was still busy blowing those mud freaks into wet, dark scrap. Leaving a trail of gore behind, I circled the trembling squad back up. I was fuming, and the rookies were about to find out why. I asked why they were playing hero when I specifically told them to stay put. They just wanted to help, so I took a deep breath to stay calm. I pointed to the rot, reminding them these parasites lead straight to the core. The kids just nodded, eyes wide and terrified of what came next. I explained that the dungeon creates these things just to swallow us whole. Near the heart, they'll swarm us from every single shadow in the room. I needed those grunts to conserve every ounce of energy for the final push. Their faces lit up with hero worship, convinced I actually cared about their survival. When they started cheering, I knew I had them right where I wanted them. I forced a smile, masking the cold reality that I viewed them as mere pawns. My only real goal was harvesting every single bit of power from this hellhole. By sidelining the squad, I ensured that every scrap of glory belonged to me. Driven by pure, unadulterated greed, I beckoned my unsuspecting lambs toward the slaughter. They didn't hesitate for a second, trusting my judgment with terrifying, blind devotion. Those idiots raised their steel and followed me straight into the heart of darkness. I hit a soft patch of ground, and suddenly, a fresh swarm surrounded us. The odds were shifting. There were way more of them this time around. They were circling a massive, glowing jewel that sat mockingly on a stone spire. My backup was already gasping for air despite not having swung a blade. I could feel the atmosphere in this place literally draining the life from them. If I had let them fight earlier, they would be face down already. Just smash that core, I lied, and we can all walk out of here. But a wall of monsters stood guard, making that promise look like a fantasy. I told them to hold the line, mostly to keep them out of my way. I almost blurted out that I only needed them alive for my own record. I pivoted quickly, barking at them to just stay safe and watch the rear. They roared in unison, their voices echoing off the damp, oppressive cave walls. They locked into a defensive shell, trusting me to be their ultimate shield. Seeing them pinned down, I lunged forward to claim the kill for myself. I tore through the mud creatures like a hot blade through wax paper. I held back my darker, forbidden skills to keep any rumors from spreading. Without anything flashy, I danced through the slow-motion chaos like a ghost. They tried to intercept me, but I vaulted over as the others took the hit. While Dave stood paralyzed by his own mistake, I descended like a falling star. I delivered a kick with enough raw force to shatter concrete into dust. The creature exploded into a wet mess. Rest in pieces, Dave. I didn't look back, leaping toward the prize and leaving the carnage behind me. More of the swarm rose up to block my path to the core. I buried my fist in the biggest one's throat with zero hesitation. I moved like smoke through their ranks, and even the monsters felt the fear. I grinned like a predator, beckoning them to come and feed my growing hunger. Then, without any warning, the entire room began to vibrate with malice. The core started bleeding a toxic violet light that filled the chamber. A thick fog rolled in, and I realized we were in serious trouble. "Get back now!" I screamed, finally feeling a genuine jolt of pure panic. The gem detonated into a massive lethal cloud of choking purple gas. My blood could handle the toxin, but my men were as good as dead. I tried to channel my energy to stop it, my hands crackling with sparks. Looking at that fog, I knew their survival was now a mathematical impossibility. Time had run out. The only way out was to finish this fast. Right then, the silver ring on my finger began to glow with intensity. My pocket pulses with silver light. The bracelet that spoiled Brat's father handed me is glowing. A HUD alert pings. It's feeding on my hellish aura, unlocking some ancient dormant force. I am totally lost, so I yank the thing out to see what the hell is happening. The general's voice echoes back, claiming their top brass could not even scratch the surface of its potential. It supposedly grants a massive random boost to my primary combat stats. I was hoarding it for the endgame, when grinding for levels becomes a total nightmare. But this secret ability, I never saw this coming. It is a total game changer. Another pop-up flashes. The bracelet of imitation. Finally, the full technical specs are staring me down. It lets me execute any move I have ever witnessed, regardless of whether I actually own it. The catch? One shot. Once the skill fires, the jewelry vaporizes into thin air forever. My heart races. This is the exact miracle I need to claw my way out of this grave. Gripping the metal, I visualize the one technique that can end this nightmare right now. Being an out-of-worlder has its perks. Like a massive library of forbidden combat techniques, I manifest my shadows around the steel, molding the void into a grip I can hold. I am suddenly brandishing a colossal blade of obsidian lightning that hums with pure, unstable destruction. There is no hiding a god-tier move like this from the terrified grunts watching me. They are frozen in shock, eyes glued to their sergeant like he is some war god. I channel my inner berserker, resting the slab of black iron on my shoulder with a smirk. It is a signature move from a Dark Knight boss that nearly ended me in another life. It looks borderline ridiculous, holding a weapon 3 times my size above my head. This is banishment. The blade carves a hole in reality, dragging everything into a hungry, cosmic abyss. With a final cocky grin, I bring the massive steel down on this pathetic, fake dungeon. A curtain of pure darkness drops as the blade slices through the very air. Just as planned, the strike shears open a jagged wound in our dimension. For a heartbeat, the mud beasts stand still, then they are shredded, pulled screaming into the vacuum. The rift expands, inhaling every monster and every drop of that toxic purple sludge like a cyclone. The core is not immune to the void. It fractures, crumbling into dust before being swallowed whole alongside its failed, disgusting little minions. My shadow blade is finally completely spent. The weapon dissolves into mist, vanishing from my hands in a matter of heartbeats. I do not care about the loss. My grin says I have secured exactly what I wanted. My subordinate outside pings me, screaming about trouble. The soldiers are rigging some high-tech device to the door, and he is terrified of what it is. I see the bomb through his eyes, hearing them confirm the monobomb is live and armed. Orders bark over the comms for all non-essential personnel to clear the blast radius immediately. General Sunho is running the show, and once the word bomb drops, the air turns cold. My lackey is absolutely terrified now. He warns me, but I am too busy reaching for the shattered remains of the dungeon's heart. The broken pieces of the core lie at my feet. I tell him to shut up. I crush the remaining purple shards, prepping for a very grand exit. Outside, the clock is ticking down to 0, and my time is nearly up. The explosive is set, and a soldier hovers over the detonator, waiting for the command. The commander's thumb trembles over the switch, agonizing over whether to pull the trigger. Blasting it open might work, but it could also trigger a catastrophic chain reaction from the dungeon. Then a memory flashes the general's face, turning pale when he realized I was still inside. He's inside, Captain confirmed. Impossible. He's out of jurisdiction, not even his unit. Yet, he breached anyway. Division alerted? Yes, sir. His commander's inbound now. I stared, heart hammering. He's alone in hell. Tentacles choked the exit. Bombs rigged for this. Triggers ready. I'm stalling. Everyone's clear, he yelled. Duty or him? Decision. 4 hours. 0 gear. Tremors. The gate shook. Unpredicted. We stood frozen. Tentacles crumbled to ash. I acted instantly. Medics! Armed guards, move! I sprinted forward, tearing stone with hands. Shredding rot, piece by piece. Medics arrived, guns hot. Chief nurse reported in. Wait. Then, the miracle. Figures emerged from hell. The miners. Home. Alive. I'm stunned. Unreal. Pure, genuine happiness. I checked for wounds. Safe, the boy wept. The flood of survivors. Then came our hero. Medics took his burden. Eyes met. Silent respect. He saluted his senior. I grinned and saluted. He saved them all. Dusk, 107th. Office. Just us two. Vacation, huh? I asked. Why my turf, Sarge? Free dinner, he answered. Using leave for suicide, right upon arrival. I saw the rift fracture and dove headlong into the chaos to save total strangers. My web of lies was fraying, yet I had no choice but to double down on them. I replied with my typical, high-octane energy. I claimed that when the gate buckled, my body simply acted on pure, heroic instinct. The general clearly sensed my bullshit, but he just let out a booming, unexpected laugh instead. My eccentric charm was working. He finally saw why Brutus kept me around. Inside, I was reeling stunned that such a blatant lie actually stuck the landing. Sun praised the impossible miracle I performed by keeping every single soldier in that dungeon alive. He offered his sincere gratitude, and I played the humble hero with practiced ease. The air turned cold as Sun's eyes sharpened, forcing me into a tense, heavy silence. He warned me that a sergeant like me was starting to draw too much heat. Between my rapid promotions and today's stunt, I was becoming a very visible target. There was no doubt that the big shots at headquarters were now watching me closely. I craved the attention, but the general feared the target now painted on my back. He told me never to hesitate to call him if things started getting ugly. He promised that he and Brutus would have my back, no matter the cost. It was official. The old man finally respected my lethal set of skills. I thanked him, but he just reclined, too busy to buy me dinner this evening. Instead, he offered me any favor I wanted as a bounty for saving his men. Without a blink, I shamelessly asked for another immediate promotion. Sun laughed it off, explaining that rank was out of his hands entirely. I started to pout like a brat until a specific shimmer caught my eye. On his desk sat a crystal identical to the one I'd stolen from that brat. It pulsed with a refined scent of corruption that made my pulse race. He saw me staring at the prize and instantly knew I wanted it. He asked if I recognized the relic. I played dumb, claiming it just looked like a cool rock from my collection. My bizarre attitude was actually starting to win the old man over. I gave him puppy eyes while he explained the stone's priceless dungeon-born value. He mentioned a recent heist left him with only this one cursed stone. The general would surely tear the thief apart. I just sat there looking innocent, knowing damn well I was the thief. He handed me the jar, gifting it as a reward for my brave service. He felt strangely tied to me, much like his daughter, but didn't hate it. Suddenly serious, he asked me exactly what was going on between me and Yunio. I told him straight, we're just fellow hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. It was the truth, mostly because women are just a distraction to me. The protective father finally relaxed, glad I wasn't some creep chasing his girl. He dismissed me with a smile, asking to see my commander next. I saluted and vanished into the night, the crystal heavy in my palm. Later, I waited at a dark bus stop with a familiar figure nearby. Bangu was busy inhaling fish pastries while I barked at him to chew properly. My lackey settled down, and I crushed the crystal to swallow its dark power. Status windows flashed, confirming the energy surge and the boost to my stats. The power surge felt far weaker today. I began to fear I'd hit a wall where progress was just a pipe dream. Right as that doubt started sinking in, a flash notified me I'd hit the dark energy cap and unlocked the shadow lash. That changed everything, and that old rush of power had me hooked all over again. Meanwhile, things were getting heated over at the main headquarters during a secret briefing. Sanho and Brutus stood trembling while their superior loomed over them, screaming at the old man for the total disaster that happened on his watch. He tried to apologize, but Lieutenant General Kim Chang-ma was way too pissed to listen. He barked that the 107th was getting audited and they better be ready. The two-star general just hung his head in shame while Kim kept tearing him apart. Brutus just stood there and took it, knowing there was no way to fix this mess. Kim was dying to get his hands on the commander who started this to fire him. Sunho promised to bring Colonel Lee in, but then the heavy doors suddenly flew open. A shadow stepped inside that stopped everyone's heart, and Kim snapped into a stiff salute. The man walked into the room with the kind of power you can't fake, telling Kim to pipe down because his screaming was echoing through the entire building. The three-star officer froze up instantly, nodding like a scared kid as the man sat down to review the incident report. Brutus knew right then that all hell was about to break loose. You could see 4 stars on his shoulders, the highest rank in the entire service, a full general. It was the supreme commander himself, the calculating and deadly General Guhakial. He whispered the name Kim Jun, the guy at the center of the storm, and you knew some heavy politics were coming. Back at the base, a brown sedan was flying through the gates like a bullet. It slammed to a stop, and a furious colonel jumped out of the driver's seat. The boss of the 104th didn't even shut his door before storming inside. He was heading straight for his own office to deal with the chaos. He kicked his door open and was met by an officer snapping a nervous salute. The colonel barked, asking where everyone went, but the platoon leader was too scared to talk. The silence said it all. The vultures had come for our hero while he was away. The lieutenant looked down, unable to deny that they'd been totally blindsided. Defeated, the colonel slumped into his chair and called the higher-ups a bunch of snakes. He rubbed his temples in total frustration, knowing they'd waited until he left the base to make their move on his man. He let out a heavy sigh while the poor lieutenant just stood there looking helpless. That lieutenant had been wearing that same terrified expression just an hour before. He'd been trapped in a room with 2 massive guys who looked like professional killers. First was Master Sergeant Yu Tiwin, a high-level shark from the Special Task Force. Next to him was his partner, Sergeant First Class Jang Su, who looked even meaner. They'd come with a request that the lieutenant was desperately trying to turn down. He tried to explain the soldier just got back from leave, and the timing was weird. He knew something was off, but a giant hand cut his explanation short. The Master Sergeant wasn't interested in being polite or playing by the rules anymore. He said he was there on orders from the top and told him to look away. That pushed the commander over the edge, and he decided to make a stand right then. History repeated itself. That beast just laughed, pulling a phone. "Sergeant, you said they followed the rules?" Because one call to the general could change everything instantly. Right on cue, the hairy monster gripped his flip phone. Ready. My commander felt trapped. "You don't ignore the general's shadow?" The lead giant barked, demanding Mune show up for a private chat. My boss had no choice left. Soon, the door hissed open. Mune walked in, snapping a salute. Every eye in the room turned to watch our guy enter. Mune instantly caught the elite unit's logo on their tactical gear. He wasn't bright, but he knew exactly what those marks meant. The boss tried to speak, but the sergeant hijacked the room. He stood, crushed Mune's hand, and flaunted his special ops status. Mune matched his grip, clearly energized by the raw power here. The sergeant owned the space, praising Mune before offering a seat. Mune sat, oblivious to the commander's trembling hands beside him. The beast didn't stall. He told Mune straight, the STF needed killers like him. It was obvious. Mune was being scouted for the big leagues. The sergeant then started breaking down their high-stakes, shadow operations. They were the scalpel, hitting targets regular hunters couldn't touch. High-risk raids, VIP extraction, and secret overseas missions, the heavy lifting. Most was noise to Mune, but his eyes danced with greed. Give him a promotion, and he'd jump ship in a heartbeat. The beast mentioned they also hunted rogue hunters outside the law. Combat was everything. He claimed HQ had been tracking Mune's stats. Therefore, they offered him the spot he deserved plus a rank jump. The second Mune heard promotion, his whole world changed. He beamed with excitement, while his commander looked ready to vomit. The sergeant sweetened the deal, promising an immediate jump to staff sergeant. Then the mustache brute cut in, explaining that the initial rank was just the beginning. STF members were fast-tracked for glory, every kill pushing them higher. Naturally, those lies worked on Myun's simple mind. Then, a phone rang. As the giant dug into his pocket, Myun saw the ancient device. Something clicked. Myun frowned and questioned the officer about the tech. Smirking with arrogance, the officer bragged, "These were exclusive, secure devices for the elite. Forget smartphones," he sneered. "These are built for total, airtight secrecy." Despite the officer's swagger, Myun felt a chill. This elite life sounded like a cage. He stunned them by asking, "Can I use the internet whenever?" Just as I feared, the answer was a nightmare. These suits started preaching about high-level security clearances and the absolute necessity of a lockdown, leak-proof environment. Essentially, I'd be barred from touching the web while on the clock, and they even demanded I stay offline during my personal time off. That was it. I was officially done with them. My commander caught the look in my eyes, realizing these elite hotshots didn't have a damn clue who I really was. Not a single one. The master sergeant tried to wrap things up, sliding his card over while claiming this was a once-in-a-lifetime shot. I cut him off cold, telling him flat out that I'd rather stay right where I am. That instantly shattered the professional masks of these clowns who couldn't fathom why I'd ever say no. Getting visibly agitated, the sergeant barked at me to give him one good reason for walking away. I'm not exactly the shy type, so I told him straight I'm not joining any squad that bans Dungeon Power Fighter. That answer sent the guy with the thick mustache into a state of absolute blind fury. To them, it was insanity to trade a golden career for some outdated piece of software, but that's just my reality. And I made sure they knew I wasn't playing around. That game is my lifeblood, my only recharge, and I won't trade it for anything. Hell, I've literally traveled through dimensions just to keep playing that game. The sergeant didn't like it, but he knew he couldn't force a man whose heart wasn't in the fight. He kept his cool, unlike his fuming partner, and decided it was finally time for them to pack it in. Watching them retreat, my commander practically skipped to the door, eager to usher them out and lock it behind them. The man was literally holding back a laugh, as those high and mighty task force officers slunk away with their tails between their legs. But then, for one final middle finger, the mustache guy turned back, snarling that my record was probably a lie and I wouldn't last 5 minutes in their world. He should have kept walking, because I'm not the type to let a challenge go unanswered. I took the bait, asking him exactly why he was so certain I'd wash out of their test. Their pride was already in the dirt, and my attitude was the salt in their open wounds. My poor commander started panicking again as he realized I had already shifted into full-blown combat mode. I pushed them harder, demanding to know how they could possibly judge my skills without seeing them first. That did it. The mustache guy marched back into my personal space, looking for a fight. Baring his teeth behind that brush, he loomed over me, swearing he could prove my worthlessness right now. He was itching for a brawl, and my commander knew this was about to become a disaster. He jumped in, trying to kill the tension before someone actually got hurt, but the sergeant shoved him aside, a dark grin spreading across his face as he watched the chaos unfold. Since the pitch failed, he wanted to knock me down a peg and asked to use the training center. Moments later, we were down in the facility, weapons in hand, staring each other down across the cold concrete floor. The sergeant watched like a vulture while my commander stood by, wondering how he'd ever clean up this mess. I got a good look at the mountain of a man in front of me, as he explained that their entrance exam was just a raw duel against a senior and I was getting schooled. I reminded him one last time that I had zero interest in his elite little club, but if I won, I wanted that mustached mouth of his to offer me a full verbal apology. That set his blood boiling again, his mind unable to grasp why I was still acting so damn confident. He mocked my choice of a whip, swearing he'd beat some respect into me before the round ended. The sergeant called for 3 rounds of 3 minutes each and gave the signal to start the fight. The whistle blew. I gripped the leather handle, my palms slick with sweat, as that mustachioed bully leveled a sharpened blade at my chest. The starting bell echoed like a death knell, and the brute lunged instantly, desperate to shatter my stance before I could even breathe. I dipped under the steel just as it hissed past my ear, but his massive hand suddenly blocked my vision while he wound up for a follow-up strike. He caught me completely off guard, and a single, violent thrust from that practice sword sent me hurtling toward the far wall. I skidded past my commanding officer and hit the dirt hard, leaving my attacker standing there with a look of pure, smug triumph. My lieutenant stood there frozen in total disbelief. It was probably the first time he'd ever seen me actually take a hit from an amateur like that. Meanwhile, I just laid there on the cold floor, arms splayed out in a silence that felt heavy and intentional. But as the camera would have seen, a manic grin was spreading across my face, fueled by the intoxicating rush of the fight. My superior watched my twisted expression with growing dread, which brings us back to the moment this whole disaster began. You see, back when I was first weighing that whip in my hand and preparing for the worst, The lieutenant pulled me aside, desperate to know what my actual game plan was for this confrontation. My goal was simple: total, soul-crushing domination. I wanted to win so decisively that there would be nothing left to debate, but that's exactly what kept my commander up at night. He wasn't afraid I'd lose. He was terrified I'd beat the man so badly we'd face a mountain of paperwork and lawsuits. Even though he didn't say it out loud, I could see the career-ending panic written all over his face. I asked him point blank if a one-sided blowout would result in a massive headache for us down the road. Instead of answering, he just cast a nervous glance toward those two arrogant brothers who were already acting like they owned the place. He whispered that the special task force was a den of fragile egos and high-ranking connections. He feared they'd put a target on my back if I embarrassed them. I thought it over and offered a simple, effective solution that stopped him cold. I promised to let the guy land exactly one solid hit during the match, just enough to let them save face and satisfy their pride. Good lord. Suddenly, it made perfect sense why I'd taken that dive and why I was lying there laughing like a complete lunatic. Back in the present, I'm eating dirt while that mustachioed gorilla is strutting around like he just won the heavyweight title. The master sergeant tried to call the match right then, telling my boss to get me a medic, but I wasn't finished. Honestly, even the lieutenant knew these clowns had absolutely no clue what kind of monster they were actually poking. The sergeant started talking down to me, saying I should be grateful I managed to dodge the first swing at all. He was mid-insult, calling me a disgrace to the uniform, when his voice suddenly trailed off in total shock, because I stood right back up, dusting myself off as if I'd just woken up from a pleasant afternoon nap. With a cold, confident smile, I told him the duel was far from over and I was ready for round two. My steady voice rattled that mustache-wearing bastard because he knew he'd landed a perfect strike that should have broken my ribs. He looked shaken and confused, but he couldn't back down from a 3-round duel without looking like a coward, even as the master sergeant questioned my sanity. And even though he gave the nod to continue the spar, he was terrified someone was going to end up in the morgue, not realizing I hadn't even broken a sweat yet. My opponent mistook my grit for pure arrogance and charged in again, desperate to teach me one final, painful lesson. With a face twisted in rage, he barked that my stubbornness wasn't determination, it was just a slow-motion suicide. But he was talking to the wrong man. I gripped my weapon, ready to end the charade once and for all. Finally, the real reason I chose this specific whip became terrifyingly clear to everyone in the room. I was using a technique called the demonic whip to funnel my internal energy directly into the leather lash. I had even used a secondary skill to keep that lethal power completely invisible to anyone watching. The brute was foaming at the mouth now, looking more like a rabid animal than a disciplined soldier ready for combat. Just like before, he was the first to lunge, fueled by nothing but blind rage and a fatal amount of overconfidence. He unleashed a lightning-fast triple thrust with his blade, but I was already 3 steps ahead of his every move. I didn't even flinch, snapping the whip taut and parrying every single strike with the cold precision of a professional. Old Stash figured this would be a cakewalk, but he was walking into a buzzsaw. He scrambled back for space, then lunged forward with a lethal jab aimed right at my windpipe. It was a wasted effort. I snared his blade instantly, wrapping my lash around the steel. The guy just froze, staring at his trapped weapon in total disbelief. I gave the cord a sharp yank, sending his practice sword sailing 10 feet into the rafters. The officers were absolutely floored, but I was just getting warmed up. Without missing a beat, I snapped the whip back toward the big guy while he was still off balance. The whole exchange went down in a literal heartbeat. The leather rained down on him. He turtled up to endure the heat, looking fine but clearly fuming inside. He was ready to brag about his iron skin, but then his hands just seized up. His cocky grin vanished instantly, replaced by a scream that sounded like a soul being shredded. The master sergeant stood there, paralyzed by the sheer impossibility of the scene. He couldn't wrap his head around his top bruiser kneeling after such a weak strike. But there he was, shaking like a leaf and howling in pure agony. And that was just the opening act of his nightmare. The sergeant saw the look in my eyes, that predatory, cowboy-style grin, and finally felt the real danger. That harmless training tool suddenly felt like a one-way ticket to hell. It finally clicked. They had completely screwed the pooch on this one. Jang looked like he was about to burst into tears as I started closing the distance. No mercy in a pride match, I let the lash sing right across his ribs. Snot-nosed and sobbing, he slumped over, barely conscious as I stood over him like a god. I realized then that the STF was legit, but they were still outclassed. They picked the wrong day to mess with a guy using demonic energy. No wonder he folded. Back in Iskard, things are much more brutal. Even orc warriors with skin like stone curl up when this hit lands. The air screamed as I stepped closer, the whip cracking like a gunshot near his head. His survival instincts maxed out, and he started genuinely fearing for his life. My maniac face probably wasn't doing much to calm his nerves either. Honestly, I was having a blast breaking his inflated ego to pieces. As I wound up for the kill, the big guy shrieked, and the master sergeant dove in to save him. I'm no hero of justice, though. I let the strike fly anyway. A deafening crack echoed through the gym, but I pulled the shot at the last millisecond. I shredded the floor right between his legs, but he was already foaming at the mouth from terror. It was a pretty pathetic sight, honestly. He collapsed, barely clinging to life. Someone should probably pay their respects to this clown. With his man down, the master sergeant rushed over to salvage what was left. He hauled up his mountain of a subordinate, only to find the guy was totally unconscious. This was a man who'd stared down monsters without ever flinching. The sergeant couldn't believe his top guy had fainted from the mere fear of pain. He shot a look at me, laughing with the boss, wondering how a training whip could be that destructive. He realized I wasn't just some recruit. I was a treasure he couldn't afford to lose. Since he finally understood my true value, he swallowed his pride and offered to apologize for his team's massive screw-up. I didn't expect a hard-ass like him to personally bow down to me. Looking at the mess I'd made of his junior, I started wondering if I'd been a bit too cruel. I folded, offering apologies. Impulse, I said. Peace. Sarge's eyes showed respect. He offered his card. Call me, he insisted. They left, egos shattered. Lieutenant mocked their retreat. I signaled their departure. I waved them out. I felt the victory. Best outcome, I thought. Commander's office, present day. Laughter shook the walls. The colonel grinned widely. Myun's training, he said. Brutus will be thrilled. Then, a shadow fell. I am a target. They want me more. Entice him to stay. Brutus saw this coming. He smiled with confidence. What is the offer? I am smashing wood, mastering my own power. The saga continues now. Brutus is howling joyfully. He loves the outcome. They are livid, surely. He feared losing me. Everything fell into place. Time to escalate things. The general stood up. He barked cryptic orders. He smiled quite viciously. Bring the files. Now, the boys looked worried. My new stripes gleamed. What is the news? Lee's voice was iron. Myun is in charge. Lee is moving up. Meet your new leader. No one dared complain. I was the choice. My trainee signals for a word, and I grant him the floor. The kid's itching to know if I really leveled that Phantom Rift solo, since that rumor is burning through the division. His question gets the guys buzzed. They've heard the whole hunter world is reeling from the news. I realize there's no dodging the gossip at this point. I play it cool, calmly admitting that I was the one who cleared the zone. I make sure to tell them it was just a matter of being in the right place at the right time. Once I confirm the truth, my entire squad just stands there, absolutely floored. They suspected it, but hearing it from me hits them like a freight train. Dongjin's jaw drops as he frantically asks if I'm hurt, but I'm standing there in perfect shape. Now, suddenly, everyone's trying to be my new best friend. They're prying about my promotion to squad leader and wondering what kind of fat bonuses I'm pulling in. Tired of the interrogation, I brush them off while admitting I snagged a few perks. But these guys clearly aren't leaving until they get every single detail. A few days later, we're deep in a goblin hive, and my team is absolutely tearing through the horde. I watch a goblin get split down the middle as the lower-ranking guys start their usual chatter. Wong's asking if the special task force really tried to recruit me, and the guy with the ponytail backs it up instantly. Even while he's hacking away at his next target, he's telling them how I turned the offer down and trashed one of their officers. Wangshik knows it's true, but it sounds so insane, he figures no civilian would ever believe this garbage. Still, the brass put me in charge, and everyone knows I'm guaranteed a promotion to staff sergeant within 12 months. Regardless, while the guys are gossiping, a bone-chilling scream erupts from the forest. An emerald-colored fist bursts from the shadows, crushing a tree trunk like it's nothing. Yellow eyes flare and ivory tusks catch the light. The Goblin King has finally shown his face. This thing is built like a heavyweight wrestler, stalking toward my men to settle the score. It bellows again with everything it's got, but my team doesn't even blink. As the king charges with a massive club, the hunters just watch him with bored, deadpan expressions. That's when my whip streaks past Guangshik like a lightning bolt, lashing the brute across the eyes. The beast drops its weapon, howling in pain, and it becomes clear why my guys weren't worried. I follow up with a barrage of strikes, one after another. The monster shrieks in agony as the hunters just watch the show. Now, the king looks like a terrified servant begging me for mercy. Finally, I step into the light, letting them see the man holding the leash. I'm gripping a heavy-duty whip, wearing a cocky grin, ready to split this bastard's skull. Just from the chatter between the grunts, it's obvious this new toy is a custom piece gifted to me by the commander himself. Since even the platoon leaders haven't landed custom gear yet, this is a massive flex. But I don't care about the status. I just want to have a blast being ruthless to these monsters. My whip cracks like thunder, shredding the creature to pieces. Guangshik is still scratching his head, wondering why on earth I chose a whip. Ponytail tells him that this was the specific weapon I handpicked for myself. Seeing the carnage it causes in the field, they're finally understanding why I'd blow off the special forces. I'm loving it too. This thing is way deadlier than I imagined. I give the lash another whirl, feeling the weight and balance. It's absolutely flawless. Plus, with that monostone in the hilt, I don't even need my dark skills to make every hit feel like a demolition. Naturally, I am having the time of my life wielding this insane firepower. I am vaporizing creeps and leaving the crowd speechless. They promised me a promotion within 1 year. But judging by the way this weapon performs, that timeline is history. I am confident I will move that date up. Now, picture a smoky chicken joint in Chuncheon. Choice cuts of Korean meat are crackling on the tabletop grill. The food smells divine, but I am wearing a massive scowl. This girl is way too hungry. Personally, I am not feeling the vibe of this dinner at all. I let out a heavy sigh, glaring at her while asking what she is doing here. Turns out, the spoiled rich girl is sitting there, totally obsessed with the sizzling food. The server finishes the prep, and Yunio flashes $1,000,000 smile. Then, without skipping a beat, she starts shoveling the delicious treat into her mouth like she is starving. She is ghosting my question. I am just sitting here, half annoyed and half confused. Finally, she feels my hostile gaze and pauses mid-bite to see what my problem is. She plays the innocent card, asking if I am eating and offering to pay the bill. I just want to know how this princess knew I was off and stalking this neighborhood. Hell, she even knew the exact restaurant where I planned to eat. As I connect the dots, a sudden realization hits me like a freight train. I mentioned my plans to Corporal Guangshik. That rat must have sold me out to her. The second I call her out, she shifts her gaze. My gut was dead on. She mumbles about a coincidence, but my look tells her the game is up. She caves, apologizing and admitting she was pulling strings to track my every move. I will decide how to punish that corporal on my own terms later. I demand to know her endgame. I even joke that maybe she has a crush on me. That is the kind of juicy remark the waitresses here are paid to overhear. She gets all flustered, stammering that I am talking complete and utter nonsense. Blushing hard, she asks why a sergeant like me is suddenly being so casual. I tell her we are the same age, so she should drop the formalities too. Regardless, she doubles down, insisting there is zero romantic interest on her part. Her denial just makes the staff smirk. They see right through her little charade. I press her again. Eventually, she confesses that the meat was not her only motivation. Looking down, she brings up that training dungeon where everything went south so fast. I am completely thrown off by her bringing up that specific nightmare. She lists them all. The Red Boar incident and that recent fake dungeon death trap. Every time I am around, some freak accident or impossible catastrophe seems to occur. It is just a theory, but she is tailing me to see if lightning strikes again. Saying it out loud makes her sound crazy, and she is clearly embarrassed by it. Silence hangs heavy. She peeks up shyly, bracing herself for me to mock her. She expected ridicule, but instead, a nervous, forced laugh escapes my dry throat. I am probably wearing the panicked expression of a criminal who just got caught. She is totally lost, but inside, I am losing my cool. My pulse is hammering. My grip tightens until the glass nearly breaks. I am terrified she knows my secrets. Silence returns until I spot the new corporal stripes pinned onto her clean uniform. I pivot hard, asking about her promotion. She says she passed the exam 1 week ago. I try to keep the flattery going to distract her from the truth. I say her rank jump is impressive, but she just looks annoyed by my deflection. I was sitting right there, a sergeant despite us joining at the same time. My casual tone clearly annoyed her, though I reminded her she could do the same. The Nepo baby pouted, and as the social crisis faded, a hellish alert from my familiar caught my eye. A rift was opening nearby. I clicked my tongue. The timing for a dungeon break was horrific, especially since she was sitting right in front of me. She was practically waiting for a disaster to ruin my vacation. She was right. I only took leave because my best scout, that pale-headed imp, warned me. Now, this brat was ruining my escape. I put on a poker face and used the oldest trick to ditch. I excused myself for the restroom and slipped out the back. Yunio let me go, and in a heartbeat, I was at the park, scanning the air for my familiar. I saw a tiny white head peeking from behind a bench. I gave it a thumbs up for the intel, which it clearly loved. I tossed it a dark energy sphere to snack on, then wondered why my other subordinate had gone radio silent lately. But the sky turned purple, and the threat became immediate. The lightning around the rift began to pulse with lethal power, meaning the gate was opening. I braced, glad the park was empty. Within just a few seconds, the air shattered, and a massive abyss tore open before me. I'm no hero, but a rift in a residential zone is trouble. Anyway, for the sake of my promotion, I had to end this. A twisted, humanoid shadow began to crawl out of the void. When they emerge like this, the military calls it a break. My phone buzzed with an emergency alert from the Hunter Command, ordering everyone to flee. I still didn't know its rank. If it was above my level, I'd have to hold the line until the army arrived. My only job was to buy the city some time. A giant blade emerged, followed by a muscular, eyeless titan with fangs. The beast shrieked, and I dropped into a combat stance. I recognized it as a hanker, a notoriously difficult opponent to kill. The monster swung its bladed limb straight at my skull. I dodged easily, though my mind was racing with questions. Was it alone? And how much power had its arms absorbed? Demonic energy surge. I leaped back and prepared shadow arrows to strike it down. But the creature fired its blade forward like a biological cannon. The impact was massive, but it was never going to hit me. The blade buried in the pavement, missing me narrowly. I'll admit, I didn't expect that kind of range. I grabbed the chain and sneered. Its trick just made it look desperate. The beast yanks the chain hard, sending me swinging through the air like a pendulum. It doesn't stop there, immediately firing another blast from its heavy arm cannon. I twist like a cyclone midair, pulling off a move that defies every law of physics. If you slowed this down, it'd look exactly like a scene from a summer blockbuster. I'm suspended in the void, momentum carrying me straight toward those thrashing metallic arms. I slam a cursed fist into its jaw, landing smoothly as the giant hits the dirt. When I turn, I see my strike barely even scratch the surface of its resolve. Even with its face shredded and jaw hanging, the creature refuses to stay down. I brace myself to finish the job, but a sudden shout catches me off guard. I recognize that voice instantly. I turn, my heart sinking as I see her face. There she is, sprinting toward the carnage while dragging a massive steel sign behind her. The monster spots the new target, its blade spinning toward the girl with lethal intent. I snatch the chain, diverting the strike just before it carves through the little princess. I roar at her, demanding to know why she'd walk into a literal death trap. The beast just keeps screeching, likely just as baffled as I am by her presence. Instead of an answer, she just screams the exact same question right back at me. Apparently, ditching her mid-dinner was a bigger crime than fighting a demon alone. Before I can argue, she hurls the metal signpost at me with everything she has. She yells that she saw my alert and didn't waste a second coming to help. I watch the steel sail through the air, keeping my expression as cold as ever. Inside, though, I'm grinning. This is the exact weapon I needed to end this. I sprint, catch the pole mid-flight, and flood it with my dark, whipping energy. With a surge of power, I bring the hammer down, obliterating the creature's skull entirely. As it dies, I can't help but wonder if she even settled the restaurant bill. I sit atop the remains of the beast, catching my breath in the sudden silence. A thick wall of dust rises from the impact, hiding me from her prying eyes. I move fast, draining every ounce of demonic essence before the smoke can clear. I hear her coughing. She finally realizes we just took down a high-level nightmare. She's paralyzed by the fact that I actually handled a monster of that caliber alone. I just point at the sign, telling her I couldn't have finished it without her. The truth is, I would have had a much easier time if she'd stayed home. She examines the corpse, noting the weird mutations that make this thing even more dangerous. She turns that piercing gaze on me, her eyes demanding answers I'm not ready for. She tells me flat out that we're having a very long talk about my secrets, but before she can start the interrogation, the ground begins to tremble once again. 5 more shadows emerge from the portal, marching out like an army of the damned. Looking at the odds, I realize this night just got a whole lot longer. The princess suggests we retreat and wait for the real soldiers to show up. I tell her to run and get help, but I'm not moving an inch. She looks at me like I've lost my mind, unable to grasp my logic. There's no more time for debate as the pack lunges, teeth bared for our throats. I let out a dark laugh, dropping into a stance that says I'm ready for blood. I coat the signpost in a fresh layer of shadows, feeling the power surge. I dive back into the fray, knowing this victory will finally earn me that promotion. Meanwhile, miles away in the city of Iskard, the real storm is just brewing. Under the glow of twin moons, I watched a robed figure slip into the dense, black woods. Moving with silent grace in weathered leather boots, she stopped before a strange monolith and began whispering an ancient, forgotten incantation. The rock groaned and splintered apart, crumbling into dust to reveal a hidden stairwell plunging into the earth. The stranger vanished down the stone steps, her cloaked form passing through a long, polished corridor. She reached a massive gate and entered a vaulted hall, identical to the ritual rooms in Iskard's cathedral. The woman paused. Kneeling at an altar, she showed her devotion before letting her hood fall to reveal vivid crimson hair. Up close, it was clear she wore the traditional robes favored by the dark sorcerers of Iskard. I realized then that her beauty was truly striking. Her messy hair suggested she was a tireless worker, while her sharp eyes radiated a cold, calculating brilliance. She stood before a statue of Lumi Nuna, the legendary character that Munadors obsesses over, who serves as the divine focal point for Iskard's most dangerous religious fanatics. In that silence, she pleaded for Lord Minold, or Kim Jun, to wait for their eventual reunion. Like Lee Bonggu, she was just another lost soul desperately trying to find a way back to him. After that long hiatus, we're finally diving back into the dark magical journey of our hero, Minjun Kim. This fresh season kicks off on a desolate island sitting in the waters off the coast of Nagasaki. Two guards waited on the sand as a chopper descended, its rotors whipping up a massive cloud of grit. Neither man flinched, standing like statues while the swirling dust threatened to blind them. A massive, bearded powerhouse stepped out of the aircraft, radiating a sense of absolute command. A white-haired soldier greeted him warmly, introducing himself as Endu Masaru from the Japanese Hunter Association. The newcomer identified himself as General Duo Kyung, representing the elite Korean Hunter Corps. Yandu felt honored when the general complimented his perfect command of the Korean language. After the formalities, the Japanese officer led General Du toward their base, which sat beside a colossal portal. The Korean officer sipped his coffee while meticulously scanning the briefing papers he'd been handed. He told Endu the strategy looked solid, noting that the plan was incredibly detailed given the time constraints. Endu credited the success to the high caliber of soldiers General Du had provided for the mission. He thanked the Korean commander once more for the vital support. The general noted that Japan's association must be terrified of the surge in abnormal dungeon activity. He remarked that this specific gate appeared on a remote island, making it nearly impossible to detect. It was obvious that this particular dungeon was a nightmare, even by the standards of abnormal anomalies. However, the general didn't believe this alliance happened simply because the Japanese were short-handed. With a weary, intense stare, General Du looked at the Japanese man and demanded the real truth. Mr. Endu went quiet for a moment. He knew the question was coming, but the honest answer was still a bitter pill to swallow. He explained that while Japan manages dungeons through both government agencies and private civilian guilds, they aren't lacking in raw power, but the sheer frequency of these freak dungeons lately has pushed their current defensive capabilities to the absolute limit, creating an urgent need for a professional, elite hunter training academy. That admission finally sparked the general's curiosity. His eyes sharpened as Endu confessed they were actually after the secrets of Korea's elite training methods. They were using this joint mission to build a lasting bridge between their nations. General Du smirked, feeling a surge of pride that Japan held their training system in such high regard. Now he finally understood why General Gu Hakiel had chosen him. Hakiel even included that slime punk on the squad, a fighter whom General Du holds in high esteem. It's clear to him that General Guhaki is desperate to leave a lasting mark on the Japanese public. Scanning the roster, a specific hunter catches Enda's eye. That level of growth in such a short window is unheard of. The general doesn't even need a name to know exactly which soldier Endu is referring to. The Japanese official remarks that the guy's rapid rise through the ranks is nothing short of breathtaking. He's the talk of the Korean hunter circles, and the actual intel makes the rumors look like understatements. Endu is baffled, wondering how a human could possibly evolve that much power in the blink of an eye. The general breaks out in a cold sweat the moment he confirms the identity of the man in question. He's at a total loss for words, struggling to explain the anomaly that is this man to Endu. Meanwhile, the Japanese rep is completely hooked on the data, itching to see him unleash his power during this raid. The legend they're all whispering about is none other than my lazy self, Sergeant Kim Jun. I'm currently on the front lines, bored out of my mind and digging in my ear while a red demon charges. The medic is screaming for me to haul tail, but I stay put, completely unfazed by the looming threat. The beast brings its weapon down with a roar, missing my head by less than an inch. Someone suddenly intervenes, kicking the monster square in the jaw and forcing its strike to go wide. Right behind the masked savior is another hunter, a blonde kid wielding a razor-sharp katana. He dives into the madness to assist his buddy, slamming his blade into the creature with bone-shaking force. Despite the heavy hit, the red demon just shrugs it off, blocking the steel with its bare arm. The blade barely leaves a mark, and the masked guy realizes they're fighting something built like a brick wall. As they scramble for a new plan, a woman steps up from the rear, claiming she'll handle the mess. The demon is absolutely livid now, lunging at the hunters with one goal: total annihilation. Calmly, the female hunter drops into her stance, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her blade. The monster pulls back its primary hand, winding up a swing meant to turn everyone into red mist. She narrows her gaze for a split second, and suddenly, the demon is falling apart in multiple pieces. She shredded through that monster's iron-tough skin like it was nothing more than soft butter. As she sheathes her steel, we realize she's Suzuki Mo, a high-ranking beauty from the Japanese Association. Our medic rushes over, absolutely floored by her technique, calling her swordplay a work of art. Suzuki just gives a small bow, showing nothing but class and respect to her fellow soldiers. The doc checks if the boys are bleeding, but Ren and Ken seem to have come out just fine. After seeing her in action, Ren just shakes his head and calls the woman a total freak of nature. He knows that beast was a tank, considering his own full power strike didn't even leave a scratch. Ken tries to play recruiter, asking if she's finally ready to ditch her group for theirs. Too bad for him, she just breezes past them like they're invisible, giving them the ultimate cold shoulder. The swordswoman walks straight up to me, asking if I'm still among the living. She's convinced I would have been toast without those two boys, clearly missing the big picture here. For all her skill, she's got a blind spot for talent, chewing me out for my lack of focus. She reminds me that they can't have dead weight, especially since Japan suggested this joint operation. She tells me that if my nerves are shot, I should just stick to the very back. Better yet, she suggests I just stay out of the fight entirely to avoid getting killed. Being the lazy guy I am, I just give her a thumbs up. I'm more than happy to do nothing. I also find myself impressed by how fluent her Korean is for a foreigner. Meanwhile, Major Jian from the 104th Squad is over there inspecting the demon's carcass. He notes it's way bigger than our local ogres, realizing Japan is dealing with some serious dungeon heat. When he turns around to talk to me, though, he realizes I've completely disappeared. I eventually run into Captain Sangok, whose face is turning a deep shade of purple from pure rage. He starts laying into me, screaming that my lazy attitude is making our whole country look pathetic. I played it cool, acting like their accusations were just noise. The captain exploded, swearing he knew this rookie was a liability. I couldn't fathom why the brass favored someone so detached. Major Hando cut through the tension, signaling the captain to settle. He urged patience for the novice, though the captain demanded discipline. Seeing a countryman shamed by foreigners made my blood boil. For a fleeting second, I actually questioned my own choices. I was just gauging their rhythm, but they mistook it for arrogance. I mean, who studies technique while standing on the chopping block? Looking back, those Tokyo hunters were tougher than I first thought. But Suzuki, she was on a completely different level than them. I watched her. She was terrifyingly calm amidst the mounting chaos. Sangok gripped my shoulder, his eyes promising hell if I slipped. I wondered why he was so rattled. He wasn't exactly helping. While the others talked, Suzuki's gaze suddenly locked onto the void. True terror washed over her face as something emerged from darkness. She dropped into a stance, screaming that a nightmare was here. A massive axe silenced her, nearly taking her head clean off. The impact shook the earth, snapping the squad into high alert. Honestly, we're lucky the beast chose her as its first target. Anyone else would have been a corpse before they could blink. Then, from the cave's black heart, a monster began its walk. The light hit a freakish humanoid, a budget version of a nightmare. The air turned cold as the creature radiated pure, concentrated malice. Suzuki knew instantly the dungeon boss had come to end us. The boys panicked, but I just watched, feeling absolutely nothing at all. Everyone was losing their minds, but I stood there, totally bored. Suzuki locked eyes with Ken, sending a silent, desperate command. He signaled the main force, reporting that the boss was engaged. She barked at us to hold the line until reinforcements arrived. Then she whispered the one word nobody wanted to hear: retreat. Before she could move, the beast vanished and reappeared before her. It swung for her soul, nearly biting her throat out instantly. Ren and Ken lunged forward, desperate to save their lead hunter. But the monster was faster, snatching them midair by their feet. They thrashed and kicked, but those iron claws would not budge. It tossed them aside like trash, making them look like amateurs. They were elite, yet the boss made them look completely helpless. Suzuki seized the opening, driving a powerful slash toward its flank. The blade connected. There was no way it could miss it. She poured every ounce of her life into that desperate swing. The attack didn't even leave a scratch on its steel skin. The creature just stared at her blade and let out a cackle. Through the terror, the hum of a monoblade cut air. Sangok drew his sword, ready to trade his soul for power. That glow, he muttered, is all the proof you need of its raw, killing power. Sangok bragged that his blade was elite, unlike the standard gear the grunts carry. I couldn't stop staring. But honestly, to me, that legendary weapon looked like a cheap plastic toy for toddlers. While the beast tanked Suzuki's brutal assault, Captain Sangdio lunged forward to back her up. Blade blazing, he charged, screaming that he taught monosword skills to the 104th Division. His heroic moment died instantly when the monster's foot planted itself firmly into the captain's face. One strike, that was all it took to send our loudmouth captain crashing into the ceiling. Then, a cold shiver suddenly raced down the monster's spine. It felt Suzuki's monoblade ignite, a light far more blinding and vibrant than the captain's ever was. She slashed down to end it, but the beast was too nimble, vanishing before she could connect. As the creature retreated, Suzuki didn't hesitate. She ordered everyone to pull back immediately. She was impressive, cool, decisive, and always 10 steps ahead of the chaos around her. She yelled that she'd hold the line so we could rescue the unconscious Ren and Ken, but when she looked back to check on the team, I was already long gone. I'd already scooped up the fallen hunters and dropped them safely at the feet of our medic. She blinked, stunned by my speed for a heartbeat, before screaming for us to find cover. I was sick of it. I was tired of just standing there, watching from the wings. I grabbed the captain's dropped sword and asked her why we were running from a winnable fight. I wasn't joking, and the look in my eyes told her exactly how serious I was. Suzuki, who'd been fighting for her life, snapped that I was being reckless and completely insane. I didn't care. I focused, mimicked the mana sword technique, and nailed it on the first try. But what came out of that hilt was something entirely different from their parlor tricks. Suzuki's blade glowed, but mine? It was a violent, drowning torrent of pure, unbridled mana. Her eyes went wide. She stared at the blade, unable to process what she was seeing. Even that smug dungeon boss realized right then that it was in serious, life-ending trouble. Its arrogant smirk vanished instantly. Meanwhile, I was actually starting to enjoy the rush. I felt a wild grin spreading. That initial flame, it wasn't even close to its final form. The power kept swelling, expanding until the very air in the room started to tremble. The boss knew it couldn't wait. It grabbed its axe and lunged, desperate to stop me. Too late. I'd already condensed the mana, honing the edge into something impossibly sharp and lethal. It swung that massive axe at me, but I just met its gaze with dead, bored eyes. Just before the steel hit my face, I countered with one effortless, sweeping strike. I sent that monster screaming toward the ceiling. Even I was shocked by the sheer force. I'd barely put any effort into the swing, yet the impact was absolutely devastating. Still, the beast was durable. It slammed into the stone and fell, somehow still in one piece. Then my sword began to rattle. The mana was becoming volatile, vibrating with a dangerous instability. Suzuki noticed the shift, her fear replaced by a look of intense, burning fascination. The aura around the blade suddenly snapped, firing bolts of energy out in every direction. It was so violent she had to dive back, frantically parrying the stray sparks of my power. In that split second of chaos, I caught a glimpse of her true, hidden intensity. John just stood there, his jaw on the floor, witnessing a power he couldn't even comprehend. I just stood there. To me, the whole thing felt like a minor inconvenience. I gave a polite, half-hearted apology for the mess, then closed my eyes to refocus. I began pulling the energy back in, compressing it until the flow became perfectly still. The mana turned a deep, bruised shade of black. Looking at it, the monster finally started shaking. It knew. One solid hit from that kid meant lights out. Our unhinged lead lunged, wearing a twisted grin as he swung at the purple freak. Who's the real monster? The boss grit its teeth, bracing behind its weapon like a shield. Kim Jun's steel slammed home against the creature's guard. A massive detonation of mana erupted, drowning the entire area in raw, crushing power. That strike was overkill. Captain Songok's blade shattered into dust, and it wasn't the only casualty. Even with the block, the boss was absolutely wrecked by the impact. Its fingers snapped like dry twigs, arm bones shattering as it screamed in pure agony. Suzuki watched from the sidelines, cold sweat dripping down her terrified face. As an aura user, she couldn't believe raw mana alone could vaporize high-end gear. Our guy just stared at his broken hilt, realizing he'd gone way too hard on the throttle. He felt a brief pang of regret, then looked at the boss, twitching on the ground. Kim Jun tossed the useless metal aside, forgetting the sword in a heartbeat. The kid's focus shifted. He grinned, uncoiling a whip to compensate for his lost blade. By compensate, I mean he's going to torture that boss for its loot. Cut to the academy, 4 slackers enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet. The brown-haired kid sighed, asking when they last caught a break like this. Redhead just grumbled, blaming their daily hell on Sergeant Kim Jun. According to him, there are no passes, regardless of your rank or status. His buddy shut him up, glancing nervously at the guy they call Freya the Rat. They whispered about watching their mouths whenever that snitch was lurking around. The poor guy just shook his head, swearing he's totally innocent of those charges. He complained that Minjun's been crashing in their bunks instead of officer housing. Stuck in a bind, he's forced to follow the sergeant's orders. Like it or not, Ponytail nodded, admitting the kid actually had a very solid point there. He noted the platoon's vibe had actually done a total 180 thanks to Kim. Everyone's skills were peaking. Redhead just sighed, done with the debate, and stretched out. He hoped Kim stayed in Japan or vanished before he ever had to see him again. Everyone felt that deep in their souls. Then, someone new caught their attention. They yelled for Lee Dongjin, who snapped back that he's a corporal now while mopping. They laughed, asking why a corporal is still working like a lowly grunt. The man didn't have a single word to say to that. He laughed it off, but Redhead kept digging for dirt on the sergeant. Dongjin denied being a lackey, but he did have the latest intel on Kim. Apparently the raid ended yesterday. Kim Jun personally put the boss in the ground. He didn't have the details, but word was the kid cleared the boss solo. The 4 of them nearly collapsed, reeling from the news of a solo kill. The big question hit them. If the raid is over, is Jun coming back today? Dongjin revealed that since they finished early, the Japan team got a vacation day. Kim staying in Japan until tomorrow. Ponytail was practically green with envy. Redhead was just furious they only got 24 hours of breathing room. He suggested they give the sergeant a year-long vacation to keep him away. Brown Hair imagined how nice Japan would be in this perfect weather. Ponytail scoffed, saying Kim is probably just grinding weights or gaming in a room. He's probably out there raiding a whole different dungeon right now, knowing him. My squad burst out laughing, admitting they could easily see me pulling a stunt like that. They finally pegged me as a power junkie who was probably out there clearing real dungeons alone. Speak of the devil. There I was, trekking through the hollowed-out streets of a Japanese ghost city. The air felt toxic and lifeless, yet I strolled through like it was a sunny afternoon walk. That was when my familiar drifted down from the gray sky, disguised as a common black crow. Perching on my arm, the bird confirmed the target I sought was indeed hidden right here. It tracked the demonic energy exactly as ordered, earning a satisfied grin and praise from me. I could not waste time after traveling this far, though the bird seemed rattled by my mood. It had watched me spiraling into a rage, screaming that I could not do anything due to lag. The poor bird actually believed lag was the name of a person making my life miserable. It offered to fight that lag bastard, but I just sighed some things are beyond our control. My familiar was stunned that even I was powerless against lag, assuming he was a god-tier entity. Suddenly, the casual mood vanished, and the air around me turned ice-cold and heavy. I told the bird to hush as I felt a presence approaching, followed by a roaring engine. A motorcycle rider skidded to a stop right in front of me, cutting me off with precision. I stood my ground while the rider slowly reached up and pulled off their heavy black helmet. Confusion flared as I realized it was none other than the elite Japanese hunter, Suzuki Mo. She demanded to know my business there while I just stood there looking totally lost. I wondered if she was stalking me, but she explained this zone was a dungeon break graveyard. She warned me the association monitored this abandoned region 24/7 without fail. She pointed a gloved finger toward the sky, signaling for me to take a hard look. A high-tech camera sat on a nearby pole, recording every single move in this wasteland. My familiar went stiff, realizing our little secret was officially caught on tape for everyone. My undercover life was over. I forced a smile while shooting a murderous glare at the crow. My face burned with suppressed rage, but I stayed calm so Suzuki would not get suspicious. The crow chirped a desperate excuse, claiming it had only been tracking the scent of evil energy. I had plenty to say to that bird, growling that we would have a long talk later. Seeing my distraction, the hunter repeated her question, her voice getting much colder and sharper. I took a slow, dramatic breath, making it look like I was about to reveal some truth. Then I opened my mouth and dropped a total lie, claiming I had simply gotten lost. She winced, unable to tell if I was a brilliant actor or just a complete moron. She recalled our last raid, sensing I was different from other hunters, but unable to explain why. Pure curiosity was the real reason she had come to this wasteland to check on me. Right then, a violent blast of wind tore through the street directly behind her position. Debris flew everywhere as she spun around, her instincts warning her of an immediate, deadly threat. A massive minotaur appeared, letting out a blood-curdling roar that shook the very buildings. The sudden arrival of the beast was enough to finally pull her suspicious eyes off me. She drew her blade and took a combat stance while I acted like a terrified idiot. As the monster began to wreck the street, I noticed a very strange detail about it. It was actually Lee Bongu in disguise, giving me a quick thumbs up to signify she had it. Suzuki had no idea what was actually happening as she prepared to engage the giant monster. She yelled for me to run, warning me to avoid the corrupted and dangerous underground tunnels. I could not help but smirk once I heard her mention the corruption hidden beneath us. That was exactly the place Bongu had mentioned the true source of the dark energy I needed. She kept shouting about the lethal miasma, warning that entering that basement meant an instant game over. I didn't even have time to curse. That coward Kim Jun had vanished the second I gave him the opening to bolt. Forget him, he's a headache for another hour because right now, I have a literal nightmare breathing down my neck. My mind is racing, trying to figure out how a creature like this just manifests out of thin air. Our sensors should have flagged a breach, but logic doesn't matter when you're a hunter. The only rule is kill or be killed. I flood my blade with pure essence, dropping into a low, lethal crouch. Launching myself toward the sky, I bring the edge back, ready to deliver a final, crushing blow. I'm putting every ounce of my soul into this swing, betting everything on one clean hit. But as the steel whistles toward its throat, the beast twists midair, narrowly avoiding the grave before bolting like a panicked animal. It wasn't a retreat. It was a frantic, four-legged scramble, more like a beastly cow than a legendary warrior. I froze for a split second, stunned in a decade of professional hunting. I'd never seen a monster act so humanly terrified. I couldn't let it escape, so I gave chase, oblivious to the fact that my target was already at the subway entrance. The entire transit hub was wrapped in yellow caution tape, a silent warning to the world to stay away. The place was crawling with electronic eyes, every corner covered by state-of-the-art surveillance. Myun didn't blink, firing off a shadow bolt to blind those mechanical snitches before they could register his face. He shredded the barricades with a single kick, disappearing into the dark maw of the station. The moment he stepped inside, the rot in the air flooded his lungs, and he drank it in like it was the sweetest wine. Descending into the abyss, the darkness grew heavier, feeding his growing power. New, twisted abilities like the rain of corruption flickered into his mind, and he knew then that his gamble had paid off. The data didn't lie. Finished with his harvest, he spared a thought for his decoy, praying the poor thing hadn't been slaughtered by the hunter yet. Meanwhile, I'm hunting shadows until a flicker of movement behind a pillar makes me drive my sword through the concrete. My instincts are usually flawless, honed by years of surviving the impossible. An inch further and Lee Banggu would have been a corpse. The poor creature was practically vibrating with terror. He stared at the jagged hole where his head had been just a second ago. I didn't wait. I carved the wall into ribbons, certain I'd find my prey hiding on the other side. But there was no horned giant, no fleeing criminal, only a tiny, shivering kitten mewing up at me. My heart softened instantly, my killer instinct replaced by a sudden, stupid urge to comfort the little thing. The cat didn't want my pity. It hissed, caught me with a sharp claw, and vanished into the night, leaving me standing there like a fool. I shook off the sting and grabbed my radio to check in. I told the brass I was still on the trail, sweeping the areas where the cameras had gone dark. Then the voice on the other end dropped an even bigger bomb. The entire monitoring grid had lost the signal, but that wasn't the half of it. The crystals we used to gauge the corruption levels underground were shifting colors, defying every law we knew. Dark usually meant a death sentence, a sign that the rot was winning. Panic was starting to set in back at command. None of it made any sense. They were writing it off as a massive hardware failure, refusing to believe the corruption could just evaporate. I confirmed the perimeter was quiet, reporting no outside interference or rival squads in the zone. My handler decided to log it as a technical glitch for the authorities, convinced that no one could cleanse that much filth in one go. I clicked the phone shut, but a nagging thought began to take root in my mind. I looked toward the horizon where Kim Jun had disappeared, wondering if he was the ghost in our machine. By the next morning, the airport was a sea of uniforms as the teams prepared to fly back home. Handshakes were exchanged, formal gratitude offered for the cross-border support. Captain Songgak was fuming, his eyes burning a hole in Myun's back, but the kid just acted like he was invisible. That's when I saw her, Suzuki, marching through the terminal with a look of pure intent. She didn't play games, walking straight up to him and locking eyes with a gaze that could peel paint. Through gritted teeth, she asked if he'd enjoyed his little excursion, and all the coward could do was offer a nervous laugh and a polite thanks to you. Suzuki cut the small talk immediately, asking if I had any clue why the bunker entrances had been leveled. She mentioned every camera in the vicinity was fried, leaving them totally blind. Since headquarters was in the dark, Ishii grilled me, hoping I'd spotted something out of place on my route. I shifted my gaze, lying through my teeth that I'd been too caught up in my own head to notice. Suzuki just chuckled and let it go, saying she was simply relieved I'd made it back in one piece. She flashed a quick smile and headed out, leaving Asangio standing there looking completely bewildered by the exchange. Honestly, I was way too drained to waste breath on a captain who couldn't take a hint. As she walked away, Suzuki shouted my full name, Kim Jun, promising our paths would cross again very soon. The scene cuts to the dead of night, where Lee Banggu and a small shadow creature lie broken on the dirt. Judging by the blood pooling around Banggu, they'd been through hell, and there I was, Sergeant Kim Jun, holding him close with my world collapsing. But to understand how my life started falling apart, you have to look at what happened a few hours earlier. A cold moon hung over the academy, casting long, jagged shadows across the empty grounds. The silence was shattered by the rhythmic sound of coughing and choked gasps for air coming from the gym. Inside, Jinho and the rest of the guys were sprawled out across the floor, clutching their guts in agony. I stood in the center of the wreckage, my grip tightening on the hilt of my blade. I laid into them, screaming that they'd grown soft and pathetic the second I turned my back for a mission. I'd given them one job, train like your lives depended on it while I was gone. They went 4 against 1, and the losers couldn't even manage to stay on their feet for 30 seconds. I told them they were useless, wondering aloud how they expected to be anything more than cannon fodder for the corpse. They tried to argue, whining that I'd only been in Japan for a single week and expecting miracles was unfair. I looked at the biggest guy in the room and told him flat out that he was my biggest disappointment. My words cut deeper than any blade, leaving a mountain of a man sulking like a rejected child. But pouting wasn't going to save them from the man they called the demon of the unit. I barked at them to get up, making it clear that their sad faces wouldn't buy them a second of mercy. They wobbled as they tried to stand, their legs shaking like leaves, which only made my blood boil faster. From where I stood, it looked like they were just playing soldier instead of actually trying to survive. I doubled down, ready to break them until they were fixed, but then a cold shiver raced up my spine. My instinct screamed at me, forcing me to cut my sentence short as I scanned the shadows for a threat. The familiar weight of dread settled in my chest, and my rage evaporated into pure, cold-blooded concern. The four of them just stared at me, the confusion thick enough to choke on. They knew something was wrong. I never turned off the intensity unless the world was ending. I ordered them to finish up on their own and sprinted out the door before they could even blink. They let out a breath they'd been holding, relieved to be alive but haunted by the look in my eyes. I bolted into the night, desperately trying to reach Lee Bonggu to see if he'd felt that massive spike of dark energy. There was nothing but static. The silence was agonizing, but just as I was about to lose it, Bonggu finally picked up. He sounded like he was drowning, his voice a jagged mess that gave me zero real information. Between ragged breaths, he managed to choke out something about the physical toll of crossing between dimensions. Then the line went dead, leaving me standing in the forest, closing my eyes to hunt for his fading pulse. I could feel his life force flickering like a candle in a gale, getting weaker with every passing second. I locked onto his coordinates and pushed my body to the absolute limit, moving faster than I ever had before. As I blurred through the trees, I tried to make sense of the Iskard connection he'd mentioned before the cut. I became a ghost in the woods, swallowed by the darkness as I hunted for my brother. Elsewhere, a pack of armored nightmares was closing in on a figure draped in a heavy cloak. One monster lunged for the kill, but she moved like smoke, dodging the blade with a grace that wasn't human. I vault through the air with fluid predatory grace. I dodge the blow, burying a kick in the beast's neck as I land. No rest, though. More thugs are closing in. I slip past the next strike and hammer a heavy counter into his ribs. They hit the dirt, out cold. Just as I think I'm clear, a massive shadow looms behind me. I freeze, staring. It's another wall of muscle, nearly naked and brandishing a heavy blade. His presence is suffocating. Those jagged scars tell me he's a professional killer who enjoys his work. A heavy door down the corridor suddenly shatters into a million jagged splinters. I'm the one being tossed through the wreckage into a massive, vaulted chamber. I catch my footing, barely conscious. This guy's power is completely off the charts. The giant stalks into the room with terrifying, quiet confidence. I spit blood and grit my teeth. This heist is turning into my own funeral. A voice echoes behind the brute. Desecrating the goddess's temple is a crime punishable by death. A blonde aristocrat appears, telling me to drop my weapon if I want to keep my head. My heart sinks. It's the saint herself, standing there like a holy executioner. My eyes flare with a deep, demonic crimson from beneath the shadows of my hood. I grip my dagger, feeling cornered. Then, my heel clicks against a hidden floor trigger. Looking down at the tile, I smirk. I'm not surrendering today. I chant in the ancient tongue, pulling a relic from my chest. I'm Kim's familiar, after all. The mark on my palm erupts with a surge of raw, hellish energy. Worried yet? I ask. The saint just watches me, her expression cold and calculating. You think you can use that relic to run, you little rat? She sneers. She claims I'm trapped because I lack the coordinates to cross the dimensional void. But my smile doesn't fade for a single second. I can feel the teleportation circle already humming with life beneath my feet. I got the map from that loudmouthed parasite, Lee Bonggu. He actually pulled through for once. The saint's eyes go wide as she realizes the play. Stop her! She screams to her guard. The brute lunges at me, a blur of pure, violent intent. My insignia burns white hot as I clench my fist tight against the pain. A massive blast of energy hurls him back. My vision begins to warp and dissolve into the ether. I flip her off with a mocking grin right as I dissolve into nothing. But just as the light takes me, I catch a final glimpse of her face. I expected her to look furious, or at least a little defeated. She wasn't. She was grinning like a shark, staring right through my soul as I fled. The scene cuts to the dense, quiet woods near the academy. Bonggu is teasing my tiny chibi form with a sphere of flickering dark fire. The little one gasps before devouring the demonic snack in one greedy gulp. Good, right? Bonggu brags. Imported stuff. You should be thanking me for the handout. My mini-self just glares at him with total scorn, wiping soot from his lips. Fine. Kim gave it to me, Bonggu admits, but I'm still the one willing to share. The little brat just smirks at him after finishing the entire supply of energy. That's the last straw. Bonggu turns beet red and demands his treats back immediately. They start a chaotic chase, crashing through the underbrush like wild animals. Suddenly, the air begins to splinter, and a massive energy vortex forms nearby. A blinding pillar of light strikes the ground, leveling everything in a devastating explosion. The shockwave hammers Bonggu into the dirt. As his vision fades, Kim's voice breaks through the static. I spot a hooded figure standing perfectly still within the mist. He's trying to speak, but the dimensional jump fried his brain. She gazes down at him. It's been a while. she whispers. He collapses before answering. The forest falls into a heavy silence. She's made it. She finally crossed over into my master's world. But the battle and the rift broke her. Her knees buckle. I catch her in my uniform just before she hits the dirt. Her eyes well with tears. Master, she chokes out, seeing me. Her wounds are deep. She faints before she can even finish. I'm left alone in the dark forest with 3 unconscious soldiers. My worry turns to ice. My patience has finally snapped. Idiots, I scream. First Bangu, now her. I'm always cleaning their mess. I let my shadow energy surge, cold and suffocating. Dark smoke bleeds from my skin, wrapping them in its power. I'm livid. I'll keep them alive just to beat them later. My energy stings her awake. Her eyes flutter open slightly. The first thing she sees is my face, burning with rage. She's ecstatic anyway. I knew this wasn't just a dream, she says. She starts to say she missed me, then realizes I'm carrying her. She scrambles off and bows low. Your loyal subject greets you. She's hysterical, apologizing for wasting my precious energy on her. I'll repay you with my life, she starts. I cut her off. Shut up, I roar. You always say that while I'm saving you. Try staying alive for 5 minutes before you make more promises. She keeps apologizing. I breathe. Tell me what happened. Now. You're the smart one, Siwan, not a total moron like Bangu. I actually cared when I named you. He was an afterthought. I look her in the eye. Why are you really here? She has a different reason. As if Bangu ever had one. You saw something, didn't you? I ask, my voice dropping. She looks up, her right eye igniting with a blue flame. The fickle demonic eye. A gift I found after she lost hers. It shows the future. Well, tell me what you saw. She goes pale. I saw the end. Earth is going to fall. I see the flash. A world of ash, with me alone. I don't want to believe it. Gates or not, total annihilation. The eye doesn't lie, Master, she insists, her voice shaking. She saw me and Bangu standing on the world's charred remains. So you tracked Bangu's beacon just to deliver this death sentence? I'm livid. How did you jump dimensions? You don't have that power. Did you rob a temple? I scoff, then see her necklace. My heart stops. It's an actual holy relic from the temple. My anger vanishes. I stand tall and act dignified and calm. Tell me more about this vision, I say. War, she whispers. Her news hit me like a physical blow. I stood paralyzed, demanding Haiyan repeat those words once more. I snapped. I'd bled to end that hellish war. Yet here they were, reigniting the flames already. Who are we killing this time? I spat, my voice dripping with pure, exhausted venom. Haiyan's gaze remained ice cold. The Nova Empire is back. In that instant, my mind dragged me back. 24 hours before my return to Earth, I was deep in the frozen hell of the northern fortress. Mangled demonic remains littered the hallways, a grisly testament to the absolute slaughter that had just unfolded there. Inside the grand throne room, I marched toward the dais where a hulking beast and a refined aristocrat waited. I stopped before them. The warrior was a stitched-together abomination. Behind the freak stood a blonde noble, looking bored by the carnage. Don't get cocky, Minold, the noble sneered. Killing a few scouts doesn't make you a god. He claimed those men were merely fodder, disposable scrap used to build the monstrosity looming over me now. You know my name? I asked. He smirked, introducing himself as a high-ranking duke of the empire. He boasted about his intel, calling it a tragedy that a warrior like me was just Iskard's lapdog. The duke offered me a seat at his table, promising power that my current masters would never grant. I didn't give his pathetic sales pitch a single second. We aren't friends, I barked. Cut the small talk. This isn't a social call. I am not buying. I just wanted to finish this damn job. But the Duke's arrogance was apparently bottomless and exhausting. He kept droning on about how their ancient forbidden lore could unlock my true, hidden potential. His persistence was grating. I told him straight. I have 0 time to waste on his delusions. Save your breath for the Iskard cleanup crew, I said. They're waiting outside to haul your ass away. The Duke sighed, finally accepting that his recruitment attempt had failed miserably. Such a waste, he lamented. Now I have to watch my creation grind your bones into dust. As the stitched freak closed in, I stood my ground, waiting for that perfect, lethal opening. I cocked my fist back, grinning as I funneled every ounce of mana into a single point. You're right, I whispered, echoing his words. It really is a goddamn shame. Minutes later, I strolled out of the ruins, a heavy sack draped over my shoulder and bloodied boots. The boss had been a joke. I was halfway out when a familiar figure stopped me cold. Down the hall stood an old man in pristine white robes, the kind of man who clearly pulled the strings. Couldn't wait for the report, old man? I asked. Did you really walk all this way yourself? I figured the big boss of those Iskard suits must be getting desperate to see results. I wondered if he was heading for the throne or if I was the actual reason he appeared. I looked Isaac, the world's grimmest Gandalf, dead in the eye. Isaac gave me a polite smile. The troops are securing the area. Are you injured anywhere, son? I brushed off my coat. Not a scratch. They didn't even make me break a sweat. He asked about the Duke. I told him the guy was unconscious and ready for interrogation. The old man wouldn't stop poking around, his questions coming one after another. He asked about their new weapon. I just shrugged. A total letdown. Not worth the hype. He frowned, clearly annoyed. This was their most advanced secret lab, he muttered. He explained that the horrors inside were secrets the rest of the world wasn't ready for. Those sick monster experiments were meant to be erased, buried beneath the glory of our official victory. I walked right past him. Relax. Your secrets are safe. I have no interest in talking. I adjusted my haul and told him I was leaving this hellhole. Before I could vanish, Isaac's voice turned ice cold. Tell me, do you actually trust the saints? That question caught me off guard, and a slow, wicked grin spread across my face. I looked him in the eye with a laugh like a razor. I don't trust them. My pulse thumps against my leg as I drum my fingers in the dark. The Nova Empire's throne is vacant. That hero finally butchered the Emperor. I honestly thought we had scrubbed those artificial abominations from existence. But a new storm is brewing in the ruins, and it sets my soul on fire. Dropping the name Minold, I, Kim Jun, snap the moment I realize the threat is resurrected. As the fury spills out of me, my soldiers drop to their knees, suffocating under the weight of their old sins. Veins pop on my clenched fists while I demand the status of our remaining allies. Suyeon stays frozen in the silence, leaving the small spirit beside her staring with a hollow, open mouth. The sergeant lets out a jagged breath, dismissing the chaos since there is nothing he can do from this distance. Ali Bangu cuts in, trying to sell me peace of mind by reminding me that I trained those followers into elite weapons. While he prattles on, Seo Hyan's disgust for him radiates off her like heat. It kills her to realize this bottom feeder is actually making a valid point. Regardless, hearing wisdom from his mouth is a pill she refuses to swallow. She eventually relents, backing Bangu's claim that our people can handle themselves. Hearing them out, I, Kim Jun, decide to let the worry go for now. A system ping flashes. Lai Bangu and Kimio Hyan have crossed realities solely for me, their devotion deepening into something primal. They aren't just followers, they are zealots in a cult dedicated to my very existence. The prompt warns that using hellish energy on such fanatics allows my darker essence to feed back into itself. I scan the third alert with a scowl, dismissing the mechanic as a total waste of time. I wonder if it is just some twisted perk of being in a group. Then again, even if these two are complete morons, their loyalty to me is absolute. They look at me as if I'm a god. I can see the terrifying hunger of worship in their eyes as they watch me. I give in, realizing nobody else is going to keep these idiots alive. Standing tall, I declare that no prophecy will dictate my path. If the scrolls say the world ends in blood, I'll simply reclaim my ancient strength and crush the apocalypse itself. I stand before them and swear that taking back my true power is the only solution. My three shadows erupt in joy, feeding off the lethal confidence of their master. The conviction is so heavy it actually moves Lai Bangu to tears. I flash a cold smile and tell them what comes next. Before I can speak the words, the scene fractures, jumping 3 days forward to my private sanctuary. I'm standing there, arms locked over my chest, staring at a mountain of cold, hard cash. Hyan and the crow-shaped Li Bangu are on the floor, mesmerized by the sea of green. Bangu looks like he's having a religious experience. The bird is actually drooling over the bills, twitching a wing to try and snag a stack for himself. Seo ends that dream instantly, burying a fist into his feathered skull. Still struggling to call me Minjin instead of my old name, Seo asks if all this money is truly for them. She argues that the roof over their heads is already more than enough, and I shouldn't be so reckless. I shut her down, explaining that this capital is the fuel they need to remain useful to me. Unlike the bird, Sahayan can't just shapeshift, making her presence a liability. She still tries to claim it's too much. I assure her there's plenty more where that came from, and I'll have it all back soon. I couldn't stop them from living like rats in Iskard, but I won't have them starving on my home turf. My sudden kindness hits them like a physical blow, flushing their faces with a mix of shock and devotion. Ali Bangu pledges his life again, swearing to use the cash to secure the fake identification papers I mentioned. I give the nod, but warn them that this is off the books, so they are flying solo if things go south. Don't get played, I warn, demanding constant updates. Bangu throws up a casual peace sign, claiming he's got it under control. Hyan, however, is seething because that slippery bird beat her to the punch. She silences the crow by literally grabbing his beak and squeezing until he goes quiet. Watching them scrap makes me sigh. At the end of the day, they are still just dangerous idiots. I push the doubt aside, figuring nobody on this planet is stupid enough to try and scam these monsters. Because despite Hyan's constant bullying, that bird is a cold-blooded killer when he needs to be. Suddenly, Sayo catches my eye, her expression turning deadly serious as she asks to join the Hunter Corps once their papers are ready. I watch the South Korean mountains blur past the window, a lone red bus cutting through the silent, jagged peaks. I happen to be the only passenger left on this empty, rattling bucket of bolts. I am staked out in the very last row, staring at nothing while my mind runs in circles. I keep coming back to my talk with Seoan and her wild dream of enlisting in the Hunter Corps with a fake ID. I have been chewing on the idea for a while, and honestly, it is not as impossible as it sounds. If we can score her a foreign passport on the black market, the rest is just a paper trail. Naturalization would make her a legal recruit, but the reason why she wants this is what is really eating at me. Why would she ever want to join the Corps? I must look like a total moron sitting here, looking this baffled. I cannot help but imagine the chaos of an Asgardian Dark Mage trying to play soldier in the Hunter Corps. If she slips up and gets into trouble, the entire mess is going to land squarely on my head. I know from experience that once that girl loses her mind, there is absolutely no way to pull her back. She is a loose cannon, arguably worse than Lai Bangu, especially when that legendary temper of hers catches fire. I am biting my nails down to the quick, wondering how the hell I am supposed to stop her if she snaps. Part of me thinks I should just wash my hands of the whole mess and let her be for now. But that is a trap, because the Corps fast-tracks naturalization for anyone who shows that much raw talent. If I look the other way for even a second, she will be signed, sealed, and delivered into the ranks. The mental gymnastics are giving me a massive headache, so I finally just force myself to drop the subject. I exhale a long, heavy sigh, accepting the fact that I am stuck with the world's most difficult subordinates. As the bus approaches Soyarak Station, I tell myself it will work out before heading off for a walk in the woods. The forest is quiet until the brush right next to me starts twitching with sudden, violent movement. My tiny, chibi-sized familiar bursts out of the leaves, lunging onto my shoulder and clinging there like a koala. I murmur to the little guy, admitting that the thing we are hunting for is not anywhere in this sector. The familiar chirps in agreement, its face lighting up with pure joy as I reach up to scratch its head. I am actually starting to get excited to see what kind of losers I am going to run into today. We keep trekking through the overgrowth until a sudden flicker of something unusual catches my attention. The little guy vanishes instantly, just as I stumble upon a fortified camp guarding a hidden dungeon gate. I am genuinely surprised that anyone else managed to sniff out this location so quickly. Scanning the group, I realize immediately that these guys are not part of any official military unit. The crew spots me and goes on high alert, looking exactly like a bunch of kids caught doing something illegal. This massive, tough-looking guy breaks away and stomps toward me, trying to bury me under his shadow. He looms over me with pure arrogance, staring me down in a silent, tense standoff for several long moments. I just stare right back with a look of utter confusion, wondering if he is about to punch me or kiss me. Finally, the human wall breaks the silence and demands to know exactly what I am doing on his turf. I play the part of the clueless grunt, claiming I am just here to investigate some weird energy readings in the dungeon. That answer clearly pisses him off, and he snaps that he thought the official sweep was already finished. He brags about his private company, claiming they have a legal contract and official permission to be here. He says the Corps themselves handed over the intel and snidely asks if I want to see their paperwork. I politely turn him down, telling him I am not interested in making this a bigger deal than it is. That clearly rattles him, and he starts digging, trying to figure out what my real angle is. He asks me flat out if I am really pathetic enough to be doing solo investigation work on my weekend off. I hold his gaze, knowing the military does not just hand over keys to a dungeon without a fight. It is incredibly rare for the brass to surrender lucrative raid rights to a bunch of civilian mercs. I can see the panic in his eyes. He is terrified I am here to snatch away his golden ticket. I get it to them. This gate is just a giant money machine, but a dark, predatory smile starts to spread across my face. I understand their greed, but I have decided I am getting inside that dungeon too, one way or another. I clear my throat, promising their loot is safe, but I'm not leaving without conducting my own search. I hold up 5 fingers, letting the silence hang heavy between us. They look lost, so I explain, I go in first. They follow 5 minutes later, just a standard probe. The leader's eyes turn into narrow slits of pure suspicion. He stares right through me, his distrust radiating in waves. His crew shifts, hands tightening on their gear as the air grows thick with hostility. I cool the room down, insisting there's just one thing I need to see for myself. I swear I won't touch their prize. The sergeant's word holds, and the man starts to calculate. He backs off, heading toward his team to whisper in the shadows. I lean against a tree, watching them decide my fate while the wind howls. The big man admits he's stuck, unable to parse what a lone soldier really wants. One guy shrugs, noting that a free Corps executive joining the raid is basically a gift. But Lee Mung-jin, the masked one, points out I'm entering a death trap without a single weapon. Xiangmen shoots him an annoyed look, his patience clearly reaching its limit. He's tired of the man's constant doom and gloom attitude. Sunjin tells the leader, Chan Bayong, they should verify my rank with headquarters first. Bayong snaps back with a hard no, reminding them they're already breaking the 10-man rule. If the authorities sniff out their little operation, it's game over for everyone. He's chasing profit in this bottom-tier hole, but Sunjin feels like they're being played. Suddenly, a woman's voice cuts through the tension. It's Songjun, the blonde heiress, and she tells them to accept my terms. She's dead certain that following me is the only real play they have. With her word, the debate ends, but she keeps her eyes glued to me from the distance. I just wait there, Kim Jun, watching the clock while they sort out their greed. I let out a wide yawn. Meanwhile, Jiun's gaze never wavers. That sharp, knowing smile of hers suggests she's already figured out how to use me. The captain finally signals the move, and we walk toward the portal, exchanging hollow words. At the edge, the heiress stops me, asking if I'm really Sergeant Kim Jun. I study her face, not with interest, but trying to remember if we've met in another life. She flashes a grin, claiming she's a fan, but her tone feels like a threat. I give a cold nod and keep walking, leaving her staring at my back. I click the timer. They have exactly 5 minutes before they can follow. Bayong confirms the wait time, and I give him a final, grim affirmation. I pause at the threshold, making sure I have the big man's full attention. I smirk, telling him flatly that during my search, I'm going to slaughter every living thing inside. I step into the void, and the scene cuts to the cold halls of the Hunter Corps. High above the city, 2 high-ranking officers are locked in a grim debate. Major General Song Bamji looks like a man who has lost his last friend. General Hakiel drops the report, asking if there's any way to fix this mess. Bamji's voice is small, shaky, and filled with doubt. He promises to try again, but a fist slams the desk, shattering the silence like glass. The commander's voice is low, cold, and absolutely terrifying. He demands to know if General Du is the one sabotaging the whole mission. Bamji sighs, admitting Du is loud, but he's not the biggest hurdle. The real problem is the target he's decided to burn the whole plan down. The commander is livid, though he resists tearing into me. He slumps back, defeated, then barks at me to beat it. Suddenly, I'm fired up. I'll settle the score with Jun personally. My outburst only pushed the commander closer to the edge. Hakiel's voice drops to a freezing, dead calm. Get out. I slink out, crushed, until my pocket starts buzzing. My mood does a total flip-flop. It's my daughter calling. We talk about the man who just tanked my career. She drops a bombshell that stops me. I need every detail. Back at the forest dungeon entrance, shadows are stretching long. She's grinning on the line. She just met me, Sergeant Minjin. I step inside. It's a pitch-black pit of pure dread. Feels like a medieval ghost town, silent and rotting. A scaled foot hits a puddle, a monster from hell. Slit pupils lock onto me in the dark. My boots drum a rhythm of pure violence now. It hisses as I close the gap at a sprint. I ram it skyward, hitting like a freight train. Sprinting past, I ignore the weak, low-level trash. Weaving through, I sense that oily, faint, demonic energy. I crack 2 jaws with my palms, never stopping. So this is why they let amateurs in here. I'm thinning the herd to keep the civvies safe. More of them lunge, but I'm already gone. I vanish into the dark, leaving them blinking at nothing. Confused beasts. Then, a weird brick wall stops me. I dig my heels in, skidding to a dead stop. I crack my neck. Yeah, this is the spot. No door? As a dark mage, I don't do locked. I wind up and drive a kick through masonry. Why find a path when you can build one? As the dust settles, I drop into a fighting stance. Silence. Hands in pockets. I spot the sleeping king. This one is different. It radiates a cold death. Sickly purple demonic energy clings to its scales. I move closer. Eyes snap open, burning with hunger. A mountain of teeth towers over me. We lock eyes. Overconfident, it doesn't move. It thinks I'm a snack. Smirking, I'll kill anything that stands in my way. The lizard makes the first move, and it's fast. Its tail whips out like a spear at my chest. Bored of dodging, I decide to just stand still. It strikes harder, pouring everything into the next blow. That massive tail crashes down like a falling building. I catch the impact with one hand, perfectly still. This is the exact moment I realized how far I'd fallen. Smirking, I told the beast I had a sick new trick to test out on its scaly hide. Still pinning the thing's tail with my left hand, I reached out with my right, aiming directly over its head. The creature's eyes flickered upward, meeting a massive, swirling bruise of violet smoke. I triggered the curse I stole back in Tokyo, Sovereign Rot. I flashed a cruel smile, asking if it was ready to feel what real pain looked like. Like the name suggests, Sovereign Rot drowns the area in pure, concentrated demonic energy. The fallout eats through every open wound, killing the body's ability to heal. I pointed my finger down, giving the signal for the rain. Right then, the sky broke, and a torrent of blackened, caustic liquid began pouring onto the target. The thing sensed the danger and bolted, but it was a second too late. The purple sludge melted into its tail. Where the rain hit, the flesh instantly turned to gray ash. The monster started screaming, a sound of absolute agony. Even with those thick, armored scales, the pain was clearly unbearable, forcing a gut-wrenching howl from its throat. It was effective, sure, but I was honestly a little let down. I expected my new toy to be a lot more theatrical than this. Maybe it's just because the skill is still low tier. Then, something caught my eye. Desperate to stop the decay, the lizard tore its own tail off. It tensed every single muscle in its body. It launched itself, moving like a blur, jaws snapping at my throat. I was just a fraction of a second faster. I dodged the teeth and slid behind it. The beast was moving with a new, frantic kind of speed. I guess shedding that dead weight actually made it move much more agilely than it was before. Out of nowhere, it regrew the tail in a heartbeat, lunging at me like a serrated spear. It was too fast to sidestep. I barely managed to get my arms up and across to absorb the impact. While I was stuck in a defensive shell, the monster didn't hesitate, smelling blood and pressing the advantage. It gagged and vomited a stream of neon green poison right at my chest. No time to move. The burning stomach acid coated me. It started walking toward me, thinking it had already won. My vision was a smear of green slime. I heard its jaws unhinge, preparing to bite my head clean off. As its wet tongue licked the air, I reached through the mess and grabbed the muscle. The reptile tried to yank back, but I was a stone wall. I finally stopped holding back. I let the demonic rot inside my soul flood into my grip. I triggered my favorite, Shadow Hold. I whispered that this little poison was nothing to a master. Unseen hands pried its jaws open, paralyzing the beast. I pointed my finger straight into that dark, gaping maw. I wondered how tough its insides really were. I dropped Sovereign Rot directly into its throat. The energy detonated inside its belly, ending the fight instantly. Smoke cleared, leaving me standing there, my shredded physique and 8-pack on full display. Just a bit of eye candy for the crowd. Not really. The corpse hit the dirt. I started drinking in its essence, feeling my own power levels climb again. My energy and stamina both ticked up 1 point. I'd crossed the line, unlocking a new trick, Savage Rush. I couldn't help but grin at the notification glowing in the dark. Savage Rush burns through my defense and breath, but gives me a massive burst of pure speed. I can basically turn myself into a bullet, crushing anything I run into. Most casters are too frail for this, but I'm built like a tank. Time to hide the evidence. I used decay on the massive pile of rotting meat. The shadows chewed through the remains until there wasn't a single trace of that lizard left. I smiled. This spell is easily the best way to make a mess disappear. The only downside is that it's damn hard to hit anything that's still moving. I turned back and walked away, wondering if my 5 minutes were up. The amateurs were still waiting. 5 minutes, Sunjin muttered, the silence growing heavy between us. Changong's watch confirmed it, yet he stood frozen before the abyss. The crew began to whisper, asking if it was finally time. My gut twisted. 5 minutes isn't a recon, it's a suicide mission. If he wasn't lying, we were walking into a total meat grinder. If so, that sergeant just signed his own death warrant in that hole. Bayan suggested our cover story. We were just setting up camp. We'd play dumb, waiting for backup that wasn't actually coming. Stay out of it, he warned, his voice shaking with fear. But the girl cut him off, certain he wasn't dying today. Changgong turned to her, his eyes searching for some hidden truth. He remembered her claiming to be some kind of obsessed fan. She revealed the bombshell. He's the one who cleared Jun's gate. The boss reeled. He thought the guy was just another grunt. Sunjin recalled news reports of a nameless soldier's impossible victory. A promotion? Men scoffed, still doubting her wild, unbelievable claims. We all knew the Hunter Corps buried the names of legends. She just smirked. I have my ways. Now, grab your gear. But Chan Bang wouldn't budge, paralyzed by a weight of dread. He insisted Kim Min couldn't survive 10 seconds in that hell. She sighed, asking if we really believed the sergeant's pathetic lies. Time's up, she declared. I'm seeing what he's really hiding. Maybe we'd find enough leverage to own him forever. Before she could move, a teammate gestured toward the shimmering gate. Our hearts skipped a beat as the portal's glow suddenly shifted. Out stepped the sergeant, shirtless and rugged the girls couldn't look away. The leader rushed over, desperate for a report from the abyss. It's safe, he rasped, but I have one small request. We stared, breathless. What could a monster like him possibly need? He flashed a grin. Got any spare clothes? I'm freezing. Later, at the complex, Seo was buried in lines of code. Language books were piled high, a testament to her desperate focus. She was drowning in a crash course of the local culture. Dark circles haunted her eyes, the cost of her obsessive, endless grind. Then, a crow tapped on the glass, a plastic bag dangling. He shifted back, more excited about the groceries than the mission. He practically drooled, clutching a cheap pack of instant noodles. Seo didn't even look up before demanding to know his location. Store ran out of ramen, he chirped, oblivious to her rage. As he reached for a pot, her shadow swallowed his joy. He turned with a grin, offering to share his pathetic meal. The words died in his throat before he could finish. Her fist found his ribs, sending his soul screaming out. "Walk like a human," she roared at the bird-brained idiot. "Blowing our cover for something this petty isn't worth it." Gasping for air, Bongu wheezes that her fists talk too much. He begs for a conversation. She just gets more homicidal. She mocks his uselessness, a parasite who just eats all day. She asks if our master gave us power for tourism. Bongu pouts, claiming he scouted every single dungeon for me. He's no leech, but she regrets ever taking this power. Then, Bongu smirks, telling her to just pipe down already. He promises the boss will outpace everyone, with his help. She snaps, grabbing his throat and spitting pure venom. She screams that our energy isn't some bottomless pit. We're bleeding out here. It's not like back home. She calls him a traitor for wasting our lifeblood. Despite her screaming, the fool just laughs, claiming it's all part of the plan. That's it. His smug grin finally breaks her sanity. She winds up to give him a well-deserved beating, but this time, he catches her fist like it's nothing. The air turns cold. The clown is gone now. She glares back, eyes filled with a killer's promise. Suddenly, the tension snaps. He's back to being a prick. He giggles and retreats, but she's still vibrating with rage. I walk in before the bodies start piling up. Holding greasy takeout, I ask why they're fighting again. She drops him instantly, acting like a sweet little angel. He cheers for food. I demand a mission status report. She says the black market deal happens in 3 days. I warn them to keep their heads down this time. I tell her to keep a close eye on him. He's already eating, swearing everything is totally under control. I see the books and realize her secret plan. She swears she can already write the local language. She's determined to enlist in the Hunter Corps soon. I wonder if the exam even has written questions. A notification pings, and her face goes deathly still. Well, her joy vanishes, replaced by a cold thirst for blood. She attacks the keyboard like a woman possessed. Online trolls are trashing us, calling us tax thieves. They're mocking the solo hero who saved the city. She logs in as my #1 fan. They're trading vicious insults in a digital bloodbath. I realize she's definitely getting better at the language, because her trash talk is now flawlessly, brutally American. I told Bongu we're going dark tomorrow. 7 days of total radio silence. Keep your heads down, I warned. He just kept chewing, asking where I was headed. I am pulling a week of 5-minute standby duty starting at dawn. It is the Quick Response Squad. 24-hour readiness for when the world starts burning. Everyone just calls it the 5 standby. We rotate through the battalion, 1 squad at a time. Real emergencies are rare, but the duty is still a nightmare. It is notorious because the brass loves their endless, soul-crushing mock drills. I stormed in. "Move it! Training grounds, now!" they groaned, smelling another fake alarm. They complained about the long day, convinced this was just more theater. No questions. "We will figure it out when we arrive," I snapped. I do not tolerate whining when lives are supposedly on the line. "Shut it and follow me!" I barked, turning my back on them. Behind me, the room exploded in rants about these tactical fairy tales. They claimed 9 out of 10 calls were just high-stakes babysitting. A drill every hour on day 1? "This is garbage," one muttered. A calm voice told them to pipe down and follow my lead. His tone was level, but his face was a mask of pure, boiling rage. He hated me, but they all climbed into the transport regardless. The radio hissed. "New coordinates. We had to move fast." I checked the mirrors, making sure every soul was accounted for. A thumb went up. "Punch it," I told the driver. We lurched forward, tires screaming, playing the part of heroes once again, but the air felt different. Something in my gut was screaming. Command sounded too frantic. This was not a rehearsal, this was real. The driver gripped the wheel white-knuckled. "Sarge, look at the road." I looked out the windshield, and my heart skipped a beat. 2 officers blocked the road, waving us down like a common traffic stop. Tires shrieked as we skidded to a halt. There he was, Officer Janang. That slick mustache and that smug, punchable grin told me everything. I looked at him and remembered every bitter moment we had shared. He was a small man with a badge, obsessed with breaking me. I had humbled him once. Now, he wanted his pound of flesh. I jumped out and marched straight into his space. "What is the play, Janang?" "Car trouble," he lied, his eyes gleaming with pathetic malice. I checked my watch. Every second was a debt we could not pay. He beamed, relishing the delay he was causing our mission. But I was not going to let a petty grudge kill people. "Everyone out! We are finishing this on foot!" I roared. We surged past him, my men shooting looks of hatred at the saboteur. Janang's grin vanished, replaced by a string of bitter, hollow curses. We plunged into the forest, sprinting through the shadows toward the coordinates. Faster! I screamed. Double time, or I will make your lives hell! They were breaking under the strain, but they did not stop. A dark smile touched my lips. Day 1, and the nightmare was perfect. Time seemed to stop. We reached the clearing and saw the trap. Gasping for air, my heart stopped when I saw Major General Song Bamji. He clicked his timer, mocking our 4-minute 55-second struggle. Kim didn't blink, ordering us to lock in and stand tall. We snapped a sharp, terrified salute to the brass. Then Kim noticed the elite task force patches. A predator's smile crossed his face. The game was on. Before that, the officers had gathered, waiting for the 5 standby unit. Bamji told the sweating Colonel Lee to get comfortable. The colonel laughed weakly, playing the perfect groveling host. Basking in the pathetic flattery, Bamji laughed while Junam looked like a walking ghost. Captain Seo Jong-won watched from the back. Seo knew rank was a lie among these monsters. Controlling these arrogant, lethal men required a different power. That shadow was none other than Major Han Borum. Only this task force could police the awakened elite. Their presence was a heavy, silent promise of pain. 10 elites stood ready to dismantle us. Why would a general babysit the 5 standby unit? As Bamji dismantled the colonel's pride, he heard us coming and bared his teeth. Next day, the barracks felt like a tomb. We were shattered, ghosts of the men we used to be. No sleep, just the weight of their constant gaze. He is here for a head, someone whispered. Kim's head. The men nodded. The air was thick with dread. Bamji was clearly hunting Sergeant Kim Jun. Was it that old task force grudge? Hyung confirmed it. Guang Shik wondered why a legend was so petty. He spat that the elites had too much time. Sergeant Lee Ho's voice cut through our fear. His expression was as cold as a grave. If they want to fight, we give them war. That single spark brought the dead back to life. No task force bully compared to Kim's daily hell. The room fell into a cold, heavy silence. Remembering that demonic sergeant drained our souls again. One man suggested failing the test to escape. Failure only makes his training worse, Guangshik warned. We complained, but the fear kept us moving. We were being forged in a fire we hated. Lee smiled. The demon's methods were finally working. Right on cue, the bearer of bad news crashed our party with a fresh crisis. We all scrambled toward the military training field in a dead sprint. Griping aside, the squad rose together with grins that meant business today. Armed and ready, we cut through thick woods, beelining for the hill post. Command chimed in. 2 hostiles were spotted lurking near our objective. I radioed back that we arrived 20 seconds ago. Everything looked clear, Jin whispered, asking if this was another drill since he'd never seen action. Lee noted that this specific post had been abandoned for several years. So, even with trespassers, there shouldn't be much to find up there. Jin beamed, expecting a cakewalk, while Lee assumed HQ was running a test. Suddenly, I spotted something suspicious moving just ahead. I froze, signaling a hard halt as dead silence washed over us. The team dropped into position, prepared for whatever jumped from the shadows. A massive, masked figure emerged clearly, Major Han, from the elite special forces. A blue-haired man followed him as our unit leveled rifles at them. I reached for my radio, fully aware of the game but playing along. I informed command we'd located 2 bogies and were moving in for apprehension. Base came back with orders to take both targets alive and unharmed. I told the guys to holster up. We were taking these 2 manually. Even with our spirits high, it was obvious this wasn't going to be easy. The behemoth brushed off Guangshik's strike, but Hanang was right there for backup. Hanyang followed through with a massive double-flying kick toward the giant. The tank blocked it one-handed while Sungo traded strikes with the blue-haired guy. Both men were moving fast, locked in a brutal, even-sided exchange of blows. Our greenhorns, Lee and Jin, hung back, waiting for a chance to assist. Sergeant Sun Yu threw a heavy right, but the blue-haired fighter parried smoothly. A countershot came fast, but I yanked the sergeant back just in time. Sungo thanked me, knowing he'd barely escaped a serious beating. I told him I'd handle this guy while he saved the others from demolition. Fuming, Sungo scrambled up and rushed over to bail out the struggling duo. I stepped toward Bluehair, warning him I wasn't holding back this time. The guy actually smirked, daring me to show him what I really had. He unleashed a flurry of strikes as I closed in, but nothing connected. I slipped every punch with a blank stare, unimpressed by his speed. I threw a low kick that swept his legs right out from under him. Before he hit the deck, I buried a vertical fist deep into his gut. He folded instantly. I dusted myself off and looked over at the recruits. Grinning darkly, I gestured toward the downed man and told them to finish him. The rookies' faces lit up. That was exactly the order they'd been craving. They went to town on the guy, raining down a flurry of boots. Every ounce of frustration from this endless drill was poured into those strikes. Nearby, the trio was still getting nowhere against the giant in the mask. With the giant's hands busy, Suno seized the gap to land some shots. Even though the punches landed flush, the intruder didn't even blink an eye. He countered with a brutal knee that caught the sergeant square in the ribs. I tanked his blow. He froze, staring. I mocked his endurance. I offered one shot. He swung, losing control. It barely grazed me. I dominated him completely. My turn, I laughed. He invited the impact. I buried my fist. One punch floored him. Finish him, I ordered. My squad rose up. Drill's over, he choked. They wouldn't stop. Orders were capture only. Pain wasn't forbidden. Coffee. She toasted my rank. The colonel noted speed. I thanked her, blushing. Min Jun's rise haunted me. My success felt modest. She knew my ghost. He's an anomaly. Business began now. Spec Ops scouted you? I confirmed their interest. She asked my take. I won't stop you. Your choice is first. I refused them. She was stunned. Elite status is tempting. She sighed, relieved. She thanked me. Why stay? You rejected every elite. She needed the truth. I searched for words. A monster stays here. I must surpass him. I'm chasing a ghost. She smiled, knowing, I'm rooting for you. Plans for leave? Sergeant Ensu was beaming, bragging about her squad's secret mission. The second she went off duty, that light vanished. I was right there too, feeling like absolute hell. Our two teams locked eyes in silent standoff. Ensu demanded to know my business there. I nearly jumped. This wasn't the plan. I snapped back, asking her the same. A cold voice suddenly chilled my spine. A man stomped over, demanding our business. He looked miserable about this weird meeting. He gripped his bag, closing in fast. Fiery rage followed his every single step. Turns out, we were all on vacation. Perfect sunny day for some beach fun. My squad started unpacking their heavy gear. Guangxik called our meeting a twist of fate. Ahyong claimed our luck was finally peaking. 5 units, 2 days, 7 days off. Elite resort passes, the 4th Battalion's here. Lee Sango looked up as I entered. I looked exhausted and totally pissed off. Vacation started, yet I felt like death. I hit the bed, completely spent now. The general interrogated me about his daughter. He thought I was stalking her there. I cursed the bad vibes of this trip. Lee said the old man was delusional. Luckily, he left without getting real answers. I wondered why commanders had free time. He is always there. Lee tried to console. Lee said to just enjoy the beach. A shadow loomed, giving Lee a fright. Those two idiots were dressed for gala. They teased me for sulking in bed. I flattened them both before they finished. I told the fools to change fast. I paced, trying to find my chill. A hand hit my shoulder. It is Singo. He just gave a silent thumbs up. Even the quiet guy seemed hyped today. I saw waves and finally felt peace. Fine. I was ready for real fun. Beach episode before the disaster finally strikes. We all geared up for the water. Everyone showed off their best beach looks. Sand, salt, and sweat, the classic shorefront showdown. You can't hit the coast without a rowdy round of volleyball. I watched Guangxik pour his soul into a massive spike, leading our crew against the 4th Battalion. A quick-reflexed girl keeps the rally alive, popping the ball perfectly toward Unsu. Seeking absolute vengeance, Unsu hammers a lethal drive straight at Guangxik's skull while our resident pink-haired admirer lingers nearby. She's completely smitten, relentlessly stalking the sergeant while brandishing a bottle of sunscreen like a holy relic. She's begging Min Jun for an application. Meanwhile, the others start a chaotic one-legged wrestling match in the crashing surf. Being an introvert, I'm horrified when those two idiots drag me into their mess, attempting to toss me overboard. My counterattack sends Guangxik soaring toward the clouds while I catch Hanang in a firm, disciplinary headlock. Why? A soft snicker ripples through our small group. Suddenly, the tension breaks, and the entire squad is howling with genuine, unfiltered laughter. For men forged in the fires of the Hunter Corp, this rare moment of peace is everything. Unsu's smile is radiant. She's chased me through hell and back, so seeing her truly unwind feels like a breath of fresh air. Eventually, the horseplay drains us, and we retreat to the pier to nurse some ice-cold refreshments. It's a miracle how well things settled after that disastrous first meeting we all shared. Guangxik remarks that the ocean is the ultimate getaway. Farther down, a young boy wanders the tide for his lost ball. Peace feels permanent until that stray child, a literal omen of disaster, stops dead in his tracks. He screams for his mother, pointing a trembling finger at something emerging from the horizon. A ghostly vapor or thick shroud of mist begins to roll in. It's an eerie anomaly, so unnatural even a toddler senses it. My perspective shifts, zooming toward the jagged rocks where that strange, heavy exhaust is bleeding out. Deep within the stone crevices, two predatory silhouettes, horrific and bioluminescent, lurk beneath the surface. If life were a film, the Jaws theme would be screaming right now. Instead, the camera pans back to our oblivious paradise. Tourists bask in the warmth, completely blind to the nightmare currently sharpening its teeth just offshore. Our two female leads, the pink-haired romantic and her dark-haired friend, head back toward the supply tents. The girl starts frantically digging through the gear, searching for some hidden treasure. She freezes, spotting a specific keychain dangling from a bag. She urgently waves Haijo over to witness her discovery. Her mind drifts to a memory of our hero, actually smiling while accepting that very trinket. It's a surreal image, him grinning instead of looking like a stone statue, and she clutches the bag as if it holds their souls. Haijo knows it's all a fantasy, but she isn't cruel enough to shatter her friend's beautiful delusion. Their quiet moment is interrupted by the heavy thud of approaching footsteps. It's Sergeant Kim Jun, flanked by those two chronic headaches, Guangxik and Hanang, who are demanding a fair rematch. The sergeant looks ready to commit a crime, but the duo is completely oblivious to his rising temper. They corner him into a bet where he can only use rock, promising free ice cream if they win. To end the nagging, I play along. I throw scissors while they both gleefully display rock. Normally, those idiots would have won, but I've spent too much time studying the legendary techniques from Baki. I jam my fingers into their closed fists, applying a crushing, agonizing pinch. They howl as I mangle their knuckles, proving my scissors can cut through their rock. The girls watch the idiocy unfold. Laughter erupts from the girls, though Han is still whining about his promised dessert. A desperate Guangxik lunges for my bag, grabbing the keychain thinking it's the tab to my wallet. I yank the backpack away, growling that the money isn't in there and they need to back off. Fate intervenes cruelly. As I pull, Guangxik's grip tightens on the charm, and the metal gives way. That metallic crack echoes like a gunshot, freezing the world around us. Total, suffocating silence follows. The fool just stands there, staring at the shattered memento, realizing exactly how much I valued that piece of plastic. Hanang recoils in pure terror, knowing his partner just committed the ultimate sin. Guangxik looks at me, praying for mercy. His blood runs cold when he sees the tremors of pure, unadulterated fury vibrating through my frame. Terrified and stalling for time, Guangxik turns and gently places the broken remains into the pink-haired girl's hands. I watched Guangxik and Hyung bolt the second Kim Min finally lost it. He screams for them to freeze, but they scramble away, swearing the whole thing was a fluke. But when Hyung glances back at our leader, he sees the face of a literal demon. He knows the sergeant is past reasoning. They haul tail like their very souls are at stake. Honestly, they probably are. Min Jin will kill them both if he ever gets his hands on them. In sheer panic, those two morons dive into the surf just to escape the lieutenant's rage. Min Jin stays on the sand, seething, refusing to get his boots soaked for their sake. The pink-haired girl thinks he's being sentimental. Hiyu knows that is a total lie. The idiots keep paddling out, terrified of the retribution waiting for them back on the beach. They finally reach the steam vents in the distance and stop to catch their breath. Gasping for air, Guangxik admits that things almost went south back there. Hyung scoffs, snapping that they're already screwed because of Guangxik's boneheaded move. Sobbing like a child, the green-haired fool insists the whole mess was a total accident. He didn't mean to break it, but that Lumi keychain was Minjin's prized possession. He tells Guangxik he'd better go back and beg the lieutenant for mercy. Guangxik shudders not from the freezing water, but from the thought of Minjin's wrath. Suddenly, Hyung freezes, staring intently at the dark water swirling beneath his dangling feet. He mutters that something warm and massive just brushed against his legs. They have no idea that unidentified predators are already tightening the circle below them. Without warning, a nightmare lunges upward, flashing blood-red scales and rows of jagged teeth. Both of them scream as the monster erupts from the depths to claim its prize. Meanwhile, back on the beach, everything remains eerily calm and still. Lee Siko is busy perfecting a massive, detailed sand fortress with obsessive focus. Corporal Lee approaches, reporting that Guangxik and Hyung are nowhere to be found. He asks the sergeant for their location. Siko mentions some stupid ice cream bet. A crowd suddenly gathers at the shoreline, whispering about someone being badly hurt. The two corporals stumble out of the waves, bleeding from horrific, jagged bite marks. It is immediately clear that Hyung is in much worse shape than his partner. Sun-Oh and Lee scramble to help while Sergeant Shingo looks on in total shock. He barks at Lee to get Hyung to the infirmary immediately. The sergeant drops to his knees, demanding to know what kind of monster did this. The corporal can't even form a sentence. He's just gasping for air in pure agony. His exhaustion evaporates, replaced by cold dread, when our leader suddenly appears. Guangxik immediately starts babbling that he didn't mean to break the damn keychain. But seeing the shredded flesh, Minjin doesn't even mention the broken toy. He kneels to inspect the wounds. Guangxik whispers about scarlet anglerfish monsters. Unsu and her friend push through the crowd, looking absolutely sick with worry. She mentions rumors of these things appearing in a dungeon 1 month ago. It seems the infestation has finally migrated to our stretch of the shoreline. She asks how many there were and if they managed to eliminate the threats. Guangxi looks away, ashamed they were forced to flee before landing a single hit. He chokes out a sincere apology to an EO for failing the mission so spectacularly. The sergeant tells him to stow it. Meanwhile, Minjin's eyes turn to cold stone. He orders the wounded to the medic and tells the others to evacuate the beach. He demands a heavy-duty raid team from the division. This is now a war zone. I turned to Unsu, testing her knowledge of the scarlet anglerfish. She explained they are crimson predators named for the glowing, organic lamps fixed to their skulls. They are savage beasts that burn white-hot, though the ocean's chill keeps them from melting. I gave a nod, acknowledging her perfect textbook response. I added that they're too bloodthirsty to pack up. They'd rather eat their own than share. That is the sheer, bottomless depravity of those scarlet creatures. Yet two of them hunting together miles from home? That felt like a glitch in nature. I tightened my grip, telling them I'd dive in to uncover this twisted alliance's truth. Unsu caught my arm as I neared the surf, her voice trembling with a plea. I shook her off, knowing seconds were slipping away. I work faster without a partner. She froze, stung by the cold efficiency of a man she'd spent years trying to beat. Pausing, I glanced back and told the squad to hold the line and do their jobs. The clock was screaming. Our vacation had vanished into the salt spray and mounting fear. They snapped to attention, falling into formation as I let a grim, satisfied smirk show. Their competence gave me the freedom to be reckless, and I charged toward the edge. I knew if those eggs split open, we'd be facing a swarm no army could stop. These loners only bury the hatchet for one reason: the biological urge to breed and spawn. Inside that jagged rock island, a clutch of those hellish eggs sat pulsing with life. Thousands choked the depths while the resort stood blissfully unaware in the distance. Back at base, the girls were scrambling, screaming for a direct line to security teams. A panicked clerk stuttered, begging for a moment to process the sudden chaos in the lobby. Sunio hammered the phone, reporting an emergency at the resort under our 110th Division. She shouted that the Scarlet Killers had breached the perimeter and were massing nearby in force. She demanded an immediate total evacuation of every guest. Between her frantic commands, her eyes kept drifting back to that dark silhouette in the bay. Fearing the worst, she logged that I was already out there, a lone shield against doom. I cut through the waves with singular focus, ignoring the cold and the odds against me. If 1,000 of those predators hit the water at once, the ecosystem would cease to exist. The swarm was bad, but their unstable volcanic core temperatures posed a far more immediate threat. They're volatile. A mass hatching would trigger a chain reaction, blowing the ocean floor to bits. It is why the military uses those cursed eggs as biological demolition charges in border wars. A controlled blast would solve everything, but the scale of this cluster was simply too massive. If that thermal wave reached the shore, the resort would be toast. I tensed up and peered into the abyss, knowing I had finally reached the epicenter. Shadowy titans began a slow, predatory orbit beneath my feet, marking me as their next meal. My mission was clear: eradicate the source. I filled my lungs and plunged into the dark. Just beneath the waves, the ocean began to simmer, the water turning into a thick soup. Then, I saw the pulsing nursery of the deep-sea demons. Every second felt like a gamble with a grenade. Those shells could shatter at any moment. Exterminating them wouldn't be easy, with the parents guarding their brood like starving, underwater wolves. My core abilities were dampened by the pressure. Down here, my usual strengths felt useless. Water slowed my strikes to a crawl, while those sleek bastards moved like lightning through darkness. It was a suicide mission, but a wild, manic grin spread across my face anyway. Realizing I was cornered with only one move left now, I triggered my vicious charge, trading every ounce of protection for a desperate, lightning-fast strike. My goal is simple. I need those scarlet anglers to hunt me, so I'm faking an attack on their nest. The moment those freaks sink their jagged teeth into my skin, I'm going to rip them to pieces. Basically, I'm playing the live bait, but things are going south a lot faster than I expected. A projectile whistles past my head, only my hair trigger reflexes kept me from being skewered right there. I'm baffled. I've dealt with these monsters before, but they've never pulled a stunt like this. I'm still processing it when I notice a bone-chilling, harpoon-like spike protruding from the lead fish's mouth. They're using their own bodies as biological projectiles aimed at me. As it turns out, they can fire these skeletal spears in rapid succession without ever slowing down, pinning me down as I curl into a ball, wondering where these bastards learned such a move. The onslaught is relentless. They just keep firing, refusing to give me a single second to breathe. Making things worse, my lungs are burning for air, but surfacing makes me a sitting duck for their attacks. Somehow, I push through the chaos and finally manage to break the surface of the water. I immediately suck in a massive, desperate gulp of air as my head clears the waves. Enraged by how sideways this fight has gone, I start screaming curses at the fish for testing me. Suddenly, Lee Bongu appears out of thin air, just staring at me with that signature, blank stare expression. His sudden arrival leaves me completely floored, making me momentarily forget the monsters snapping at my heels. Naturally, I have to ask my subordinate what the hell he's even doing out in the ocean. He tries to play it cool, claiming he couldn't just relax at home while I was in danger. I ask how he even knew I was in trouble and remind him I never told him to rest. I have a feeling I know what's happening, and Bongu's smug smile confirms my hunch is dead on. He says Sanjian foresaw this as a red-haired girl carrying a harpoon walks toward the shoreline. She dives straight into the surf, ready to risk everything for her beloved master. Meanwhile, Bongu tells me to leave the scarlet anglers to them and clear the area because it's getting dangerous. I don't argue. Things are definitely going to get ugly once Bongu's abilities are actually live. The white-haired man plunges in, boasting he knows exactly what they want, and starts radiating demonic energy. I swim away, feeling a sudden surge of nostalgia for the way we used to hunt in Iskard. I know for a fact those fish aren't escaping Lee Bongu once he sets his sights. Then, he transforms into a bizarrely cute scarlet-eared squid, a specialty from the Isgardian depths. The angler fish go absolutely wild the moment they see him. They lose it for their favorite snack. Bongu starts drawing the monsters away, and the idiots completely forget they were supposed to guard their eggs. I seize the opening to leap from the water and scale the jagged rocks of the island. Seeing Sioen and Bongu rush here makes me realize I was walking into a total death trap, a disaster big enough to change the entire future of the battlefield when the world eventually falls. If Sioan saw me dying here, then I'm 100% certain those eggs are about to explode. I peer into the rock crevice and confirm it. The sheer volume of eggs is beyond dangerous. I'll probably die if I don't turn around and run as fast as I can right now. I can't believe my first beach trip in years is being ruined by this looming disaster. Wringing the water out of my hair, I realize that Sion's prophecy is definitely the real deal. Without her, I wouldn't have blackmailed the commander or even been in this position to begin with. A single variable changed my fate, meaning I have the power to rewrite the prophesied future too. A dark, menacing smile curls my lips as I let my demonic energy flood the area, and then I activate my corruption skill, aiming for the eggs to do something totally reckless. All the while, those brainless scarlet anglers are still chasing the tasty treat Bongu turned into. One particularly greedy bastard tries to take a bite of the squid, but luckily, I barely dodged the strike, locked in a lethal game. The bait seemed simple, but the trap was far more sinister. Staring those beasts down, I knew it was time to strike. One lunged for my throat, thinking I was an easy kill. Ion rose from the depths, her lethal steel ready to fly. She threw that harpoon with every ounce of her soul. Mid-air, they were helpless. The steel tore through them effortlessly. Their synergy in battle was absolutely flawless. Seeing those nightmares shredded by her strike felt like a victory. My heart stopped. If her aim slipped, I'd be dead. The red-haired girl hit the water, fighting the tide. Gasping for air, her first thought was for my safety. She screamed in terror as the island began to glow. If this continued, those eggs would take me to hell. Panicked, she swam toward me, begging me to leave now. I heard her pleas, but I was already committed. Then the world turned red as the eggs finally detonated. A pillar of fire roared, sending massive waves crashing down. On the beach, silence shattered into total chaos as people fled. Amidst the screaming, Unsu's phone buzzed. Her father was calling. His icon on the screen revealed the love he never spoke. He didn't waste a second, asking if she was still alive. The girl reported the 2 fallen soldiers from her unit. She claimed they'd be fine while managing the evacuation alone. Luckily, no bystanders have been caught in the crossfire. She tried to report more, but he cut her off. He ordered her to evacuate everyone, his voice tight with fear. Sionko stood there frozen, the weight of his words sinking in. These weren't normal monsters. The commander had confirmed the nightmare. He admitted that during the 110th raid, soldiers died. The truth hit Unsu hard. The dungeon was crawling with eggs. A single mistake during cleanup had triggered a massive blast. If the beach was seeded, staying meant waiting to die. Before he finished, a second sun rose, blinding everyone nearby. Time froze as they watched the horizon burn in silence. The reality of the carnage began to shatter her composure. Her face went pale as the horror took hold. She remembered my warning. These things are aggressive beyond any reason. It made no sense for them to be this far. My promise to handle it alone echoed like a sentence. The horrifying truth finally began to click. Dropping her phone, she charged into the waves toward me. You could see the heartbreak in her eyes, fueled by terror. She kept seeing my face, remembering how I took charge. Deep down, she feared Min Jun was already dead. I was about to charge into the surf when my friend grabbed me, forcing me back. I knew the blast zone was a death trap, far too lethal to approach. Going in wouldn't change a thing. I screamed at Ensu, begging her to see that more explosions were coming. I couldn't blame her. Min Jun was her entire world. Sionko felt that same crushing weight. Given the choice, He would have plunged into the waves to save him, but he forced himself to stay grounded. Meanwhile, a look of pure agony washed over Ensu's face. Despite the zero odds of survival, she clung to a shred of hope. In desperation, she screamed his name, Kim Jun. Her voice shattered the air, a raw plea to the heavens to spare his life. Suddenly, a voice cut through the panic, teasing her about her tone. We all recognized it instantly. It was him. He rose from the depths like a ghost. His gear was shredded, but he didn't have a single scratch. We couldn't believe our eyes. How does anyone survive a blast like that? We were just thrilled to see the cheeky sergeant alive, especially Ensu. Overjoyed, she lunged at our hero, squeezing him as if he might disappear. But let's rewind to a few hours before the nightmare started. Life was quiet at the apartment where Banggu and Seohan were staying. Seohan was being studious, trying to blend into society as ordered. Then, the local disaster flew through the window. That idiot crow didn't even slow down as he approached the building. He slammed through the glass, shattering the pane and wrecking the entire room. Banggu was shaking from the impact, but Seohan didn't offer a single ounce of sympathy. Regardless of his excuse, the fact remained that the idiot had made a total mess. The birdbrain claimed it was an accident, that he'd simply drifted off mid-flight. Giving her a pathetic excuse like that was easily the worst move he could make. Naturally, she was more than ready to beat some sense into the fool. Mid-beating, Banggu shifted back to human form, begging for mercy because he'd finally secured their passports. He flashed the IDs, which finally took the edge off Seohan's burning rage. Feeling proud, Banggu insisted on being called Donald now. Seohan reminded him he was still a walking disaster. She vowed never to use that name, labeling him a permanent parasite instead. Banggu ignored the insult and headed straight for the cupboard to find a snack. As he ate, Seohan suddenly worried if the passports were actually legitimate. Banggu admitted he hadn't checked because he had no idea how to tell. Seohan lost it, screaming about the fortune they'd wasted on papers that might be fake. But as she started lecturing him, she realized she didn't know how to verify them either. Banggu just smirked and laughed, calling her out for being a total hypocrite. For once, she conceded, deciding to just wait for Minjin to handle things when he returned. Suddenly, her eyes flared electric blue. She was seeing a vision of the future. She saw Minjin swimming toward those rocky islands, straight into a nest of monsters. She watched him struggle, fighting for his life against the beasts in the deep. Then the blast hit. She saw the aftermath, lifeless bodies lining the shore. The resort was a pile of rubble, and the body count was devastatingly high. She saw Ensu's father howling in grief over the loss of his daughter. In the vision, she and Banggu stood paralyzed over a cold corpse lying on the sand. Minjin was dead. Banggu's fists clenched, his veins popping from a surge of raw, unbridled fury. It was a terrifying sight of him. He hissed, asking if this nightmare was actually going to happen. Then the blue light faded, leaving them in the chilling silence of the present. The redhead collapses, trembling as Banggu tries to steady her during the seizure of foresight. She gasps that the timeline has shifted, placing our leader in the direct line of fire. He stands there frozen in denial, but she has zero time for his hesitation. She claws at his collar, demanding my coordinates just as the horizon erupts in orange. A strangled sob escapes her as she watches the inferno swallow the spot where I stood. Before she can dive in, I breach the surface like a ghost, leaving her frantic and confused. I tread water, coughing out brine and admitting I played my hand very poorly today. She insists it wasn't a waste, noting her original vision of the blast was far bloodier. Thousands are alive because I acted, and she's just relieved I'm still breathing. I shake my head, gasping that the credit belongs to the man who stayed behind. He was funneling raw, dark energy into those pulsing eggs, trying to rot them from within. It was a desperate gamble, yet not enough to kill every spark in that nest. With the clock hitting 0, he refused to run, convinced one more surge would do it. But his math was off, and time proved to be a very cruel teacher. The clusters flared white-hot while he fought, triggering a catastrophic sequence of blasts. I watched the wall of fire roar toward me until a tentacle snatched my waist. That massive beast flung me clear of the kill zone, but it was a one-way trip. He stayed, giving me a final, cocky grin and a thumbs up before the fire took him. The silence that follows my story weighs heavy on her heart. He was more than a soldier. He was a brother in arms under our banner. Still, she mutters that dying for one's captain is the only honorable way to go. Just as we're mourning, that annoying idiot manifests out of thin air right beside us. He wears that same punchable smirk, and even I can't believe he's not Ash. I call him a damn cockroach, relieved despite his scorched and mangled state. His hands are dead weight now, but he's just grinning because I'm safe. He's only standing because fate felt generous. Any other day, he'd be a memory. I can't help but laugh, patting his head for the miracle he pulled off. Together, we ripped the script of destiny to shreds and saved the day. She actually uses his name for once, a soft smile acknowledging his worth. Back on the sand, I try to look cool despite my typical blank stare. The cavalry from the 110th Division finally rolls onto the scene. General Sanaho returns in a fury, but the smoke is already clearing. Watching the general hold his daughter, I realize how close we came to losing everything. I figure the bureaucrats will sweep up the mess without me lifting a finger. The old man gives me a look of genuine respect, a rare victory. And just like that, another chapter of this madness draws to a close. Don't go anywhere. The fallout from the anglerfish disaster is just beginning. General Ducio is already barking orders over the secure line back at base. I stand tall before my crew, basking in the fact that we're still here. Even the guys in the infirmary are already back to their usual antics. I let out a breath, knowing I'll be the one getting the medals for this. The twilight sky bleeds into a deep, bruised purple as the sun dips low. Corporal Lee and the boys are already stripping the condo, ready to move. They're hauling everyone's gear while the wounded heal, and the girls follow suit. With the general's blessing, they pack the vans and vanish into the night. Her tears fell like rain as she wailed about their stolen vacation, ending in a total bloodbath. Her friend muttered hollow comforts, insisting that some tragedies are simply written in the stars. They are locking the gates until the body count stops rising if this place ever reopens at all. Onio paused, her gaze anchored to that cursed rooftop as if expecting a ghost to wave back. She stood frozen, hunting for shadows in the architecture before finally turning away in a heavy silence. High above, Sio lurks in the rafters, leaving us wondering if Unsu felt that predatory stare. I stepped behind the redhead, demanding to know where that cockroach Lee Bongu had crawled off to. She bowed, reporting the fool was knitting his soul back together with my donated dark energy. She joked that idiots like him heal like weeds, so I shouldn't waste my breath worrying. Speak of the devil, he was currently a crow, drifting off into a blissful, feathered slumber. The absolute moron was actually napping atop a speeding bus headed towards some nameless, distant horizon. He has a walking headache, though surviving that explosion with just scratches is a damn miracle. I have had this nagging suspicion about him for a very long time now. There is a hidden edge to that idiot, a thought that clearly did not sit well with Sio. Coin snapped that he was nothing special, sensing my eyes shifting toward the lucky survivor. I asked why she wore those rags when I had practically drowned her in shopping cash. She claimed her ancient, dusty threads were good enough, regardless of the strange look she got. I questioned her hygiene, which sent her into a frantic, self-conscious frenzy of sniffing her sleeves. She grumbled that it still smelled fine, trying to defend her questionable choice in laundry habits. I told her to get some decent gear, but she is too stubborn, hoarding my gold like scripture. Before I could lecture her, that pint-sized familiar lunged, plastering itself across my entire face. Its tiny, weightless limbs thrashed against my skin, a minor annoyance, but a persistent one nonetheless. I peeled the creature off my face, holding the little spirit at a safe distance. I told it I appreciate the concern, but there is no need to smother me. It gave a guilty, toothy grin, though I secretly felt a spark of warmth at its loyalty. I dropped to the pavement, asking what hellish news had brought it scurrying back to me. It squeaked out a warning that a new gate had just ripped through the local reality. Sio was still preoccupied, huffing her armpits to see if she could squeeze another day out. I barked her name, making her jump as if I had caught her red-handed. Ignoring her panic, I asked point blank if she was still gunning for a spot in the hunters. The sudden shift in tone hit her like a bucket of ice water to the face. Steeling her nerves with visible resolve, she looked me in the eye and said she was in. I told her we had work to do, and by sunrise, we hit the Gangneung streets. We hovered outside a convenience store, blending into the morning rush in our mundane civilian disguises. Even Sio finally caved, looking stiff and awkward in the expensive outfit she had just bought. She looked like she was vibrating with nerves, so I asked if she was feeling sick. She shook it off, admitting the price tag on her back felt like a heavy burden. I told her to play it cool and stick to the script. She just whispered a thanks. I questioned if burning her demonic sight so aggressively was going to leave her permanently blind. She insisted she was holding up, eyes glowing with that eerie, unearthly light of hers. That cursed eye is a fickle bitch, showing you fragments of tomorrow only when it wants. To force a glimpse, you must be within 10 meters of where the blood will spill, and you should never try to peer too deep into the shadows of the distant future. It eats energy like a furnace, leaving her shivering and soaked in a panicked, cold sweat. That is the catch. Use that power too much, and you will be too dead to see tomorrow. He's really beating himself up over it. Can't blame him. That eye is a total cheat code. Hayan's eye suddenly flares, signaling a hit. She warns him the gate opens in 60 seconds. He immediately checks the threat level. She reports upright wolf types. He nods, noting they're basically bipedal lycanthropes. He asks for a head count and if they're about to breach the rift. Hayan focuses her vision further. She spots an alpha prepping to lead the charge. Minjin hides a grimace, thinking about how broken that foresight skill really is. No kidding. Knowing the future is the ultimate tactical advantage in any fight. Right on cue, the fabric of reality starts splintering in the city center. In a heartbeat, the crack explodes into a full-dimensional rift. Panic immediately grips the crowd. Even if this is the new normal, monsters in the city center are pure nightmare fuel. But our guy, he's actually looking forward to the chaos. He's grinning because the portal appeared exactly as promised. He tells Hyen it's time to go loud. He checks one last time if she's truly ready to follow his lead. With total resolve in her gaze, she promises him she's got it handled. Min Jun masks up and double-checks her memory. The redhead heads for the rift, reciting his orders. Rule 1, keep the civilians safe at all costs. Rule 2, keep the dark magic hidden. Those are his non-negotiable terms. She shoots him a smile, swearing to keep those secrets to the grave. Her drama makes him wince, but then a clawed foot breaches the gate. Sharp black talons hit the pavement. It's the bipedal beast she saw in her vision. He casually reminds her he'll step in if things get too messy. He tells her not to overextend. Most importantly, he tells her not to get hurt. The beast finally steps fully out of the void. It looks like a steroid-jacked bodybuilder with an actual wolf's head. Hyan walks up confidently, telling him to relax. She draws her weapon, a plain baseball bat. It's just wood, until she coats it in a demonic energy whip. Pitch black power consumes the bat. One look tells you it's a one-shot weapon. The monster snarls, trying to rattle her with a display of aggression. It bares its fangs, but Hyen doesn't even flinch. She's cold as ice. Watching from the side, Min Jun knows he can't pull another solo stunt today. Handling 2 major incidents alone would look way too suspicious to the authorities. That's why he's pivoting to Plan B. This only works because Hyen is a high-tier combat mage he can actually trust. And just like that, the redhead clashes with the lycanthrope king. She lunges, winding up her swing. The wolf swipes with claws, but she's already gone. The focus pulls back to our hero. Did we miss it? Just kidding. She's relentless, swinging that bat with every intention to kill. But this monster is a tank. It's matching her aggression blow for blow. They're trading heavy hits in a savage, high-speed rhythm. Right now, they're perfectly matched. The outcome is anyone's guess. Meanwhile, Min Jun whispers that everything is on track. The wolf suddenly tenses every muscle. Its fur bristles a clear warning of a massive, impending attack. It throws a haymaker, sending air blade projectiles screaming toward her. The lethal shockwave doesn't stop her. She slides under it, keeping her momentum alive. She moved like lightning, leaving the beast wide open after its heavy strike. I watched her closely, realizing Sioen possessed a truly terrifying level of talent. Sliding under the behemoth, she swung her bat, shattering its massive, hairy jaw. Blood sprayed everywhere, a gruesome testament to the sheer lethality of her hit. But then her eyes widened in shock. The monster was still standing there. It shrugged off the pain and launched a brutal, blindingly fast counterstrike. Her instinct saved her life as she tumbled back to regain her footing. She stayed low, tracking the creature's every breath with cold, focused intensity. The werewolf snapped its broken jaw back into place, snarling with pure rage. Even while bleeding, the beast lunged, its eyes promising a slow, painful death. Seo Hyen just smirked, shouldered her bat, and dared the monster to come closer. It let out a bone-chilling roar, preparing to bet everything on one strike. They both leaped, shadows colliding in a desperate bid to end the nightmare. The beast struck first, but she ducked the claws by a hair's breadth. Her counter was devastating, literally tearing through half of the creature's upper torso. The wolf hit the floor, dead, while Sioen stood there, breathing hard, victorious. I stood there in the shadows, realizing I hadn't even needed to help. It's clear to me now, Sion is far more dangerous than I imagined. Since no official skills were logged, this just looks like freakish physical power. If the world learns her secret, she'll never know a moment of peace. I won't let her become a target for every agency on the planet. Even though I'd secretly buffed her bat, she made it look like raw strength. I thought we were safe, but I was being incredibly naive back then. Across the way, a man with dead eyes whispered that she'd used magic. Later, at Y Cafe, Gion's daughter sat tensely across from a mysterious stranger. He admitted his theory was wild, yet he couldn't shake what he'd witnessed. He looked her in the eye and accused Sergeant Kim Min of cheating. Juwan's patience was wearing thin, but she needed to hear his whole story. The man was trembling, sweating under the weight of the secrets he held. He stared at the business card before finally confessing everything about the raid. He described how they'd fought their way into the heart of the dungeon. Once inside the core, the entire team realized they were walking into death. Trapped by monsters, they watched me pull out my blade in total desperation. My sword pulsed with black void energy, transforming into a massive shadow blade. The squad watched, paralyzed with shock, as I prepared to swing that monstrosity. One slash ripped reality apart, sucking every single monster into a dark void. Because of my intervention, Every single soldier walked out of there alive. They all collapsed, sobbing with relief after staring directly into the abyss. They cheered for their lives, oblivious to the price of such dark power. I had to silence them, stepping in to kill the celebration before it started. With the exit open, they started calling me their god, their only savior. I played along, accepting the title while planning my next move carefully. "Since I saved you," I whispered, "you owe me one very small favor." They stood at attention, ready to lie to the world on my command. I demanded they bury the truth and never speak of my true power. Broken and desperate, he begged for the end. The four of us just stood there, paralyzed. As their leader, I swore we would take Minjin's secret to our graves. Not a single word. But silence is a fragile thing. Now, I am spilling everything to Jun. She hammers the table, cursing his terrifying power. A flicker of guilt hits me. I ask if my betrayal just signed his death warrant. Jun ignores me, focusing only on the fact that he is now a sergeant first class. I know his rank. She leans in, demanding to know if anyone else heard this tale. I bow, swearing that even the official investigation could not break our silence. We all wanted to protect the myth of Minjin. The four of us never even whispered about it when we were alone. Ji-eun stands, ice in her eyes, warning me to keep our meeting a total secret. She offers a cold thanks for wasting my leave on her, then dismisses me. I stop her, asking for my prize. She glares, admitting the intel was worth the cost. She orders me to contact her the second I hang up my uniform for good. This entitled brat promised me a corporate seat once I leave the Hunter Corps. To her, handing out positions is like tossing spare change. But she is starting to doubt if her company will even be standing by then. The day the vault was emptied, files gone, servers wiped, no digital footprint left behind. Jun is the prime suspect, but her own memory is a complete black hole. She is haunted by the shadows of Banggu and Hyen's infiltration. Her life started rotting the moment she crossed paths with our hero. Walking the streets, she dials General Byamji. Her father does not answer. The spoiled princess throws a tantrum just because her father missed a call. It has been days since she was last able to track him down. Ji-eun grips the phone until her knuckles turn white, terror finally sinking in. They poked the wrong monster. A few days later, we are back at headquarters. Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jin walks in, reporting for his next nightmare. Lieutenant Kim Kielman is there to receive him at the 2nd platoon. A heavy hand on the shoulder. "Good work," he says, mourning Min-jin's vacation. Min-jin lies, saying he is fine. Kielman mentions the division brass wants an investigation. He calls it a mere formality. A bit of military red tape. But the peace is shattered by a roar echoing down the corridor. This massive mountain of a man comes charging at Min-jin, screaming his name. First Sergeant Kim Yi. Min-jin looks like he wants to vanish into the floorboards. Pale and shaking, Min-jin stammers that he is okay while backing away in terror. Mi lunges for a bear hug, his version of showing concern. Min-jin dodges. That hug would have crushed every bone in his body. Amidst the chaos, Kielman pulls out another folder from the division office. The room goes cold. Both sergeants freeze in their tracks. Handicap training starts next week. Fast forward 7 days. The sun is a blinding torch over the forest as the column marches on. Buried in thick gear, the men are drowning in heat and exhaustion. A soldier grumbles to Song-woo that the packs feel heavier than ever. The weight is one thing, but the humidity is a killer. "What is this drill called?" "Handicap training," the soldier mutters, wiping the sweat from his eyes. Sarge barks that limitation training isn't just a name. These suits are designed to turn capable men into dead weight, much like how life paralyzes. He claims our comfort was always an illusion. Suddenly, the point man shrieks, spotting our extraction point shimmering through the suffocating heat haze. "Don't you dare bunch up," he bellows. "Keep your intervals consistent until every single boot crosses that final line." We rasp out a shaky understood, scraping the bottom of our souls. I'm drifting at the back, a ghost drowning in my own silence. This sleek rig looks like high-tech armor, but it's actually 60 kilograms of iron-heavy misery cinched tight against my aching spine. Being an awakened helps with the bulk, but the lack of oxygen is the real assassin. There's zero ventilation inside this pressurized coffin. Add 90-degree humidity and total exhaustion to the mix, and what felt manageable at dawn now feels like carrying a massive skyscraper. Simply put, our biggest enemy isn't the gear, it's the world around us. Isolation and an unforgiving environment will break you faster than any physical weight. That concludes this chapter of our journey. Make sure to follow the channel to see if I actually make it out of this alive. See you next time. Thanks.